Chapter 1501. Who Touched Her Grave? Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. When Heidi got to Mo Fan's room, Brianka was indeed inside, dressed in sleepwear with a coat draped over her shoulder. Luckily, Heidi was inexperienced at things like this. She easily believed the lie that Mo Fan and Brianka had worked on together. Teacher, Miss Ilan asked me to visit Uria's grave after arriving at the Holy Judgment Court. I don't know its exact location. Do you know where it is? Heidi asked. I do, but give me some time to change. Wait for me at the Hall of Deities, Brianka said. Can't I wait here? Heidi asked curiously. Well, Mo Fan said he wanted to visit the grave too. We will meet him there, Brianka came up with a poor excuse. Oh, I didn't think he was that sensible, but sure, Heidi nodded. She was deceived quite easily. Brianka closed the door, but realized she had forgotten to bring any clothes over since she was in such a rush. How was she supposed to change now? Left with no choice, she sneaked back to her room. How did it go? Did she believe it? Mo Fan asked. She does, but you'll have to come with us to visit Uria's grave, Brianka said. Oh, sure, Mo Fan nodded. He decided not to mention anything that had happened yesterday and just played along. Brianka bit her lips after seeing Mo Fan's reaction. She hesitated for a long time on whether she should bring up what had happened last night up. She was quite confused about her behavior. Mo Fan, about last night, Brianka could not stand the silence. It's fine, people say some strange things when they are sick. That's understandable, Mo Fan interrupted. He would never admit it was his doing, he had made up his mind firmly about that. I'm not good at expressing myself. I hope what I did last night didn't scare you, Brianka lowered her head. She tried to make it sound natural, yet she was still blushing a little. Not good at expressing yourself? Mo Fan was confused now. Why would she say she was not good at expressing herself? Did that mean she did not know she was behaving strangely because she was drugged? Brianka did not continue the conversation. Mo Fan waited for her to change before they headed to the Hall of Deities together. The Hall of Deities was a symbol of the Holy Judgment Court. Its exterior did not differ greatly from other luxurious halls, but its ceiling was a world-class work of art. It was made up of the deities of 333 different religions, without any sense of incompatibility. It basically depicted all the religions that the world acknowledged. There were a great number of them, yet it did not look messy. The stories and legends that the intertwined backgrounds depicted were passed down for generation after generation. Some artists could sit here and examine the ceiling for years without getting tired of it. Unfortunately, a blizzard had left the mountain off-limits to the feebler artists and bards. It was extremely difficult for them to visit the Alps. Most of the people here came for personal reasons. Mo Fan was totally clueless about art. He did not even bother raising his head to admire it. He strongly believed this place was good for treating the cervical vertebra. Let's go, Brianka said. Mo Fan followed the two women. It was true that when someone started uttering a lie, they would need a few more lies to make up for it. He was not actually interested in visiting Uria's grave, but now he had no choice but to follow them. Brianka's reaction was outside Mo Fan's expectations. She was calmer than he had imagined, and, how should he put it, as saying stupid was not really appropriate. Uria's grave was located under an icy cliff to the east of the Holy Judgment Court. They would have to leave the cliff's natural protection. The Holy Judgment Court did indeed know how to choose the best places. The top of the cliff was thick with magic. If ordinary mags were to cultivate here, the location alone was as beneficial as a basic cultivation tool. Their footprints were covered by snow in seconds. Sunlight was scarce, even though it was still morning. The place was dark and gloomy, ruled by the vast whiteness. It would normally see scattered sunlight around noon. Not long afterwards, Mo Fan finally saw the icy cliff. They were currently at the bottom of it. Huge icy stalactites hung from the jaw of the cliff, extending almost to the bottom. They were pointed like spears, but as transparent as crystals. Under these stalactites was a rectangular tombstone. It was half covered in snow, the words on it were covered in ice. Brianka cautiously cleaned off the tombstone and placed a bouquet of snow lavenders in front of it. The two women stood there and crossed their hands in front of their huge busts. They lowered their heads while uttering some memorial chants for the dead. It sounded like a song, pleasant but with a hint of sorrow. Mo Fan stood behind them and observed the surroundings since he had nothing to do. A patch of frozen soil nearby soon caught his attention. The snow here must be at least 5 meters thick, right? Mo Fan asked when the two women were done. I believe so, Brianka said. Then what's with the frozen soil? It looks like it was dug up recently, Mo Fan pointed at the patch of soil. Heidi and Brianka saw the patch of frozen soil, but it did not look unusual to them. However, Mo Fan had a feeling something was not right. Considering their current altitude, and how spring was just around the corner, it was unlikely that they would be able to see any soil before summer. The sturdy layer of ice and snow was over 5 meters thick. There was no way a beast could dig through it easily. Besides, this place was still within the vicinity of the Holy Judgment Court. No demon creatures would come here and get themselves killed. The soil would be covered up by snow in a few weeks, making it unnoticeable. However, it was only covered by a thin layer of ice right now. Based on Mo Fan's rough estimation of the weather, the soil was dug up less than a month or two ago. What are you trying to say? Heidi asked. She believed Mo Fan's brain worked differently from theirs. Any ordinary person would not think there was anything wrong with the soil. The soil was turned, and it occurred beside the grave. I think it's necessary to verify if Uria's body is still under here, Mo Fan said seriously. Mo Fan had a lot of experience with the undead, so he was very sensitive to the condition of the soil. That being said, this did not necessarily have anything to do with the undead, but it was obvious that someone had done something to the grave. Are you sure? Brianka glanced at Mo Fan, a little confused. Are there any undead mags in the Holy Judgment Court? I'm not too sure either, but an undead mage just needs to take a brief walk around to know what happened under here, Mo Fan told them. Chapter 1502. Sister Yan Qiu. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Brianka did indeed know an undead mage in the Holy Judgment Court. She reached out and called the undead mage, who was in charge of scrolls, over. The old man walked back and forth in front of Uria's grave and said, I heard her voice many times. She's calm and sincere, unlike most of the souls. She did not display any strong hatreds, nor was she clinging to her past life. Heidi and Brianka were startled by the old man's words. Did that mean Uria's soul had always been around this little grave? Don't worry, she didn't turn into a vengeful spirit, the old man reassured them. So she has rested in peace here? Heidi asked. The old man shook his head and said, I remember she was still here last month, but she's gone now. If her soul left, judging from her serenity, she might eventually return to the Alps, but it's strange that her corpse isn't under here, too. Heidi and Brianka shifted their gaze to Mo Fan. It was just as he had mentioned, someone had dug the grave up. Uria's corpse was no longer around. Did she leave by herself? Mo Fan asked. No, I already told you, she didn't turn into an undead. Besides, this is the Holy Judgment Court, a place protected by holy spirits. No dead person could possibly become undead here, regardless of how strong they were. Even their souls would rest in peace in no time, the old man said. The old man left after answering their questions. He was obviously not interested in the owner of the grave. The peaceful spirit of the woman would occasionally be sitting quietly on the icy cliff when he passed by late at night. Someone took her corpse, Mo Fan said. What kind of demented person would do a thing like that? Heidi said furiously. Heidi was even more impressed by her senior sister after learning about the truth of her death. She was thinking of visiting her grave on behalf of Miss Celan, but she did not expect it to come down to something like this. That's strange. Only a few people knew Uria was buried here. Even the name on her tombstone was replaced with the name of her favorite flower, considering how sensitive the incident before was. It's unlikely anyone knew she was buried here. Brianka was utterly confused. Is it possible to track her body? The person that stole her corpse surely has some ulterior motives. Heidi said. There's no way we can track the person down now. We don't even understand what's going on. Mo Fan shook his head. It was impossible for them to retrieve the dead body. There were no other traces, apart from the sign that the soil was dug up recently. Even the old man's undead element would struggle to find any trace of Uria's corpse. It was nothing they could do anything about, so the three returned to the Hall of Deities. Heidi and Brianka were so troubled by the discovery that they had lost the mood to enjoy breakfast. They were planning to report this back to Silan and Headmistress Perry, but Mo Fan doubted it would make any difference regardless. Was Uria's corpse related to some other secrets? Mo Fan wondered to himself. However, the timing did not make any sense. Izisha and Edith would not know where Uria was buried. Brianka strongly insisted that only 3 people knew where Uria's grave was. In addition, Uria's corpse had gone missing 1 or 2 months ago, indicating that the 2 incidents were not related. If they were related, they might still have a chance to track Uria's corpse down through Edith. They could visit Headmistress Perry to see if there were any other secrets related to Uria. However, if the 2 incidents were not related at all, they would have no clue on where to start. It was possible that some deviant undead mage had taken the corpse away when they passed by the area. The day of Mo Fan's trial soon arrived. The outcome was no surprise. Mo Fan was found not guilty and was released. Both the Heresy Judgment Court and Holy Judgment Court were unable to prove that Mo Fan was the demon. As a result, they could not prove the Golden Sun Knight had died to Mo Fan either. The Parthenon Temple was in such a great mess, it felt like a revolution. Izisha's old subordinates had killed lots of people behind the scenes to get rid of her enemies. If anyone was the demon, Izisha was truly the one, even though she did not actually do anything as she was lying inside her coffin. Things were a lot simpler than I imagined. Zhao Manyang patted Mo Fan on the shoulder in congratulations. It was only simple for my side, Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan was not relieved that he had been released so easily after learning Izisha's true goal. She had only used him for her plan. Not only did she deliver a great blow to the rival Alps Institute, she had also established a friendly relationship with the strongest clan in Europe. It was extremely important for her future chances for the role of the goddess. Shouldn't you be happy that nothing happened? Do you really want the Holy Judgment Court to continue with the investigation? Zhao Manyang said. By the way, where did Mu Bai go? Mo Fan asked. How would I know? To the west of the Holy Judgment Court stood a finely detailed wooden mansion. Beside it was a huge hot spring, a rarity on the snowy mountain. Tall walls of ice had surrounded it, forming a perfect place to relax. Our young duke is inside, you shouldn't be disturbing his rest, the henchman in the red outfit said. Perfect timing. I wanted to know if he was doing well or not, too, Mu Bai said as he went inside. The henchman tried to stop him, but he was a little hesitant since they were currently on the Holy Judgment Court's territory instead of on their private lands. Any guest of the Holy Judgment Court was allowed to use its facilities. You better stay away from the young duke, the henchman warned him. I'll enjoy my bath. By the way, is the woman taking care of your young duke from the Rhines? Mu Bai asked. How did you know? The henchman blurted out, but he soon realized he had accidentally spilled the beans. He said, do you have some ulterior motives? I'm telling you, if you dare to harbor any evil intentions toward our young duke, we'll kill you right on the spot, even if we are currently in the Holy Judgment Court's territory. Mu Bai ignored the warning. He proceeded to change his clothes and picked a spot where the angry henchman could not see him. He observed Hair Kassa from the distance and the woman in her 30s who was serving him. She had an Asian face, and was mature and pretty, but Mu Bai did not feel comfortable after seeing how respectful she was toward Hair Kassa. I'll change the towel for you, the woman said. Hair Kassa was laying in the hot spring, no longer under the poison and the curse, and had fully recovered. He glanced at the maid indifferently. The woman walked towards the cabin and happened to pass by Mu Bai's seat. Mu Bai was staring at her from the moment she walked toward him and as she came closer. "I'm Mu Bai. I'm from Bo City. She is my mother," Mu Bai said loudly as she passed. The woman did not pay any attention at first. However, she immediately came to a stop and looked at Mu Bai in surprise when he mentioned his mother's name. However, the woman seemed quite intimidated by Herr Kassa and the henchman. She continued on her way, but when she passed by Mu Bai, she said to him with a soft voice that only the two of them could hear, "Come here when the clock strikes at midnight." Mu Bai was relieved when the woman responded to him. However, he could tell how strong the grudge Herr Kassa had toward him, Mo Fan, and the others was, seeing how cautious she was. Herr Kassa might pick on her if he knew the relationship between her and Mu Bai. Mu Bai was more than smart enough to say nothing further. The snow was falling even heavier that night. It sounded like the heavy chimes of the clock tower had almost frozen. The chimes echoed across the sky. A petite figure hurriedly headed toward the deserted hot spring. She would occasionally look back in an extremely cautious manner. Mu Bai saw someone pushing the door to the hot spring open. He smiled when he saw it was the woman that had been serving Herr Kassa so humbly. She was most likely the only person he had been missing in the world. Mu Bai had sworn he would pay her a visit when he saw the stars in the sky on Kunlun Mountain. Mu Bai was still very young, so he only had a blurred impression of his sister. He could not even remember what she looked like, he only knew she was brought to a huge renowned clan in Switzerland. They had kept in contact with letters for a few years at first, but he completely lost contact with her afterward. Mu Bai was worried that something might have happened to her. However, he was relieved when he realized that the woman was indeed his sister, and she was unharmed. "Sister Yan Qiu," Mu Bai went up to the woman. He was extremely excited to see her. "Is it really you, Xiao Bai?" Yan Qiu quickly went up to Mu Bai in disbelief. "Yes, it's me." Mu Bai nodded. "I thought I was dreaming? Where's mother? Is she here too?" Yan Qiu was extremely excited. She was grabbing Mu Bai so strongly that he was hurting a little. "Mother has already passed away," Mu Bai told her softly. Yan Qiu was stunned. Her face immediately filled with sorrow. After a long time, Yan Qiu calmed down. She said guiltily, "I should have gone and visited her. It has been so many years. Why didn't you write to us for so long?" Mu Bai asked. "Since I started serving the young duke, they have not allowed me to write letters to anyone, in order to prevent me from leaking information that will put the Kassas in an unfavorable situation," Yan Qiu explained. "How unreasonable are these people? Sister, I know Herr Kassa is far from a good man. You shouldn't stay by his side any longer. Come with me, or we're going back to our homeland. I'll take good care of you." Mu Bai was hoping that she would accept his suggestion. After all, she was his sister. Even though they were not related by blood, he would still protect her with everything he had. "I'm afraid I can't make the decision for myself. Mu Bai, I know you care about me. You have grown up and become an impressive mage. I'm so proud of you, but the Kassas have always been like this, especially Herr Kassa. He doesn't like other people disturbing him. Don't worry about me. In a few years' time, he will find someone younger than me to serve him. Isn't it better if I go back home then?" Yan Qiu stroked Mu Bai's cheek with a smile on her face. "I'm not scared of them," Mu Bai said firmly. "It's not about being scared or not. It's just unnecessary to provoke them. Listen to your sister, we'll keep it this way. Don't tell anyone about me. If Herr Kassa learns, he's going to pick on me and not let me leave ever. Your two friends are quite reckless, so don't tell them about me, either. I can leave when the time comes, so there's no need to stir up any trouble," Yan Qiu said seriously. "Oh, all right," Mu Bai nodded, agreeing with Yan Qiu's words. Chapter 1503. The Arrival of the Queen of Netherworld. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Don't worry about me, and don't provoke Herr Khafre, we'll just pretend we don't know one another, Yan Qiu said. All right. I'll be going. Herr Khafre will be suspicious if I'm away for too long, Yan Qiu told him. Mu Bai watched Yan Qiu leave. Her figure slowly faded into the snow. Mu Bai was a little disappointed after they had to separate again after their brief reunion. However, he could tell that Yan Qiu had indeed gotten used to her current life. He was pleased after learning that she was fine. It was indeed inappropriate to disrupt her life. After all, it had been so many years since they had last met. Yan Qiu left the hot spring and slowly headed back to the wooden mansion. She shook the snow on her clothes off before opening the door, taking a few extra glances behind her. The door opened with a little squeak. When she went into the room, a tall figure was standing in front of her. He looked unusually eerie under the dim light inside the room. His golden brown eyes stared at Yan Qiu. Herr Khafre grinned mischievously. Did you go and meet him? Yan Qiu did not stop. She went up to Herr Khafre and sat on his mink chair. The clear look in her eyes suddenly became a little menacing and complicated. Get me some water, Yan Qiu said coldly. Herr Khafre went to the furnace and came back with a mug of hot water. I want it cold. Yan Qiu noticed the steam rising from the mug and gave Herr Khafre an impatient look. Who was the guy you went to see? How did he know you? Herr Khafre poured another glass of cold water and placed it in front of her. It's tricky, Yan Qiu rubbed her brows. What is it? It's rare to see you like this, Herr Khafre said. Yan Qiu stared at the fire in the furnace, not speaking for a long time. Herr Khafre stood beside her quietly, not daring to disturb her thoughts. Mo Fan and the others did not stay at the Holy Judgment Court for too long. The place was too cold, it felt like they were living in a different world. It was even more secluded than the Alps Institute. Since Mo Fan had no other business here, it was meaningless for them to stay any longer. Mo Fan was initially planning to go back to his country right away. He could not just cast aside his responsibility to look for the totem beasts after giving Chairman Xiaozheng his promise. His country needed him, but someone totally unexpected had shown up. Well, she was not really a person. You came just in time. Can you help me look into something? Mo Fan withheld the speechlessness in his heart as he spoke to the flirtatious Li Yui. Li Yui was like a completely different person. Every action she made was enticing. Mo Fan thought Li Yui had been possessed, and after taking a closer look, he realized that she really was possessed by one of the 8 undead rulers, the Queen of Netherworld. Mo Fan was quite surprised when the Queen of Netherworld showed up. He never thought a phantom could travel so far from her own territory. Most shockingly, the Queen of Netherworld was able to come and go freely in a place like the Holy Judgment Court. I've come all the way to see you, yet you're asking me to do some manual labor instead. The Queen of Netherworld poked Mo Fan on the chest. He already knew what she would say next. You *****, why didn't you treat me with love and tenderness first? Are you sure you've obtained Li Yui's permission? Can she really accept how you just barged into her body and did something like this? Mo Fan replied. I did ask for her permission. You can ask her if you don't believe me, the Queen of Netherworld said. Mo Fan stared at Li Yui and saw the girl looking back at him. Her expression and the look in her eyes did not change by much. However, after a few seconds, her eyes gradually cleared up. The enticing look on her face was gone, too. Li Yui? Mo Fan asked. It's me. Oh, she came to look for you. Li Yui seemed unaware of what the Queen of Netherworld had done, yet she did not seem surprised by the missing gaps in her memory when her body was taken over. It really felt like nothing could really shock her. Mo Fan was utterly impressed by Li Yui. If he was in her position, knowing his body was being controlled by a spirit would definitely scare the crap out of him. I'm sorry, she's my friend, she might offend you, so please don't mind, Mo Fan said awkwardly. It's fine, she's very polite. She told me the reason why she's here, and I gave her permission too, Li Yui said. Aren't you scared? Mo Fan said. A little at the start, but I'm fine now, Li Yue said. Well, I've agreed to open a gate to the underworld for them. I can't make them wait for too long, so I'll have to pay a visit to Egypt. The Queen of Netherworld will help me with the task on behalf of the Kingdom of Undead of my homeland, Mo Fan told her. Mo Fan had no clue if Li Yue understood what he was saying. Anyone else might think he was a lunatic if he said the same thing to them. Li Yue listened. Then allow me to bid farewell to you first, Mo Fan said. Sure, we'll meet AG. See, I told you I already have her permission, yet you're still being so fierce to me. I was so scared, the Queen of Netherworld protested. Mo Fan dropped his jaw when he saw Li Yue revert to the Queen of Netherworld in just a second. Sister, couldn't you wait to take over until she finished her sentence? You've been borrowing other people's bodies to travel all the way here. By the way, you are pretty good with modern slang already. I bet you didn't trouble the young ladies in the cities. Mo Fan said. The cities are fun, but they aren't suitable for us undead. My magic is only strong enough for me to possess a person temporarily. It's quite a huge mental burden, the Queen of Netherworld answered. You shouldn't be so smug, either. We are currently at the Holy Judgment Court, and there are a lot of powerful mags here. If someone caught you and treated you as a test subject, like a 1,000-year-old magic sample, you would really end up as a disgrace to the undead of our country, Mo Fan reminded the Queen of Netherworld. That's not possible, one of the strongest organizations in the world? I feel like there aren't many people here that are strong enough for me to break a sweat, the Queen of Netherworld sniffed with a disdainful expression. You kept interrupting. I almost forgot something. I'll bring you to a grave. Help me see where its owner went, Mo Fan said. We have real business to attend to. This is real business, too. Do me a favor, you are a professional at this, Mo Fan said, and brought the Queen of Netherworld to Uria's grave. Chapter 1504. Drag him into the water. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Queen of Netherworld stood in front of the grave with her eyes closed, searching for the spirit that used to live here. After some time, her expression shifted slightly. She said to Mo Fan, "You shouldn't mess with the guy that took her body." What do you mean by that? Do you know who it was? Mo Fan asked curiously. I don't know what it is, but it's very powerful, at the very least stronger than me, the Queen of the Netherworld said seriously, warning Mo Fan not to continue searching for the corpse. Otherwise, his life might be in danger. Mo Fan was even more confused. Who could the person that stole Uria's dead body be? What were they trying to achieve? Mo Fan finally gave up on the thought after the Queen of Netherworld warned him a few more times. He had no other business here at the Holy Judgment Court. He went to pack his stuff after deciding it was time to leave. Mo Fan went back to the Alps Institute to bid farewell to Li Yue and Brianka. The Queen of the Netherworld left without a trace after leaving Li Yue's body. Anyway, she would be staying close to him since her duty was to help him open the gate to the underworld, allowing the undead of their country to vent their frustrations at will. Miss Elan, what I'll be doing in Egypt is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want Heidi to come with us? Mo Fan asked seriously. You do know that her cultivation is currently at a bottleneck. She only has a chance of achieving the super level through some special encounters and experiences on the brink of death. I believe your journey won't be boring, so it's definitely in Heidi's favor, Selan answered sincerely. Mo Fan, Miss Selan has seriously considered it. Can't you do her a favor? Professor Lee added. Brianka spoke up, too. She hoped Heidi was able to benefit from the adventure. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was hoping Brianka would go with him, too. Whether it was because of her strength or something he did not have the chance to finish, he had more than enough reason to invite Brianka to come along. Miss Brianka, why don't you come with us and have a tour around Egypt, too? If you agree, I won't mind bringing Heidi along, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was not willing to let Heidi tag along easily. Their destination was Egypt, and they were involved in a very dangerous mission. He did not mind having beautiful women keeping them company, but if anything happened to Heidi during the trip, he could not afford to bear the consequences. Inviting Brianka to come along was a good excuse that Mo Fan came up with. It was unlikely that Brianka would leave the Alps Institute. That way, Mo Fan could smoothly turn down their request to bring Heidi along. Miss Brianka, Mo Fan is only worried that he can't take care of Heidi on his own. You're around their age, why don't you go with them? Professor Lee asked. Professor Lee is right. We will be less worried knowing that a teacher is with them, Silan nodded. Brianka, you do need to go out. Staying at the school will only bury your talents, Headmistress Perry agreed, too. Mo Fan glanced at the two teachers in astonishment, before looking at Brianka. Brianka hesitated for a while, but finally nodded, all right, but please give me some time. I'll need to pack my stuff. Miss Brianka, you don't have to force yourself. I didn't really want to go with them either, Heidi said with some reluctance. She did not understand why her teachers were asking her to go on an adventure with a few perverts. She would rather go alone. On second thought, if Brianka was tagging along, the trip would not be as terrible as she imagined. If these jerks teamed up to bully her, Brianka could eliminate them all by moving the tip of her finger. I didn't mean it like that. Mo Fan was going to turn it down, but the teachers and professors did not give him any chance to speak any further. His face immediately darkened. What the heck is going on here? Mo Fan had not told them the true goal of his visit to Egypt. How could he just tell the others he was planning to open up a gate to the underworld? He only told Li Yui since he knew she had no clue what he was talking about. Forget it, I'll just settle them somewhere in Egypt. The Queen of Netherworld and I will proceed from there. Mo Fan comforted himself knowing that things had already gone out of his control. However, why was he feeling a little excited inside? The student exchange that Professor Li and Professor Zheng were in charge of successfully came to an end. They brought Li Shimei, Shi Junxing, and the others back to the Pearl Institute. The Alps Institute and the Pearl Institute had established a closer relationship through the exchange. The two schools would be working closely from now on. Mo Fan sincerely believed the old folks of the Pearl Institute should thank him for his opening up such a bright future for them. Mo Fan, Mu Bai, Zhao Manyang, Brianka, and Heidi took a flight to Egypt. Zhao Manyang suddenly realized he had never asked Mo Fan why they were going to Egypt after they were on the plane. Mo Fan, why are we going to Egypt? Stop keeping me out of the loop, Zhao Manyang demanded. You remember when the Great Pyramid of Giza came to invade our land? Mo Fan asked him. Of course, I'll never forget that for my entire life. Zhao Manyang swore. We are going to return the favor, Mo Fan declared solemnly. Are you kidding me now? Do I look like I am? Holy crap, just calm down. Zhao Manyang immediately had a bad feeling about it. Calm down, we aren't attacking them. Didn't the Cold Prince open up the gates of the underworld inside our country, allowing the underworld creatures to invade our land? We are doing the same thing he did. We are opening up a gate close to the pyramids in Egypt, so the kingdom of undead in our country can attack them. You do know that our country is busy handling threats along the shoreline, but the undead have nowhere to vent their lust to kill. The only way to solve the problem is by waging a war against the undead in Egypt. Mo Fan explained to him. I'm leaving, Zhao Manyang declared firmly before Mo Fan even finished the sentence. We are on a plane. Then I'm jumping off the plane. Are you out of your mind? Why would you even volunteer for a job like that? Zhao Manyang said. What choice did I have? I didn't want to take it either, but the kingdom of undead needs to eat and drink, too. Why don't we give Egypt a huge gift, instead of letting the undead harm our people? Egypt's government will welcome us with their legs raised. They hate the undead like we do, they want the undead of their country to go away forever, Mo Fan said. I promise to help you look for the totem beasts. Do you see how bizarre the things you are doing now are? Zhao Manyang protested. I promise it's the last time. After we are done, we will focus on looking for the totem beasts, so your turtle shell can evolve too, Mo Fan said. How about those two chicks? We'll find an excuse to send them away. We can't afford to involve them. How about Green Tea Man? He doesn't really have anything to live for, so of course we are dragging him into this mess, Mo Fan said. Zhao Manyang grinned and immediately felt a lot better. Chapter 1505. Chaotic Battle. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A sudden announcement during the flight woke Mo Fan, who was in a deep sleep. Our respected passengers, we are sorry to inform you that this flight will be landing in advance in New Suez. All international passengers might have to adjust their schedules. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai woke up too. They looked at the other passengers with blank faces. The Egyptians around them only groaned when they heard the update, not showing any real reaction. Some middle-aged Arabian men continued to flip their newspapers to the next page, their legs crossed absently. What's going on? Brianka asked. Cairo is probably fighting, so it won't be taking any flights, apart from military ones, a young man seated behind them said. Fighting? Mu Bai was astounded. Why did they sound like a battle was as common as a normal restriction placed on flight paths? Shouldn't they be more worried if a battle broke out? I bet it's the Scorpion men and the Snake men again. They show up and fight one another this time of the year in order to accumulate sufficient energy to hatch their eggs, the Arabian man said, flipping through his newspaper. Mister, are battles that common here? Heidi had to ask. Of course. If it isn't for those goddamned undead, Egypt would have long conquered the world, the man proclaimed. Everyone chuckled after hearing those words. Mo Fan noticed that nobody was too bothered by the fighting. Now that he thought about it, the ancient capital was constantly fighting the undead at night, but the people still went out to eat, visited the nightclubs, and hooked up with others. Now that Cairo was fighting, they had to find another way to continue on. A new announcement followed not long afterwards. Our respected passengers, we are sorry to inform you that the southern part of New Suez had fallen to the demon creatures. The flight will now return to our departure city. We are sorry for the inconvenience. F***K me, are you kidding me now? Mo Fan was the first to rise to his feet. The passengers were a little restless after hearing the latest update. They immediately looked out the windows. The plane had already arrived on the outskirts of New Suez. The desert came right up to the city. New Suez was within view, but it was blocked by a cluster of thin clouds. They could see black streams invading the little square that was the city through the clouds. It was not very spectacular, mainly because their current altitude was around 7,000 meters. Everything was just too small. Our respected passengers, we are very sorry. We don't have enough fuel to make it back to our departure point. The other cities nearby are currently experiencing too much air traffic. We can't afford to wait until it's our turn to land. We'll be landing in New Suez forcibly. Once the plane lands, a troop of soldiers will escort everyone to safety. Please strictly follow their instructions and don't do anything reckless. Another announcement followed quickly. The announcement was repeated twice. The passengers on the plane were utterly dumbfounded. They were not stupid. New Suez was obviously in the middle of a battle, just like Cairo. Countless demon creatures were currently attacking the city from the south, yet they were planning to land at the airport located in the south too. Wouldn't they be feeding themselves right into the tiger's mouth? Words can't even describe how impressed I am by Egypt Air, Zhao Manyang commented. The plane was in a total mess. The Arabian man that was reading the newspaper previously was now arguing with the stewardess. It felt like he was going to hit her soon. The rest of the Egyptians were complaining and cursing, too. They were demanding the pilot land the plane in the desert instead. They would rather land in the desert than in the middle of a battle zone. Were they really thinking the army could escort them to safety? They did not even know if the army could hold the demon creatures back. It was even possible for the entire flight and troop to be wiped out. Please follow the instructions, we are merely repeating what we were told. The stewardess tried to calm the passengers down. They handled the unruly and angry passengers calmly, in a professional manner. Their service attitude was impressive. Is it really that chaotic out here? Brianka asked after some time. Brianka had stayed at the Alps Institute for too long. She had always thought the world was in a peaceful state, but the first place she visited after leaving the Alps Institute was in such a mess. There has been a lot of fighting lately, Fan informed her. The wars had never stopped, the demon creatures always had the upper hand. The territories they occupied were 100 times or even 1,000 times larger than the human territories. When a particular horde or kingdom of demon creatures had grown so strong that the other species could not keep it at bay, aggressive demon creatures would shift their attention to the human cities instead. In the end, humans were individually still too weak, striving to survive in the gaps between the kingdoms of the demon creatures. The rulers of the demon creatures were the ones making the calls to restart the fighting. Egypt was constantly at war with demon creatures. As a matter of fact, China was in a similar situation, too. It had to fend off different species of demon creatures due to the amount of land it held. Leaving aside the 20,000-some kilometers of shoreline that currently posed the greatest threat to their country, the infamous kingdoms of the demon creatures inland of China included the Undead Kingdom, the Kunlun Kingdom, the Great Horde of Dongting Lake, the Great Horde of the Qinling Mountains, the Great Horde of the Nanshan Mountains, and the Beijiang Desolate Beasts. The demon creatures of Kunlun Mountains had been going easy on China for the past few years, only the Great Horde of the Qinling Mountains had crossed the line. The Undead Kingdom had been well behaved ever since the calamity of the ancient capital. Otherwise, if the demon creatures inland started to invade the country when it was already under attack along the shore, China's territory would shrink significantly. Even so, the plan to form headquarter cities was already in motion. Countless Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, towns, and villages were being abandoned. Their people had moved into the headquarter cities, building up human fortresses with impenetrable defenses. To be frank, they were forced to hole up timidly behind the sturdy walls and give up the mountains, rivers, oceans, and sky to the demon creatures. In the past, Fan was weak and without any great ambitions, but he was a different person now. Even though he was still weak, he was so ambitious that he kept getting involved in life-threatening situations. All the incidents he had gone through were like stories that people would not believe. He was truly living the life. Holy crap, there are so many scorpions and snakes, and they are naked too. Zhao Manyang blurted out, sticking his face to the window. The plane was banking sideways, and the passengers could now take a closer look at the ground. The scorpions and snakes in Egypt were not referring to vicious women, but creatures with a woman's upper body and the lower body of a scorpion or snake. The Medusae were a subordinate species of the scorpion humanoid gorgons, but they could crossbreed, producing offspring called lamias, with the upper bodies of female giants, the lower bodies of snakes, and 6 legs like a scorpion. The lamias were an impure breed, and both the Medusae and the gorgons despised them. They were normally treated as cannon fodder in a war, but that did not necessarily mean their strength was inferior to the pure-blooded gorgons and Medusas. The 3 species had always been a rather terrifying force in Africa. Chapter 1506. The Crawlers. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Most gorgons were very close to the commander level, while the weakest Medusae were at the warrior level. In comparison, the lamias had the widest range of levels. The servant-class lamias were a plague throughout Africa. In addition to them, another species had a similar-sized population, a mutation of the lamias called the crawlers. A lamia could give birth to an entire nest of them in a week. These crawlers were not an ordinary breed. They had strange and twisted bodies, and their numbers were on the scale of a plague. They had barely had any defenses, and even the weakest basic spell could take their lives, but they had the fangs of snakes and tails of scorpions, and were agile, cunning, and unavoidable. Battle mages in Egypt did not die that often to the lamia, but to crawlers that ambushed them out of nowhere. The demon creatures attacking from the south of New Suez consisted mainly of crawlers and lamias. They were gathering at the outskirts of the south of the city, looking like several black streams from high above. The streams accumulated into a huge black horde, writhing with disgusting forms. To be frank, the advancement of magic has brought us too much entertainment. Everyone stopped staying at home and reproducing at night. Look at these demon creatures, I bet they always hold orgies when they are bored. It's the only reason they can reproduce so rapidly. Their numbers alone are enough to crush us. Zhao Manyang observed. We humans emphasize optimized breeding, but look at these strange crawlers. Their main purpose in life is to poison a living being bigger than them to death. They have no other goals in life, Mo Fan remarked. Mo Fan had read a lot about the demon creatures in Egypt when he was convalescing at the Parthenon Temple. Greece was actually pretty close to Egypt, so their cultures had a lot of similarities. Aren't you afraid? Heidi asked, rather confused. Not really, they should be afraid of us, instead. It's unlikely these low-level existences can harm us, but I can't say for sure about the rest of the passengers, Mo Fan said. Well, Heidi suffers from fear of crawling insects, so please keep an eye on her later, Brianka told them softly. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai gasped. They all looked at Heidi, and noticed her face turning pale with a nervous expression after taking a glance at the demon creatures. What are you laughing at? You must be afraid of something too. Heidi grunted, vexed when she saw them smirking. No wonder Miss Selan insisted you come with us. If you can't overcome your trypophobia, you are as vulnerable as an ordinary little girl when you are up against species of spiders, mice, and insects. Unfortunately for them, I'm the nemesis of these high-density species. Mo Fan declared. The flames of the ardent sunset were most effective against weak demon creatures in high numbers. The crawlers might not be a kind of insect, but they definitely suited the ardent sunset's appetite. Therefore, Mo Fan was not worried that the plane was about to land in the middle of a battlefield. Besides, there was a super level with 4 super elements on the flight, too. They might not even have to do a single thing for the demon creatures to be taken care of. The plane began to descend. The passengers started praying instead of cursing meaninglessly. The miasma produced by the lamias lingered in the air. The plane suddenly found itself in a dim twilight rather than the bright afternoon sun. It was very easy for ordinary people to be poisoned. The snakes and scorpions fed on the rotten flesh of the undead, but were also the servants and guardians of some powerful undead at the same time. The filthy gas they were emitting constantly was similar to the deathly auras of the undead. Therefore, there was always a pungent smell when they appeared on a huge scale. It's been a while since I last had some exercise, Mo Fan mused. Heidi had trypophobia, but Mo Fan was the complete opposite. Little Loach had not collected any soul essences for some time. The soul essences he had collected last time from massacring the undead were all consumed to pay off the debt of using the demon element. He needed some soul essences to strengthen his lightning magic now. Mo Fan's control of the lightning element was not as impressive as the fire element, so he could not alter the form of lightning magic as he pleased. If he could strengthen the basic, intermediate, and advanced spells further, he would be able to use his spells differently. It would be extremely beneficial, especially with the 12-fold amplification of his lightning magic. You shouldn't waste your energy if the soldiers are going to protect us, Mu Bai said. Yeah, don't forget why you are here. Zhao Manyang added. I was just saying. Mo Fan protested. A troop of mags in brown military outfits had cleared a path on the landing field. Mios, this is the last flight. We are going to retreat immediately as soon as it lands, a tanned captain spoke up. All right, ask your soldiers to be on guard, don't let the crawlers break through the perimeter, Mio said. There are too many of them. It's impossible to keep them all out, but we'll protect the passengers at all costs. After all, the reputation of the country's aviation is at stake, the captain nodded. Most of the paths on the airfield were sealed off. The designated path was lit up with indicators to guide the descending plane. By the way, did they turn the lights off on the path that was overrun? Mios asked one of the authorities of the aviation company after a sudden thought crossed her mind. I'm not sure. The control room is no longer accessible because of the crawlers. We weren't able to operate the lights. Most of the personnel had been evacuated. I'm only here to turn on the lights of this path, the person said. Mios lifted her gaze and stared in the direction that the plane was heading to through the cloudy mist. The plane suddenly swayed from its approach path and glided along another path that was a certain distance away. Damn it, didn't the pilot notice the lights of this path had just been turned on? The interference to our communication devices is too strong. Quick, we must make our way to path B6 now. We have to get rid of the crawlers before the plane lands. Meows blurted out. The platoon of 100 soldiers was dumbfounded. According to the plan, the plane would land securely on the path they were guarding. Once it came to a stop, they would escort the passengers away, mission accomplished. They did not expect the pilot would land on a path that was long overrun by the crawlers. The noise of the plane was deafening. The huge international plane glided down from an altitude of 4,000 meters and gradually approached the ground amid a strong turbulence. The lane was crawling with eerily shaped scorpions and insects around the size of a fist. As the plane landed at high speed, the wheels crushed the demon creatures and left 3 shocking trails of black blood along the ground. The lane was around 3,000 meters long. The plane traveled 1,500 meters while it slowed down, crushing around 500 to 600 scorpion-like and snake-like demon creatures as it did. The corpses were smashed into pieces with blood and bodily fluid smeared across the lane. A foul odor spread rapidly in the air after their deaths. The foul odor immediately attracted their comrades. As a result, black crawling creatures rapidly approached the plane from both sides and the rear while it was still slowing down. The creatures soon surrounded the plane. "Didn't they say soldiers would be here to protect us?" the Arabian man screamed. He had already wet his pants. The other passengers were on the verge of losing their minds, too. The plane had landed right in a nest of the crawlers. Anyone would be overwhelmed by the sight of the creatures advancing toward them in one wave after another. Egypt Air is seriously the most unreliable aviation company I've ever seen. It looks like we are on our own. Mo Fan rose to his feet and cracked his knuckles. The cabin crew did not dare open the door. These crawlers were not too strong, and although their numbers might be overwhelming, they were unable to tear through the sturdy metal of the plane. The pilot and the cabin crew were dumbfounded. They had no idea what to do. Ugly black scorpions were crawling over the windows now. They were tearing at them, wildly driven by base instinct to attack the living humans inside the plane. "The army will be here soon, everyone, please stay calm," the head stewardess tried her best to steady the passengers. "Are they going to climb inside?" The woman suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. The people turned around and were shocked to see an eerie scorpion around the size of a fist inside the plane. The creature had managed to sneak into the plane out of nowhere. It was crawling nimbly along the walls. The scorpion leapt at the woman even as she screamed. It was pouncing right for her neck. Mubai was the closest to the woman and reacted in the nick of time. He flicked his finger and fired an icicle at the scorpion. It struck the creature in mid-air and nailed it to the wall. They must have snuck inside through the wheels. "These creatures are small enough to move through the gaps," Mubai observed. "It's more dangerous inside here." "Head stewardess, open the door," Mo Fan ordered. The space inside the plane was too confined. Mo Fan did not dare use his magic here. He was afraid that he might hurt people by accident. "Are you out of your mind? Aren't they going to rush inside if the door is open?" "I don't want to die," the young man with a huge nose seated behind them shouted. The guy was constantly showing off before, demonstrating how knowledgeable he was during the flight. He was obviously trying to catch the attention of the 2 gorgeous women, Brianka and Heidi. However, he was being pretty brave if he did not wet his pants under the circumstances. He had no sign of his previous demeanor, he was screaming at the top of his lungs instead. "We have to leave the plane as soon as possible. The crawlers aren't a hassle, but if we stay until the lamias show up, we won't have any chance to run away," Mo Fan continued evenly. If they waited until the army was here, the soldiers would only be retrieving their corpses. In the end, they had to handle the situation themselves. However, there were more than 100 passengers on the plane. Chapter 1507. Fancy a group scuffle. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The captain of the plane did not want to open the door at first, but when he saw huge black and red creatures showing up in the lane behind the plane, he knew they could not afford to wait for the army. The army was nowhere to be seen. If they did not start running, they really would be overrun by these monsters. "Stick close to us, don't split up," Brianka kindly reminded the passengers behind her. The door at the front of the plane opened, while the emergency door remained closed. The passengers could not care less about their belongings. Egyptair was clearly going to cover their losses. It was more important to stay alive. The plane was extremely crowded. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai led the way and brought over 30 passengers out of the plane. When they took the slide down to the ground, the abnormal scorpion and snake insects quickly gathered around them. They were extremely tiny, but their poison was deadly. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai could not afford to lower their guard. Zhao Manyang swiftly moved his hands around, controlling the water ribbon circulating around the passengers, ensuring that each of them was protected by a layer of water barrier. "Freeze!" Mu Bai stomped the ground, spreading his ice out in a ring. The temperature within the ice ring's area of effect fell rapidly. The cold-blooded crawlers were used to living in extreme heat, and were very afraid of ice. The frost swiftly froze their blood, and their bodies stiffened into corpses. The ice ring radiated out for 200 meters. The creatures that were either crawling hastily on the ground or leaping into the air halted in their tracks when the ice ring struck them. In less than 3 seconds, the crawlers all shattered into little ice cubes. "Impressive! That's remarkable!" The passengers were relieved after witnessing Mu Bai's ice magic. They stepped on the frozen bodies of the crawlers and crushed them into slush. The 30 passengers quickened their pace and ran toward the structures nearby. "Heidi, go see where the army is," Mo Fan directed her, before jumping down from the plane. They could not look after the passengers all the time. Most of the passengers were too weak to even protect themselves. The crawlers were so small, if any of them slipped through the net and reached the passengers, they were basically done for. They had to rely on the army to guarantee their safety. "Got it." Heidi was afraid of the crawlers, and might struggle to fend them off. Mo Fan had given her a more suitable job. "They are coming! They are coming, run," the head stewardess screamed. "What's coming?" "Huge demons." "How are they so quick?" "They were a kilometer away before." The person speaking was an aged light mage. The only help he could provide was purifying the air, preventing the passengers from being poisoned. The light mage called himself Booker. He was a lot kinder than the others. He did not run away first, but stayed behind to help the women and children, allowing them to reach safety first. "Can't you all move a bit quicker? We are all going to die at this rate," a man in a black long-sleeve shirt yelled when he reached the door. Some of the passengers poked their heads out to see what was going on outside. When they saw the trails of dust the creatures had swept into the air as they were charging, they almost fainted right there. Only in moments like this would they regret not working hard enough to become a mage. "Miss Brianka, take the others and regroup with Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang," Mo Fan said. "Got it," Brianka nodded. There were around 80 passengers remaining. If these passengers stuck close together, Brianka, as a super mage, would not have any problem guaranteeing their safety. Unfortunately, things never went according to plan. There were terrified kids running aimlessly, women who were too scared to move, and scum that fled for their lives on their own without even bothering to follow orders. It made protecting the people 10 times more difficult than it was meant to be. Confining grass. Brianka summoned some magic grass by pinching her fingers. It casually fell to the ground, growing rapidly as soon as it landed. The lane was covered by the blue magic grass in an instant. The crawlers wove through the magic grass rapidly. They were unharmed at first, but whenever they tried to attack a passenger, the confining grass would suddenly expand and grow into a thick, strong vine, binding the agile creatures quickly before dragging them back to the ground. Although the crawlers had overwhelming numbers, the strange magic grass was everywhere too. Not a single demon creature managed to slip past the net. The confining grass would tie every creature up as soon as they showed the slightest intent to harm the passengers. The passengers were perfectly unharmed within the protection of the confining grass. They calmed down knowing that a powerful plant mage was among them. The people started helping those that were too scared to move so they could catch up to the others ahead. Bianca quickly escorted the passengers away. She could not help but turn around to look at Fan. She noticed that he was still next to the plane. "Young man, it's time to leave. We will be safe with the plant mage's help," the light mage yelled when he noticed Fan staying behind. "They are moving too slowly. It's only a matter of time until these creatures catch up to them. I have to get rid of them first." Fan called back. "Are you being serious? There are hundreds of lesser lamias and lamias heading our way." Booker came to a stop. He was actually turning back to lend Fan a hand. Fan ignored the man's advice and started drawing a silver star constellation. A lunar white glow constructed a dimensional gate connected to a different plane. The enormous gate opened up slowly, and a ferocious icy wolf sprinted out of the gate. Its icy aura froze the weak crawlers nearby almost instantly. More enormous white wolves as tall as the plane ran howling out of the summoning gate after the flying creek snow wolf. Their eyes were bloodshot, their drooling fangs revealed by their menacing grins. "Why would I be afraid of that scum in a group scuffle?" Fan stood among the wolves, who gathered around him like he was their leader. "Charge!" The starving wolves threw off their reins as soon as Fan pointed ahead. Their enormous claws slammed heavily on the lane as they strove to be the first ones to pounce on the lamias and their spawn. The lesser lamias were between the servant class and the warrior level, while the lamias were between the warrior level and the commander level. Fan estimated around 300 lesser lamias at a quick glance. They were all instinctively chasing after the scent of humans. There were around 20 true lamias. They loomed up among the demon creatures, like an above-average-sized vehicle, but they were still significantly smaller than the white wolves. The wolves were like armored tanks. The ground trembled as they ran across it. Their muscles were as sturdy as rocks, and their lustrous hides could not conceal their powerful builds. Fan had summoned around 40 wolves, who had lined up like fleshy white tanks. The flat lane was perfect terrain for them to charge ahead. The surging white tide rammed into the cloudy mist of the lamias and their spawn. Blood and flesh flew about, scales scattering across the ground while countless lesser lamias turned into mincemeat. The white wolves were a lot stronger than the lesser lamias. Even the stronger lamias would struggle against them. The pack of wolves smashed their way through them all under the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's lead. The two breeds of lamias that were initially thinking of enjoying some delicious human flesh shrieked in agony and fled for their lives while tugging their tails between their legs. It had been a while since the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had such an enjoyable time killing an enemy. He continued to push further into the enemy ranks. Fan could no longer see where the white fleshy tanks he had summoned had gone to. The old light mage was dumbfounded. He uttered after a long pause, Young man, are those your summoned beasts?" "Yeah, it's been a while since they last had some meat," Fan admitted. Light Mage Booker had a strange expression. He was so worried about the young man's safety, yet Fan was feeding all these lamias to his summoned beasts instead. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf suddenly howled from inside the mist. Fan was wondering what had happened when he saw the Flying Creek Snow Wolf running back to him. The other white wolves were also running toward him at their quickest speed, as if they had encountered something absolutely terrifying. The white wolves could only last in the mortal realm for a certain period. Fan brought up the summoning gate and sent the pack of white wolves back to the summoned beast plane. "Quick, time to run," Fan said to Booker quickly. He no longer had the mood to feed his summoned beasts. "What's going on?" Booker was utterly confused. This young man was incredibly strong. Why did he look so scared all of a sudden? "There's some insanely strong creature coming." Fan dragged Booker onto the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and headed straight toward Bianca. Bianca was their real hope, that Fan was certain of. Chapter 1508. Scorpion Queen. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan did not stay and fight overzealously. He was currently in the middle of a battle. It was fine if he did not participate in the fighting, but once he crossed the line by killing too many weaklings, some stronger demon creatures would eventually show up to take him out. Mo Fan quickly caught up to the group that Brianka was leading. The army had finally shown up when they reached the building to the west of the airport. "What about the powerful creature behind us?" Booker asked worriedly. A dark mist was building behind them. They could barely see a thing through the darkness. However, Booker could already feel a strong presence sweeping at them like a black storm, sending chills down his spine and making him shiver in fear. Words were not needed to describe how powerful the demon creature was. Even a great commander-level beast like the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was fleeing for his life. It shouldn't be a ruler-level creature. Otherwise, there's no way my wolves would have made it out alive. If it isn't a ruler-level creature, it won't dare to do anything reckless, Mo Fan said. A commander-level creature in the advancing period was just as terrifying. Little Flame Bell's strength of the peak commander level was on par with an advancing commander-level creature. Mo Fan would not bother to challenge it. If he was poisoned and paralyzed accidentally, his death would take the blink of an eye. Similarly, the creature that had intimidated the pack of wolves did not show itself right away, either, hiding inside the poisonous mist. It was not afraid of an advanced mage like Mo Fan, but it could sense the super-level Brianka. Brianka had also sensed the powerful demon creature's existence. Her eyes never left the mist after she led the passengers to safety. Mo Fan was not able to see the creature, but Brianka could already see its silhouette. She knew the creature was staring at her, too. The black storm continued to surge at them. More crawlers charged at them recklessly. The various Lamias had suddenly become cannon fodder, surging at them in huge numbers. Those weaklings had no place in Brianka's eyes after she no longer had to worry about the passengers' safety. Her straight hair drifted in the wind. Every mage with sharp senses would shiver in fear despite themselves under the enormous pressure, but Brianka's sharp gaze stopped the crawlers and the Lamias from coming any closer. Some time later, the contesting auras suddenly dissipated. Mo Fan noticed the dark mist fading away slightly. He caught a glimpse of the back of a red scorpion woman with 6 limbs fading into the distance. A red scorpion? Mo Fan was astounded. He initially thought the creature was an advancing commander-level creature, so the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and the other wolves were no match against it. However, it turned out to be a red scorpion queen instead. It was a ruler-level species. Mo Fan went up to Brianka and asked worriedly, a ruler-level creature. Luckily, he was decisive when it came to running away. He would most likely die if the ruler-level creature ambushed him. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's presence must have attracted the creature's attention, since the best nutrition for a ruler-level creature was none other than commander-level creatures. It's not, but it's pretty close, Brianka said. It's a young red scorpion queen, right? I noticed that it was a lot smaller than a mature one, Mo Fan speculated. It will become a ruler-level creature eventually. I was considering taking it out first. Brianka glanced at the passengers that were being escorted away. Brianka might have initiated a fight if it weren't for the civilians nearby. Killing a red scorpion queen would bring a city years of tranquility and peace. Brianka would not have any trouble killing it with her strength. Forget it. If a little scorpion queen has shown up here, it means a real scorpion queen isn't far away, either. If we did kill it, New Suez would suffer the consequences, Mo Fan said. The Medusa and Gorgons were overpopulated, so their rulers would send them away to invade human territory for resources, while also reducing their numbers to prevent them from killing their own kind. As a result, it was unlikely for the Medusa and Gorgons to send their entire army to battle. It was a very common situation in a lot of countries across the world. However, if the kin of the rulers died, some vengeful species might send their entire army to attack a human city. They would only be satisfied after annihilating the whole place. The Medusa and Gorgons were among the most vengeful species, so as soon as Mo Fan knew it was a young scorpion queen, he would have stopped Brianka from killing it. If they were not prepared to kill the scorpion queen, it was better to avoid crossing paths with her kin. Brianka quickly realized the situation after hearing Mo Fan's words. She was not as knowledgeable as Mo Fan when it came to dealing with demon creatures. She nodded and said, "The passengers are safe now, we should leave this place too." Mo Fan, Mu Bai, Zhao Manyang, Brianka, and Heidi were strong enough to protect themselves and escort the passengers to safety. If some ordinary advanced mags were in their shoes, they might still be able to escort the passengers to safety, but there would surely have been casualties. "Isn't this Mio's? Since when are you working airport security?" Mo Fan recognized a female mage in scaled armor among the soldiers. Mio's was going to thank the powerful mags who had helped ensure the safety of the passengers, but her expression darkened immediately when she saw Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. If it wasn't for them, Egypt would have won the World College tournament. "What are you two doing here?" Mio said with an unwelcoming look. "We have been invited by General Fenner to help resolve the difficulties that your country is facing." "Such a coincidence, we even saved more than 100 of your citizens as soon as we landed. We are truly your benefactors." Mo Fan smiled back. "All the passengers are here. The cabin crew and pilots are here too." A battle mage quickly counted the passengers. "Humph, we would have ended up as a pile of bones by now if we had waited for you guys to show up. I won't be taking your company's flight ever again. Let's hurry up and leave this place." Mio's was the representative of Egypt Air. She was not feeling pleasant after being condemned by the passengers. However, they had made a grave mistake with the landing. The pilot had landed the plane at the wrong lane due to a serious miscommunication. After leaving the battlefield, they were given a ride to New Suez by the military. New Suez was blooming as usual, as if the battle occurring a few dozen kilometers away was none of its concern. The people were acting as if the army of Medusa and Gorgons would never break through the defense of their army. "Mo Fan, I almost forgot you are a summoner, too." She was seated beside Mo Fan. "I guess I'm a special kind of summoner," Mo Fan smiled. Little Flame Bell had the ability to possess him. Most of the time, Mo Fan would transform into a fiery demon king with Little Flame Bell's help and completely forget about his other summoning spells. "I was wondering how I should thank you for your help." "I think there's a magic tool that's perfect for you," Brianka went on. Chapter 1509. Magic Medium Ring. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group found an inn to stay at for the night. Mo Fan was quite curious about Brianka's gift. She was being very mysterious by asking him to follow her to the magic marketplace. New Suez was located on the middle stretches of the Nile. A lot of magic components trades took place here. The marketplace had many suppliers gathered there. It had everything that one could expect to find. Soldiers were still fighting the overpopulation of the Lamias on the outskirts of the city to the south, but the marketplace was operating as usual. It was crowded with people in outfits of all colors. "I'm looking for a soul container. It will ensure that you can collect soul essences of the demon creatures you killed," Brianka said. "A soul container is extremely rare and expensive. Miss Brianka, can you tell me what you need it for?" Mo Fan asked. "A soul container?" Mo Fan had the best soul container that anyone could ever hope for. The little loach pendant around his neck could absorb both soul remnants and soul essences. If Brianka was thinking of giving him a soul container, it was totally unnecessary. "Didn't you use a beast hide at the airport?" Brianka said. "Yeah, but my advanced summoning spell is pretty normal. I don't even consider it a beast hide, maybe a beast creek at most," Mo Fan admitted awkwardly. Mo Fan did not really pay much attention to his summoning element. Most importantly, the summoning element was not something he could improve through cultivating. He had to put that attention on his summoned beasts. Little Flame Bell was already very strong, and needed some unusual finds to get stronger. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was currently comparable to a great commander-level creature, too. Mo Fan did want to help him to take a further step forward and enter the advancing period, but he would need quite a lot of resources to do so. Mo Fan was a little tight on cash at the moment, and gaining some of the resources was solely based on luck. Even if he had the money, he still had to compete in auctions for the things he was looking for. The thing I have in mind is able to improve your ability to cast the Beast Tide. My teacher was an impressive summoner. She gave me her belongings when she left the Alps. One of them is a magic medium ring, a magical artifact that can open up the summoned beast plane and summon creatures from it to fight for the bearer. It is perfect when used together with the advanced summoning spell. Normally, the size of a Beast Tide is dependent on the summoner's cultivation of the summoning element, while the species and the levels of the creatures are tightly related to the summoner's summoned beasts. The magic medium ring can permanently increase the number of creatures that are summoned with the skill, Bianca informed him. Mo Fan's Beast Tide had only reached the 2nd tier. The truth was, Mo Fan could summon other species with the spell, but since the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was always with the enormous white wolves, their synergy was better under the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's leadership. Every time Mo Fan cast the spell, he would summon the enormous white wolves instead of some other species. As Bianca mentioned, the Beast Tide was highly dependent on the summoner's cultivation of the summoning element. Some adept summoners could summon hundreds of ferocious armored beasts with a single casting of the Beast Tide. Those beasts could raze a city to the ground just by trampling and stomping it. Mo Fan roughly estimated the maximum capacity of his Beast Tide to be between 30 to 40 enormous white wolves, assuming the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was leading them. Without the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's help, Mo Fan could only summon 20 of them at most, and the duration of the spell was significantly shorter, too. Mo Fan was aware that his summoning element was actually quite useless, apart from the incredibly strong little flame bell. It was time to improve his summoning element. That being said, Mo Fan did not expect Bianca to be so considerate, giving something he needed the most at the perfect time. A magic medium ring, how much can it improve my Beast Tide? Mo Fan blurted out. Bianca shook her head and explained, it won't improve your spell by a percentage. It simply increases the number of beasts. The number of beasts? Mo Fan was a little disappointed. A Beast Tide normally consisted of a pack of creatures, without a fixed number. Each casting would have a slight difference in numbers, but the amount would be negligible if the magic medium ring only increased the number of creatures by a few. It works under a few conditions. By feeding the magic medium ring a soul essence, it will provide the Beast Tide a supply of energy in return. If you feed it a servant class soul essence, the next time you cast the Beast Tide, it will summon an extra servant class summoned beast. A warrior level soul essence will add a warrior level summoned beast, and if it's a commander level soul essence, the extra summoned beast will be in commander level, too, Bianca said. Mo Fan's eyes lit up like a bulb upon hearing this. He stared Bianca in the eyes and grabbed her hand. Does a piece of treasure like that really exist? It's not really a piece of treasure, it's more like a medium. After all, you have to consume expensive soul essences to use it. Not many people could afford to spend so many resources on it. Bianca calmly pulled her hand back. So that's why you wanted to give me a good soul container, too? Mo Fan looked at Bianca. He suddenly realized how considerate this woman who was only a few years older than him was. She was so lovable. Mo Fan was currently in an awkward spot. Most of his basic and intermediate spells had reached tier 4 or 5, and were almost as strong as some advanced spells. If he could further improve them to the 6th tier, their damage would be insane. Upgrading the Fiery Fist from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier cost him 49 servant class soul essences. It was nothing to him. Upgrading the Fiery Fist from the 4th tier to the 5th tier cost him 49 warrior level soul essences. That was quite a fortune. Using the market price as a reference, it would be around $1 billion. Upgrading the Fiery Fist from tier 5 to tier 6 would require 49 commander-level soul essences. Commander-level soul essences. A commander-level soul essence was usually sold for around 300 million to 500 million. Even with Little Loach's help, the total value of 49 commander-level soul essences was still an unimaginable sum to Mo Fan. As such, upgrading his spells to the 6th tier was obviously a strenuous project. He might have to wait until he became a super mage. Therefore, he had no clue where to spend the remaining soul essences. It would be a waste to spend them on improving the basic spells, since they would not really make any difference, but they were nowhere enough to strengthen his intermediate spells. As a result, Mo Fan did not really pay much attention to the Little Loach pendant and the soul remnants and soul essences it had collected. However, Mo Fan was immediately overjoyed when Brianka told him about the magic medium ring. If a soul essence could add the supply of his beast tied by 1, wouldn't he be able to summon an army consisting of over hundreds or even thousands of beasts if he fed the same amount of soul essences into the magic medium ring? Even though it was a massive cost to reach an army of that size, it was still insane if the magical artifact had no limits to its power. Chapter 1510. One Extra Wolf. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Miss Brianka, you won't have to look for a soul container for me. I already have one. It's something that my family has been passing down from generation to generation. Is the magic medium ring really as impressive as you said? Mo Fan said. You can give it a go if you have a soul essence to spare, Brianka said. Sure, let's head to the outskirts in the south. Mo Fan could not wait to see it in action. Brianka was thinking of buying some soul essences from the marketplace. She had a lot of money with her. Since she had decided to give the magic medium ring to Mo Fan as a gift, she felt it was inappropriate to give it to him empty. She was thinking of filling it up with some soul essences so it could significantly improve Mo Fan's summoning spell. Mo Fan was pleased by Brianka's attitude of making sure the wallet was full of money even when she was planning to give it away as a gift. However, the price of soul essences at the marketplace was too high. A single servant class soul essence cost around 4 million. A warrior level soul essence cost around 17 million. A commander level soul essence cost a few 100 million. These were the common prices in New Suez. Egypt was constantly at war with the undead, thus they were able to mass-produce soul remnants and soul essences. They were a lot cheaper than the market price in China, but it was difficult to evaluate their quality. Brianka was a super mage. She could easily afford a few soul essences, but in Mo Fan's eyes, it was a complete waste of money. He had no problem collecting soul essences by himself. The only problem was, would the magic medium ring accept the soul essences that Little Loach refined? If it would, Mo Fan would have the best day of his life. The two went to the outskirts and found a spot far away from the battlefield in a huge forest with wilted trees. It was most likely an oasis along the Nile in the past, but it had ended up in a miserable state due to the poison the demon creatures were unleashing. The ground of the forest had cracked open a little. The sand of the dunes in the distance was slowly moving toward it. A few lesser lamias that had lost their ways were visible to them. They didn't know which way the city was. Try it out. Brianka gave Mo Fan the magic medium ring. Mo Fan put the ring on his finger. The ring softened and turned into a liquid, dissolving into his body as soon as it touched him. Only magic equipment had to be bound to a mage soul. Magical artifacts were similar to accessories. Anyone could wear and remove them at any time. Little Loach, a warrior-level soul essence please. Mo Fan whispered to his little ancestor. Little Loach was very cooperative, and immediately delivered a warrior-level soul essence that it had refined not long ago into Mo Fan's body. Normally, these soul essences could only enter Mo Fan's spiritual world to strengthen his stars, but this time, Mo Fan was planning to transfer it to his new ring. Mo Fan was feeling a little nervous. He was worried that the two items could not work together, and also afraid that the magic medium ring would not accept the soul essences refined by Little Loach. Buzz? His worries were unnecessary. The magic medium ring promptly absorbed the warrior-level soul essence from Little Loach. When Mo Fan opened his eyes, he saw a yellow half-crescent wrapping around the finger he had put the ring on. Is that it? Mo Fan asked Brianka. Yes, try casting the spell. Brianka replied. The beast-tied spell consumed a significant amount of energy, and the longer its duration, the more energy it needed. Mo Fan took a deep breath. He was still feeling a little nervous. Summoning Gate, Beast-tied. After the completion of the star constellation, the gate that a lunar white glow constructed slowly opened up. A bunch of ferocious, enormous white wolves charged out from it and howled their loudest. Not long afterwards, over 40 enormous white wolves had come out from the summoning gate. They ran a few circles around Mo Fan before realizing something. They went up to Mo Fan with confused faces. Didn't he summon them for a fight? Where was the enemy? I need a head count. Mo Fan urged them to get into a line. The enormous white wolves were quite confused, but they still stood in a line obediently. Normally, the creatures of a beast tide would not take orders from a summoner. Their main purpose was to crush and trample everything in front of them. If the flying creek snow wolf was not watching, these enormous white wolves would be throwing a tantrum in the jungle by now. 45. Old wolf, is this guy new? Mo Fan walked from one end to the other among the wolves. He did not rely on these simple-headed creatures to count themselves. The flying creek snow wolf was like a platoon leader accompanying his superior. He let out a cry and ordered an enormous white wolf that was obviously a lot smaller than the rest of the wolves to step forward. The flying creek snow wolf could recognize every enormous white wolf under his lead. Even though not all of them would be summoned by the spell every time, he could still tell that the wolf did not belong to his platoon. After a closer look, it turned out that the creature was not even the same species as the others. It was a white-marked wolf, with a beastly making on its forehead. There's indeed one extra. Mo Fan was overjoyed when he saw the extra white-marked wolf. The white-marked wolves were a lesser warrior-level species in the summoned beast plane. They were weaker than the enormous white wolves, mainly because the soul essence that Mo Fan fed to the magic medium ring was not high quality. The rest of the enormous white wolves were extremely slow in their reactions. They grinned and revealed their sharp fangs after realizing a creature of different species was among them. That's enough, say hello to your new member. Mo Fan immediately grunted at the enormous white wolves, who were treating the new guy so fiercely. The enormous white wolves immediately withdrew their fierce expressions, not daring to disobey Mo Fan's instructions. If I feed a commander-level soul essence to it, wouldn't that mean I will summon an extra commander-level creature then? Mo Fan asked. Yes, but it will speed up the consumption rate of your energy, Brianka confirmed. This magic tool is insane. Thank you, Brianka. Mo Fan was as happy and excited as if he had just seen a whole army of wolves, even though he had only summoned an extra white-marked wolf. You're welcome. It's been with me for a long time. I believe it needs a more suitable owner, Brianka smiled. I'm pretty lucky this time. I rarely summon a tide with more than 40 beasts, but there are 44 of them, and a new white-marked wolf this time. Mo Fan said excitedly. I forgot to mention, the magic medium ring has another effect, too. It will maximize the number of creatures you can summon. In other words, from now on, you will always summon at least 45 creatures when casting the spell, Brianka suddenly remembered. Seriously? That is perfect. Mo Fan was overjoyed once again. The number of creatures summoned by a beast tide was usually randomized. The stronger a summoner's cultivation was, the higher the upper and lower limits of the number of creatures being summoned. The number of creatures brought in by Mo Fan's current cultivation ranged from 30 to 40. Even Mo Fan had no idea that the highest number of creatures he could summon was 44, excluding the white-marked wolf. Chapter 15:11. Ambush Squad. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A faint, deep sound came from the woods. The alert Mo Fan quickly turned around and noticed many pairs of crimson-red eyes heading toward him. Those eyes were as bright as torches. It was difficult to look at them directly as they came closer. A dozen lesser lamias suddenly showed up before him. Their eyes widened when they saw Mo Fan and Brianka. They did not expect to see two humans in the middle of a tryst here. Mo Fan and Brianka stared at the demon creatures in astonishment. They had no idea why these creatures had shown up here so sneakily. The battle was supposed to be taking place in another area. Did these lesser lamias lose their way? There are a lot more behind them, Brianka said to Mo Fan. I don't believe these lesser lamias were stupid enough to lose their way. I bet they are trying to avoid the line of defense and trying to flank the army from this side, Mo Fan said. The forest was their perfect cover. Once they moved through the forest, they might be able to ambush their enemies. These demon creatures were extremely cunning. They were not planning to take on the humans head-on. Go alert the army, I'll take care of them. Brianka took off the headband from her wrist and tied her hair up. Her silver pupils sharpened, giving her a heroic demeanor. That won't be necessary. There aren't too many of them. I can handle it. Miss Brianka, can you keep an eye on those that are trying to slip past us? I didn't have enough fun during the day, but since they have kindly presented themselves, I won't mind letting them have a taste of my fists. Mo Fan chuckled. The only way to collect soul essences was to kill. The more demon creatures he slaughtered, the more soul remnants and soul essences he would collect. He was beyond excited when these cunning lesser lamias who were planning to ambush the city's line of defense showed up. Little Loach could only collect soul essences that were marked by Mo Fan's magic. Brianka would kill the demon creatures very quickly, so Mo Fan could not afford to let her fight the creatures. Brianka was about to say something when Mo Fan decisively charged forward like a mad bull. It was Brianka's first time seeing a mage like him. Most people would prefer to maintain a certain distance between them and the demon creatures, and blast them into ashes before they could get closer, but Mo Fan was taking the initiative to move closer instead. Is this all you got? It's not even enough to warm me up. Mo Fan ran at the demon creatures as dark lightning flickered across his body. When he reached the lesser lamias, they raised the bone sabers and clubs in their hands and swung them at him. They were still swinging their weapons when an enormous web of lightning swallowed them all. Mo Fan clenched his fist, sending a strong bolt of lightning surging through the net. The arcs of lightning went back and forth between the lesser lamias and shattered their shells and flesh to pieces. It was impossible to distinguish between their body parts. The lightning continued to spread across the ground, as if it had yet to fully enjoy itself. These lesser lamias were too weak for it. More noises came from the woods after Mo Fan had eliminated the first bunch of lesser lamias. The demon creatures glared at Mo Fan with great hatred. Crimson-red eyes as dense as the leaves of the tree showed up, followed by ghastly, huge bodies that ran over the wilted trees and crushed them into mere dust. Huge chunks of the trees crashed to the ground. It was obvious that the dozen lesser lamias that had shown up first were only the Recon squad. They were wiped out by Mo Fan with ease. The rest of the lesser lamias trying to catch up to the Recon squad arrived just in time to witness their comrades' deaths. There were clearly a few lamias with a stronger presence among the demon creatures. Those lamias were callous and arrogant. They were staring down at Mo Fan, abusing the fact that their bodies were over 8 meters tall. This is more like it. Mo Fan's smile widened when he saw the lamias. He was surely going to have some fun this time. He could not help but wonder if these demon creatures could provide him with commander-level soul essences. Mo Fan, let me help you. Brianka called out worriedly when she saw the lamias. True lamias were tougher to deal with than the lesser lamias. There were quite a few lamias scattered among their lesser spawn. She thought it was going to be tough for Mo Fan to take on an entire squad of lesser lamias at once. I can handle it, Miss Brianka, please don't interfere no matter what happens. We are here to train ourselves in the first place. Mo Fan answered calmly. With Brianka's cultivation, the demon creatures would be done for after a few super spells. Mo Fan needed soul remnants and soul essences, so he had no intention to give these lamias up. Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Mo Fan instantly finished the dimensional summoning. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf leapt out of a lunar white crack and immediately locked his eyes on a brown lamia. He pounced at the creature impatiently, without waiting for Mo Fan's instructions. His claws swept across at lightning speed, leaving deep cuts on the lamia's chest. The brown lamia backed off a little. Its hair fanned out in rage, and it let out a piercing cry. The lamia was holding a butcher knife in each of its 6 arms. It needed less than a second to chop the Flying Creek Snow Wolf into mincemeat. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf did not stop running. He nimbly dodged the knives and positioned himself in the lamia's blind spot. He attacked once again, and this time, it was deadly. He opened his mouth and tore at the Lamia's neck ferociously. Black blood jetted out like a fountain. A huge head with disheveled hair was sent rolling across the ground. The brown Lamia's body tensed up for a moment, then fell stiffly to the ground. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf howled after taking out a relatively strong Lamia, further provoking the enemy. The Swamp of Darkness. When the Flying Creek Snow Wolf took out an elite among the enemy, Mo Fan finished setting up his advanced shadow spell. The ground suddenly fell into darkness with Mo Fan at the center. The darkness spread a full kilometer away. The lesser Lamias and Lamias were all within Mo Fan's Swamp of Darkness. The dark material crawled into their bodies like some kind of virus, and continued to spread inside them. Chapter 15:12. Shadow Fiend, Army of Shadows. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A few Lamias noticed that Mo Fan was setting up his domain, and could sense the domain would pose a threat to them. A few Lamias immediately led hundreds of lesser Lamias towards him. Mo Fan did not stop channeling his magic. The spell obviously needed a long time to channel without being interrupted. The Lamias were extremely quick. Their lower bodies were like desert boars, and could wrap around thick trunks and crawl from tree to tree rapidly. Mo Fan soon found himself completely surrounded by them. Brianka stood aside while channeling her magic. She had no reason to just stand there. Mo Fan's channeling was too slow, yet he still preferred to charge into the demon creatures. This was one of the main reasons why mags should maintain their distance from demon creatures. "Don't worry about me, Brianka," Mo Fan grinned when he sensed magic rising beside him. Brianka looked at Mo Fan's grin and noticed how relaxed he sounded when he did not address her formally. She hesitated for a moment before finally withdrawing her magic. Talking and grinning self-assuredly did not affect Mo Fan's channeling. The Lamias and the lesser Lamias had already executed their attacks, but Mo Fan's Flying Creek Snow Wolf had already gone somewhere else. Flames engulfed Mo Fan suddenly, a brown flame on the inside and an ardent flame on the outside. These flames drifted away from Mo Fan's body on their own and formed a slender, noble figure. Ling, Tilda. Flame Bell Emperor's voice was even more mature and pleasant now. She came out of the flames and stood in front of Mo Fan, her two fire domains spreading rapidly. The imperious flames of the fiery Empress' outstanding power made the lesser Lamias and Lamias look like a bunch of clowns. Ling, Tilda. With a pleasant cry, the blazing flames surrounding Flame Bell Empress flickered widely and formed a fiery barrier around Mo Fan. The fiery barrier was extremely thin, almost impossible to notice it without taking a close look. The Lamias and lesser Lamias had no trouble passing through the fiery barrier, yet they suddenly cried out in pain and rolled back and forth on the ground after just a few seconds. A breath later, they started spitting flames from their mouths. A fire had erupted within their bodies and burned their organs into ashes. Its next target was their flesh and shells. The shells were quite tough to burn, so most of the lesser Lamias and Lamias ended up as remnants of scorched shells on the ground after they fell miserably in a huge circle around the Flame Bell Empress. Not one demon creature survived. Every single one of the creatures that tried to attack Mo Fan could not get close enough to even touch him. Brianka let out a relieved sigh. It was her first time seeing Mo Fan summon his contracted beast. This clearly explained why Mo Fan was able to defeat Heidi, the Queen of Dimensions, with a single move. With a commander-level contracted beast in the advancing period, Heidi might struggle to defeat just her, even if Mo Fan was not involved in the fight. Shadow Fiend. Mo Fan suddenly yelled while Brianka was being impressed by his strength. The dark material had fully penetrated the lesser Lamias while they were busy fighting the Flame Bell Empress and the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Every Shadow Fiend was born when dark material fully corrupted a creature, and since the lesser Lamias were a kind of scorpion demon, the Shadow Fiends had a similar appearance now. If the creature looked more like a snake demon, its respective Shadow Fiend had a long body too. The Swamp of Darkness was incredibly huge, more lesser Lamias stepped inside the dark swamp every moment. Normally, the Shadow Fiends could only move with their hosts, but the Swamp of Darkness allowed them to move freely within its area. One after another, rebelling shadows crawled out from the lesser Lamias and the Lamias. They did not have eyes, and their outlines were slightly blurred, like black phantoms that came out of a nightmare. The lesser Lamias and the Lamias had never seen anything like them before. They were utterly stunned, their eyes going wide. The Shadow Fiends did not engage their enemies directly, as they were not good at ambushing an enemy. The real threat was the rebelling shadows that would only appear after Mo Fan sacrificed warrior level or commander level soul remnants. Since Mo Fan was planning to collect them, he did not want to waste them. The Shadow Fiends gathered around Mo Fan in the Swamp of Darkness, soon forming a massive army of shadows. Even though they lacked actual flesh, their bodies were huge and their auras were intimidating. Shadow Fiend, Army of Shadows. The shadows of the lesser Lamias twisted eerily under Mo Fan's command. They let out piercing screeches, signaling the army. Each lesser Lamia and Lamia that was tainted gave birth to a Shadow Fiend. It felt like Mo Fan had truly summoned a great army of shadows and phantoms with deadly fangs and claws. The army of Shadow Fiends charged forward. They did not make a sound as they stomped the ground, nor did they raise the wilted trees to the ground. They were merely a bunch of shadows, but their screeches were absolutely terrifying, and the destructive auras as they charged forward felt so real. The lesser Lamias and Lamias subconsciously backed away a little. They were utterly confused about where this new army of demon creatures came from. The Shadow Fiends were silent yet possessed remarkable strength. Black smoke rose from the Swamp of Darkness, further strengthening them. The lesser Lamias were fleeing for their lives in fear, while the smarter Lamias roared at their enemies angrily. The sounds of wind slashing through objects occurred simultaneously. The army of shadows rolled forward fearlessly like a strong tide, tearing the lesser Lamias to pieces. Even those that were standing defiantly were left with countless cuts and wounds. The damage inflicted by the Shadow Fiends was not in the form of brute force or collision, but the power to drain away life. They were like a grave illness speeding up the death of a living being. Their blows would stop blood from circulating and stiffen the bones. It would also make a pounding heart wilt away like a dead flower. When this deadly force surged forward in the form of an army, it left nothing but death behind, similar to an army of ants or a plague of locusts. The lesser Lamias and Lamia seemed frozen and covered in ice and snow. Their colors shifted tremendously, from brown to gray, then to black. They looked just like the wilted trees nearby. The soul remnants and soul essences of the dead creatures floated toward Mo Fan. In his eyes, it was like the forest was full of fireflies gradually moving toward him under the little loach pendant's control. Brianka could not see the soul remnants and soul essences, but she could see the lesser Lamias and Lamias falling to the ground. The size of the ambush squad dropped by half in an instant. Even Brianka was shocked by the outcome. Brianka could not help but wonder if Mo Fan was truly just an advanced mage after seeing him killing so many demon creatures with a single attack, not to mention how unpredictable his abilities were. Was there any other advanced mage in the world that could crush an entire squad of demon creatures so easily? Your shadow element, Brianka uttered in a shocked manner after some time. Mo Fan's shadow element was ridiculously strong. It was actually comparable to the fire and lightning elements that were said to be his primary elements, yet she had never seen Mo Fan use a single shadow spell at the Alps Institute. While Brianka knew Mo Fan had double innate elements, she had assumed Mo Fan's shadow element was ordinary. After all, it was unlikely for anyone to cultivate every element at the same time, let alone Mo Fan, who had 5 elements in total. It's been a while since I last killed so many demon creatures. Mo Fan was utterly pleased when he saw the soul remnants floating toward him. It was the same feeling a person who had not exercised for a long time being drenched in sweat would feel. Heidi is no match for you, Brianka eventually concluded. Brianka strongly believed that Mo Fan could even take on some super mags after witnessing his strength. Heidi was almost unbeatable at the advanced level, yet she had no chance of beating a super mage. Mo Fan was different. The spells of a few of his elements were already very close to the strength of super spells, and his ability to utilize his elements simultaneously and his quick fighting reflexes made it difficult for some of the super mags to take him out. She's a girl, it's normal for me to go easy on her. Besides, I accidentally saw her naked. I was afraid she might have some bad thoughts if I beat her in the duel too, Mo Fan shrugged. Mo Fan did not really use all of his magic when he was fighting Heidi. He did not use his fire element, shadow element, or summoning element. That being said, Heidi's sound element was Mo Fan's greatest weakness, so Mo Fan would struggle to take Heidi out in a duel of life and death too. We have truly underestimated you, Brianka admitted. Miss Brianka, I'm actually not happy with what you just said. You all keep comparing me to Heidi, but I actually compare myself to you. Why are you treating me like a 3-year-old, when you are only a few years older than me? Mo Fan said. For elements at the super level. To be honest, Mo Fan was already a little displeased after learning Herr Kasser was the youngest super mage in Europe. His dignity was completely ruined when he discovered Brianka's age, too. How the hell did she even cultivate? Chapter 15-13. Double the Quantity. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group waited in New Suez for around 5 days. Surprisingly, Mo Fan did not follow Zhao Manyang as he looked for hookers in the bars of New Suez. In fact, he went to the battlefield and finished the jobs of the battle mages like a special reinforcement soldier. Mo Fan was trying to collect as many soul remnants and soul essences as he could. He had suddenly become an ambitious young man ever since he gained the magic medium ring. The battle mages of New Suez found themselves in an awkward situation. Several times they came up with the right strategy to deliver a great blow to their enemies with a counterattack, yet when they arrived, they would only find remains of demon creatures scattered across the place. They ended up cleaning up the mess that was left behind instead. Mo Fan was able to weave through the battlefield freely all the time. He single-handedly took out some of the Lamia's nests that even the army was struggling to take down. The soldiers of New Suez enthusiastically supported him. If this lunatic was not charging around so violently in enemy territory, leaving some gaps in the enemy ranks, a lot more troops would be dying in the fighting. In those 5 days, Mo Fan collected 34 more warrior-level soul essences, and together with the 10 from before, his summoning gate could now summon 44 extra white-marked wolves. The number of wolves he could summon would soon exceed 100. Unfortunately, the lesser Lamias began to retreat on the 6th day. Even though he only needed to hunt them for another day or two, he lost his chance. Mo Fan arrived back to the hotel when it was almost dark. He was going back to his room to get some rest when he saw Brianka standing in front of the door, staring at him with eyes that resembled the moon. Brianka was surprisingly tall, slightly taller than Mo Fan when she was wearing heels, thus at times, she would have an unapproachable demeanor. "Didn't you promise me?" Brianka asked coldly. "I only went to the outskirts to practice my magic." "It's not as serious as you think," Mo Fan chuckled. He was so good that he could utter lies right off without hesitation. "You didn't go to the battlefield?" Brianka asked again. "Of course not, why would I go there?" "I'm not crazy." Mo Fan did not blush, nor did his heart rate increase. Brianka was actually quite naive. If he answered her question in a serious manner, she would not doubt him any further. "Show me your ring," Brianka suddenly said. Mo Fan gasped. Why did Brianka not act according to plan? "My God!" Brianka exclaimed loudly. Some tourists nearby turned around and wondered if Mo Fan had done anything inappropriate to the beautiful woman. "We'll talk inside." Mo Fan felt a little awkward. He opened the door and dragged Brianka into the room. Mo Fan shut the door. He did not even have the chance to turn on the light when he felt Brianka glaring at him like a kindergarten teacher watching a little kid that had done something wrong, or a big sister who was angry at her younger brother. "It's already double the quantity. Maybe I should praise how talented you are instead." Brianka grunted. "I'm just being very lucky. I managed to find a commander-level soul essence. I was deciding between selling it to cover my living expenses or feed it to the magic medium ring," Mo Fan said. "Was I referring to that now?" Brianka slightly raised her tone, displaying her authority as the head of discipline of the Alps Institute. Oh, it's my bad, I shouldn't be so reckless and have gone to the battlefield," Mo Fan decisively admitted quickly. Brianka was lost for words when she saw Mo Fan admitting his mistake so quickly. The speech that she normally used to discipline her students no longer had any use. "Are you injured?" Brianka's tone eventually softened. She sounded more like a caring sister. "Nothing serious, they will heal soon without treating them," Mo Fan said. "Show me," Brianka said. "Is that necessary?" "I'm fine, really," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan noticed that Brianka was now able to tell if he was lying. She no longer believed his words so easily. He sighed. Why did people always change so quickly? It was reasonable that Brianka did not believe Mo Fan was only slightly injured. She had already seen Mo Fan's fighting style. He kept rushing into the middle of the demon creatures. She found it hard to believe that he was unharmed. The lesser Lamias and Lamias were not strong enough to threaten Mo Fan's life, but these demon creatures were not just machines, their attacks, poisons, and abilities were different from one to another. There were too many uncertainties in a fight, and even the strongest mage would struggle to stay uninjured. "You call these minor injuries?" Brianka raised her voice again. She immediately took out a few serums as if she was doing a magic trick. "For me they are," Mo Fan said. "Lie down." "I don't think that's appropriate, Miss Brianka. Don't you underestimate the poison. Look at the wounds yourself, they aren't healing, they are rotting instead. We have to deal with the poison in your blood." "Oh, I seriously didn't realize it. I have the medicines for that too, it's from the Porth, a friend of mine gave them to me." Mo Fan took out some antidotes and medicines out from his space bracelet. Xinxia had filled up his space ring with the best medicines before he left the Parthenon temple. Xinxia did not care if Mo Fan was constantly fighting demon creatures. She knew her advice would not change his mind. Mo Fan was like a wildhound that could never be tied down. Therefore, she simply prepared all kinds of medicines for him. Senior hunters would go mad if these medicines were sold in the marketplace. Mo Fan did consider selling them to earn some money, but decided not to, since they were gifts from Xinxia. "These are the Parthenon Temple's medicines." "I bet you're pretty close with them," Brianka said expressionlessly. She recognized the medicines right away. The medicines of the Parthenon Temple had different grades. The best kinds were from the Mountain of the Goddess, without a doubt. They were usually auctioned off at marketplaces, but the Parthenon Temple was reluctant to sell them most of the time. However, Mo Fan simply treated them as normal medicines. Brianka was more than smart enough to realize how valuable they were. "They aren't that precious." Mo Fan immediately found himself in an awkward situation. He wondered if Brianka and Heidi would fall out with him right away if he told them his wife was the future goddess of the Parthenon Temple. Brianka did not dwell on the relationship between Mo Fan and the Parthenon Temple. She treated Mo Fan's wounds and said, "I'm heading to the Mediterranean Sea for some business. I can't bring Heidi with me, so please look after her for me when you all depart for Cairo tomorrow." "Got it," Mo Fan nodded. "I'm heading off soon." "I actually came to tell you about it," Brianka said. "Is there any problem? Can I help?" Mo Fan asked. "I can deal with it myself." Chapter 15-14. Double the Quantity. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The lesser Lamias and Lamias were not truly fearless. They no longer dared to press forward after seeing Mo Fan massacre their comrades. Their levels were not that high, and it was quite obvious that their numbers did not really matter to the human blocking their path. A brown-red Lamia began to release a piercing cry, signaling the others to retreat. Mo Fan was not pleased when the demon creatures decided to retreat. They were supposed to be contributing to his wealth, how could he let them leave like that? Thorns of the Shadow Rose. Countless thorns of the Shadow Rose were fired at the lesser Lamias from the Swamp of Darkness as they were fleeing for their lives. These thorns had the ability to impair their target's movement. The lesser Lamias that were struck by the thorns froze in place. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf and Little Flame Bell quickly caught up to them and reaped their lives. Mo Fan's giant shadow spikes were absolutely terrifying under the effects of the Swamp of Darkness. The thorns of the Shadow Rose basically paralyzed a great bunch of lesser Lamias and Lamias. More soul remnants and soul essences flew toward Mo Fan. These lesser Lamias and Lamias might not be high level, but since they hung around with the undead a lot, their souls were more valuable than ordinary demon creatures, and so the quality of their soul remnants and soul essences were significantly better, too. A lot of soul remnants flew into the Little Loach Pendant's underworld river. It was now fully lit up by the light emitted by the deceased spirits, a spectacular sight. The souls lingering along the river were continuously refined into one complete soul essence after another. Mo Fan no longer needed servant-class soul essences, so he simply asked Little Loach to further refine them into warrior-level soul essences to provide him with a better supply of warrior-level soul essences. Mo Fan believed it was better to enhance the level of his summoning army at the warrior level to inflict greater destruction upon the enemy. As for the servant class, Mo Fan felt like they could no longer be of any use to him. Even though servant-class creatures might still wear out a high-level creature by abusing their numbers, if he was planning to raise his own summoned army, why wouldn't he strive for a higher-level army instead? The production from Little Loach Factory was flowing as smooth as silk. The lesser Lamias that Mo Fan slew were instantly turned into soul essences. He now had 31 of them, with 3 not refined by Little Loach but directly obtained from the lesser Lamias. Mo Fan could sell these soul essences for money, but since he needed them to grow his army, he believed it was better to feed them to the magic medium ring for now. He was quite lucky that Little Flame Bell had obtained a warrior-level soul essence from killing a Lamia. On top of that, Little Loach also refined the soul remnants collected from the Lamias into 2 more soul essences. 31 servant-class soul essences could be refined into 6 warrior-level soul essences, and together with the other 3, it meant he now had 9 warrior-level soul essences. Unfortunately, almost half of the lesser Lamias had run away. He wasn't able to kill them in time. Otherwise, he would have collected even more soul essences. Mo Fan fed all 9 warrior-level soul essences to the magic medium ring. 9 glowing half-circles wrapped around Mo Fan's finger and flickered before vanishing into thin air. The magic medium ring stopped glowing and disappeared too. 9 warrior-level soul essences. Brianka was surprised when she noticed the flicker of light. Mo Fan realized he was being too obvious about this. He quickly explained, "I already had 6 before, and I was quite lucky to collect 3 more from killing the demon creatures, hee. Even though some expensive soul container had similar uses to the Little Loach pendant, their rate of transformation and efficiency were extremely low. They would need around 500 soul remnants to refine a single soul essence. Not many mags in the world could really take out 500 demon creatures within a short period of time. Mo Fan had no intention to tell anyone about Little Loach's magical power. Oh, I thought you had a really extraordinary soul container." Happily, Brianka did not doubt Mo Fan's words at all. She had no reason to doubt him, assuming it was unlikely for such a powerful soul container to exist in the world. "It's a pity that they ran away. Otherwise, I would have collected more of them." Mo Fan let out a sigh as he watched the lesser Lamias and Lamias fleeing into the distance. "Mo Fan, I gave it to you to help you become stronger, but I don't want you to place yourself in danger by initiating fights against the demon creatures just so you can improve the number of creatures you can summon." Brianka was a little worried when she saw Mo Fan lamenting that he did not have enough. Don't worry, I'm not a lunatic. I won't just go around and fight the demon creatures to death," Mo Fan said. Brianka was not too convinced by Mo Fan's promise. She could easily tell from Mo Fan's fighting style that it was not his first time fighting demon creatures while surrounded by them. Mo Fan's summoning gate limit had risen to 53 after he fed the 9 warrior-level soul essences to the magic medium ring, 43 enormous white wolves, and 10 white-marked wolves. Mo Fan was planning to further increase the number of white-marked wolves. If anyone dared trouble him again, he would just unleash the army of wolves at the person, just so they would doubt why they were even born in the first place. Mo Fan and Brianka finally left the jungle. Mo Fan was a little worn out after the battle, having consumed a significant amount of his energy. Cairo was their actual destination. Once the battle at Cairo came to an end, they would have to resume their journey. It was important to be fully rested by then. Not long after they left, a captain riding a desert beetle showed up leading a bunch of battle mages. Didn't they say a huge group of lesser lamias was flanking us from this direction? Why isn't there any movement at all? The captain turned around and asked his men. I did receive the news. The scout of the squad found himself in an awkward spot. He had no idea how to explain himself. A battle mage came up to the captain and reported, "Captain, there are traces of a fight ahead. The place is littered with the remains of demon creatures." The captain immediately rode the desert beetle to the spot ahead, the other mags quickly following. They thought there would only be a few dead bodies scattered through the forest, yet to their surprise, the whole place was littered with them. There were so many that it was impossible to count how many lesser lamias and lamias had died there. There must be thousands of them here. It does seem that way, but how did they all die? Captain, there are traces of burns and shadow magic. A mage must have done it. I guess someone was guarding this place and eliminated the demon creatures before we even realized it. It was most likely a super mage. How could anyone else kill so many lesser lamias in such a short period of time? I just came from the city. I did see 2 young adults heading back to the city from here. I wonder if it was them, another battle mage said. I don't think it was them. They looked too young. Either way, the hazard has been dealt with. It will greatly lift the pressure the front line is feeling. Yeah, if we could have someone like him guarding the front line, we wouldn't be in so much trouble. Mo Fan was starving by the time they returned to New Suez. Fighting was very intense work. Mo Fan brought Brianka to the city to find a place for supper. He was looking forward to trying out some Egyptian food. Unfortunately, not every country had places that were open for 24 hours like China. Mo Fan tried searching for some time, yet he did not find any place selling food, apart from a few convenience stores. It did not make any sense for Mo Fan to visit a bar just to get something to eat. He had no choice but to go back to the hotel with an empty stomach. If you're really that hungry, I can cook for you. The ingredients in the convenience stores aren't the freshest, but it's better than nothing, Brianka said. It's fine, I prefer eating some meat, Mo Fan said. Brianka was a vegan. The only thing she could cook was vegetable dishes or vegetable soups. Mo Fan had almost gone mad from eating the food provided by the Alps Institute. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan believed he would choose a bunch of delicacies over a group of beauties right now. Barbecue, hot pot, crawfish, food stalls, street food, spicy stir-fry hot pot, salted skin shrimp. He could not help but wonder how foreigners survived for so long without those delicious foods. Mo Fan bought some bread to fill his stomach. The more he ate the disgusting bread, the more he missed Shanghai. Brianka was intrigued when she heard the list of delicacies that Mo Fan mentioned in a single breath. She asked curiously, "Does your country really have so many ways of making food? You must try them out if you have the chance. You'll completely forget about being a vegan when you come to China. Oh, actually, there are many ways of cooking vegan dishes too. Cooking them with water or making soups are not the only ways," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan remembered how he had impressed Elaine, the Duchess from England, by treating her to a meal of spicy crawfish. Damn it, Pudong had drowned when the sea level rose. The restaurant with the best crawfish was gone too. Mo Fan was so mad that he had a strong urge to annihilate the sea monsters, especially since he had not had the chance to eat supper in a foreign country. Otherwise, he would bring Brianka to the restaurant and let her try out the spicy and delicious food. She would surely enjoy herself and thus have a good impression of him. Why would he bother drugging her? He could easily hit a home run by treating her to a delicious meal. Brianka had not traveled much. She did visit other countries once every year to train herself when she was younger, but that was no longer the case. In fact, she was not even up to date with the latest trends in the cities. It was not exaggerating to describe her as a nun in a nunnery. Mo Fan was quite confused. She clearly had such outstanding strength, yet why did she have to stay at the secluded Alps Institute? Was there a reason behind it? Speaking of which, he had known Brianka for some time, yet he still knew nothing about her family. She had never mentioned her past to him. It was unlikely that working diligently was enough for her to be so strong. Mo Fan was starting to get a little curious about Brianka's background. Chapter 15:15. The European University Institute. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. On the way to Cairo, everyone started doubting their intelligence when they heard Zhao Manyang speak up. Since all the flights are cancelled, we won't be able to fly to Cairo, so why did we waste 5 days in New Suez? Zhao Manyang wondered aloud, currently sitting on a camel beast on the way to Cairo. Camel beasts were very common in Egypt, similar to the gondolas in Venice, a special local transportation. Unlike the gondolas, the camel beasts were normally used for long journeys. In Egypt, where battles happened more frequently than rain, planes, trains, and highways would frequently come to a standstill. However, the camel beasts were different. They could travel anywhere. They could run across wild, mountainous areas or the spacious lands to the east. Still, people traveling on camel beasts had to be accompanied by mags. Their lives would be at risk if they were intercepted by demon creatures. Camel beasts were not slow, their speed comparable to a jeep. As a matter of fact, the speed of ground vehicles was nothing worth mentioning to the mags, but it was very important for them to preserve their energy if possible. They could not afford to waste their energy for travel. Besides, a well-fed camel beasts could travel at the speed of a jeep for a whole day. It was unlikely a mage could keep the same speed. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was a muscular creature, but Mo Fan rarely rode him due to his stamina. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf would have no trouble running for an hour or two, but it would never be able to run for a day and a night. Thus, they were currently riding camel beasts along the Nile. There were a few groups on the way to Cairo, so around 40 camel beasts were currently traveling across the spacious land, sweeping dust into the air. Many places in Egypt were extremely open. The deserts felt extremely close, even when they were not far from the Nile. The deserts here were a lot friendlier, unlike the true Sahara Desert. If they accidentally stumbled into an illusion in the Sahara Desert, they would have no chance of making it out alive. It was Heidi's first time riding a beast that was racing along at full speed. She surprisingly had a wide smile as her ash-brown hair drifted in the wind. Her posture was elegant and proper. The people that were journeying together enjoyed following behind her so they could admire her great curves. Unfortunately, Brianka was not around. Otherwise, her mature appearance would surely have added even more color to the journey. Mo Fan had started to miss Brianka after she left. His impression of her had greatly improved, as she had been acting like a gentle big sister to him. Unfortunately, she had to leave to attend to some matters. Otherwise, the days that Mo Fan no longer had to rely on aphrodisiacs would be just around the corner. As for Heidi, she might be very beautiful, with skin as tender as jade, but she was acting too full of herself. Perhaps she was only behaving like this because he had seen her naked before. It was not fun flirting with her, since she considered him a pervert even when he was discussing a serious topic with her. Heidi, I must make it clear first. We have some proper business to attend to in Cairo. You won't have to follow us around. Feel free to travel around Cairo alone, Mo Fan said. I don't need you to look after me, Heidi grunted, as if Mo Fan had poured a bucket of cold water down on her when she was in the middle of enjoying herself. I just wanted to remind you first. Are you students? Which school are you from? An exuberant man with a mustache approached them, continuing, allow me to introduce myself. I'm an intern mentor from the Earth School of the European University Institute. Those behind me are my students. We are pleased to meet you. European University Institute. Heidi looked at the mustached man in surprise. The man immediately grinned proudly, but he was good at concealing it. It looked more like a modest smile on the surface. The European University Institute was ranked first in the world. The school had gathered the most brilliant students across all of Europe, thus its students were either grassroots mags with outstanding talents, or the future pillars of reputable clans. Almost every graduate of the school would end up an authority in Europe somewhere. The European University Institute's name was a lot more prestigious compared to the secluded Alps Institute. Even though they were currently in Egypt, its name was still influential. When the mustached man named Vonnie mentioned his identity, it immediately attracted the attention of the hunters, mags, and tourists in the same group. The European University Institute represented the continent of Europe as a whole, instead of a single country, so it was not invited to participate in the World College Tournament. Similarly, the Alps Institute was an international organization too, so it was also not included in the list of schools participating in the World College Tournament. Mo Fan had noticed that when he was visiting a school in his country, most people would recognize him with or without him mentioning his name. They immediately recognized the most handsome man in the World College Tournament, but the people from other countries did not really care about him. They even treated him disdainfully when he mentioned he had come in first in the World College Tournament. The looks they had clearly stated that Mo Fan would have had no chance of winning the World College Tournament if they took part in it. Vonnie did not lack emotional awareness. Even though his target was clearly High D, he still greeted Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang in a friendly manner. However, it was obvious that he did not recognize Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang, nor did the students behind him. "You're pretty bold to be going to Cairo at a time like this. Where is your teacher?" Vonnie asked. "She's busy, she will regroup with us later," Heidi said. "Oh, I'm a qualified teacher too. You can come with us instead. It's a long journey ahead, and the few of you are going to feel lonely on your own. Wouldn't it be better if we travel together?" the man said. "Oh, sure," Zhao Manyang replied. Mo Fan turned around and looked at the betrayer. The intern mentor most likely had his eyes on Heidi. It was very obvious Heidi was as gorgeous as an angel materialized from a drawing. Her otherworldly demeanor from spending most of her time cultivating in the Alps was very attractive to others, too. However, Mo Fan preferred to keep the fertile water in his own field. Despite the awkward relationship between him and Heidi, he did not want someone else to show up and insist on traveling together with the beauty in their group. "We're just sharing the resources, take a look at his students," Zhao Manyang raised his brows, signaling Mo Fan to look at the mentor's students. Mo Fan's eyes widened after a quick glance. My, there are indeed a few beauties among them. "Sure, the journey will be a lot more interesting indeed if we travel together," Mo Fan quickly agreed. Mu Bai was well aware of what the two were thinking. He could not help but scoff in derision. Did they really betray Heidi, just like that? The two female students from the European University Institute were not as gorgeous as Heidi, but they were still beautiful in their own way. Either way, Mu Bai still thought Heidi was prettier. The gains clearly did not make up for the losses. "Hi there, I'm Zhao Xiaotian, a student from the Pearl Institute. Are you here to be evaluated for your graduation?" Zhao Manyang promptly went over to chat with one of the girls. Zhao Manyang was the aggressive kind. He would directly approach any woman he was interested in. He would never chat with an entire group to hide his true intentions. As a result, before the female student with a huge bust could respond, the male student beside her said disdainfully, "Pearl Institute. Never heard of it before." Zhao Manyang continued without even turning his head, "I bet it has been a very boring journey for you to be accompanied by such a narrow-minded guy." "You ******, who are you calling narrow-minded?" the man grunted. "Pearl Institute, isn't that the school that came in first during the World College Tournament?" the girl spoke in turn. She sized Zhao Manyang up again, and realized he was actually quite good-looking. "Yes, that's us." Zhao Manyang nodded. "We are indeed being evaluated for our graduation," the girl, Sophia, told him. "It's graduating with excellence, to be precise," the man beside her added. "Oh, I was in the same spot last year, but our evaluation was a lot simpler than yours. This must be quite special if it requires you to come all the way to Egypt," Zhao Manyang said. "How can you compare that little school of yours to our European University Institute?" the man rebutted. Zhao Manyang automatically filtered away and ignored every word the guy spoke. Sophia was already conversing with him, meaning that he had accomplished the first step. Zhao Manyang purposely glanced at Mo Fan after he successfully initiated the conversation with the girl. He wanted to check out Mo Fan's progress. Whenever they started flirting with girls, they would automatically start a bet between themselves to see who would hook up with their target first. The loser would give the winner a broken piece of soul-grade seed. However, Zhao Manyang was utterly shocked when he saw Mo Fan already holding the girl's hand and fondling her palm. Impossible! His cultivation might be weaker than Mo Fan, but how could he possibly lose to Mo Fan when it came to flirting with girls? Zhao Manyang's pride suffered a great blow. He must hurry and reach the second base to turn the tables around and secure the victory. This one here is the life line, the fortune line, the love line, and these little wrinkles have their own meanings, too. It means you will encounter some ripples in these areas. Some wrinkles might be favorable for you, but others might be misfortunes. It's quite inconvenient here. I'll explain it to you in detail when we find a quieter spot next time, Mo Fan said. Such a magical nation in the East. I assumed these lines didn't really mean anything for more than 20 years, the woman said with a natural smile. You are from France, right? Mo Fan asked. Yes, how do you know? Your name is Zoe, am I right? Mo Fan added. Wow, my God, how did you know? Zoe stared at Mo Fan in astonishment. You are a Scorpius, Mo Fan kept going. This is unbelievable, you are a genius. Zoe was struggling to believe it. Zoe was a very cheerful girl. She did not mind Mo Fan flirting with her. She had agreed to let Mo Fan read her palm with a smile, mainly because she was intrigued. However, she now believed that Mo Fan was really good at fortune-telling. How did you do it? Zoe could not help but ask. It's not difficult, you haven't taken off the badge on your luggage, it's written all over it, Mo Fan informed her loftily. Zoe was stunned for a moment, before giggling and giving Mo Fan a little punch in the chest. Chapter 15-16. They Deserved the Beating. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Time passed quickly as Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang had a pleasant conversation with the girls along the journey. On top of that, they had successfully attracted enmity from the rest of the male students. It was obvious that their mentor had gone to talk to Heidi. Even though they were interested in Heidi too, they did not dare offend their mentor, and they could not flirt with Mu Bai either. The girls on their side were constantly giggling after being teased by Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. This was a great blow to their dignity. Men were usually able to get along with one another, but when there were women involved, they would immediately glare at one another and had the urge to compete to show who was better. May I ask, why are you going to Cairo? Are you tourists? You should be more careful, Cairo isn't the safest place now. The undead occasionally dig their way out of the ground. You made the right choice by following us, at least you are safe with us, a man with a seemingly noble aura behind Zoe exclaimed. He was well-dressed, boots, gentry hat, a huge coat, with a well-mannered bearing. Oh, I'm Ferrero. I'm from the Golden Rose clan in Provence, Ferrero finished up. Ferrero, isn't Provence where the biggest sea of flowers in the world is? Can we all go to your house after we graduate? Zoe smiled. Zoe seemed quite popular in the group. She was close to everyone there. My pleasure. When you're there, you will feel that everyone in Provence is as elegant as the flowers. People are raised differently in different places. I once went to the east, and I noticed that the uncivilized, barren land normally raised uncivilized, ill-mannered people too, so I did not have a good impression of the place. Of course, meeting you all changed my mind a little. At least your courage to dare approach anyone you come across is rather impressive, Ferrero said. His words immediately grabbed the attention of the rest of the travelers. Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan were no retards. If they could not tell the guy was talking down to them, they could really go die. Oh, I almost forgot, Ferrero knew how to secure the limelight. He noticed that many of the women were looking at him. He immediately took out a few small bottles and said, I brought these from my home, I was planning to give it to the strangers I met along the journey. It is called magical dew. With just a little drop, it will give you the fragrance of golden roses, which lasts for a week. The golden rose is a friendly flower. Even demon creatures don't want to trample them. Therefore, the magical dew might help prevent demon creatures from attacking you. Ferrero handed the beautiful bottles out while he was speaking. He purposely gave them to the women among them like a gentleman. These women were immediately over the moon. Their eyes glittered vividly as they looked at Ferrero. The convoy of camel riders consisted of around 80 people. Ferrero's action immediately gave every woman in the convoy a good impression of him. When Ferrero was done with his show, he glanced at Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang proudly as if he was trying to say, "You two country bumpkins are nothing when it comes to picking up chicks." Mo Fan, I have a strong urge to curse someone. Zhao Manyang was almost at his limit. He grunted, that son of a B****ch. We all have different skills when it comes to picking up girls. There's no need to curse him. If he really gets on your nerves, just find a chance to beat the crap out of him. Make sure his face is fully swollen, Mo Fan replied. There was no need for an argument if one could settle it with a fight. It was a principle that Mo Fan strongly adhered to. The joy of a journey didn't come just from meeting beautiful strangers, but the chance to teach some self-assured idiots a lesson too. It was their motivation to travel extensively. Don't do anything reckless, I can tell that they are no weaklings, Mu Bai interrupted. After a brief observation, Mu Bai noticed that these students were most likely the elites of the European University Institute. They are at least on par with the national team. Even if you can beat the students, can you beat their mentor? Mu Bai added, continuing to pour cold water on them. Mu Bai, why can't you ever learn? We are meant to be on the same side. Don't you know that? Think about it, if we really beat the crap out of them, do you think they are still going to be friendly toward you? Zhao Manyang said. I just don't want to cause any trouble, Mu Bai emphasized. How can you say that we are trying to cause some trouble? First of all, wasn't their shameless mentor trying to flirt with Heidi first? Zhao Manyang and I have only gone to flirt with their girls so we won't suffer any losses, but they start to humiliate us because of how narrow-minded they are. They humiliated our entire ethnicity as Asians. Do you really think we should tolerate it? You really lack the sense of belonging to part of an ethnic group if that's the case. Do you know what Chairman Xiaojing told me? He said, it's inevitable to meet people that like to pick on the Asians when we are traveling. We, as the representatives of the younger generation, should get our minds right. We shouldn't assume that they did not mean it. Perhaps they really deserve a beating in the first place. If we tolerate their actions, they might continue to mock on our people. However, if we punch them in the face and knock a few of their teeth off, they might go easy on us Asians next time, Mo Fan said righteously. Mu Bai clearly admired reputable leaders. He was easily convinced if a statement was made by some authoritative figures. Did Chairman Xiaojing really say that? Mu Bai asked curiously. Of course, you can ask him when you see him next time. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan, why do I remember the chairman only told us to be more careful when we were out of the country? Zhao Manyang said softly after recalling what the chairman had said when they were on the national team. Precisely, he was asking us to be careful of these narcissists. Mo Fan answered. They are always people that are proud of themselves. Just ignore him, Mu Bai said. It's so boring to hang around with someone like you, Zhao Manyang sighed. While Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were discussing how they should teach Ferrero a lesson, dark clouds gradually showed up ahead of the convoy. They gathered into a huge mushroom blossoming between the sky and the ground. The cluster of clouds gradually grew bigger as the convoy proceeded with their journey. It felt like the clouds were constantly growing and spreading. We will reach Cairo soon. The area below the clouds is the battlefield. It covers a wide area, so it's very likely we will bump into some demon creatures around the outskirts if we are trying to enter the city, the aged leader of the convoy, Hala, informed everyone. Hala was an average intermediate mage. He would normally see how many powerful mags were coming along before deciding on the capacity of his convoy. He was quite experienced, and knew how to avoid the undead and demon creatures. As a matter of fact, experience was more important than strength most of the time, since they could never kill all the demon creatures. After the convoy traveled another 3 kilometers, Hala's expression suddenly darkened. He asked everyone to stop and said sternly, "I'm sorry, we might have to turn around." "Turn around? Are you being serious? We have come all the way here." "Yeah, what do you mean by turning around? Can't we just avoid the battlefield?" a wind mage asked. There was Mo Fan's group, the students of the European University Institute, and around 8 other mags. The rest of the people were all merchants, or people that had to go to Cairo for urgent matters. These merchants mainly focused on businesses related to war. They were constantly walking on deadly reefs, risking being swept away by the waves. Half of the mags that had tagged along were hired by the merchants. They were mostly intermediate mags. The scale of the business that these merchants were doing was quite big if they could afford to hire intermediate mags. A plump merchant stared at the thick clouds on the horizon. Even though he was scared, it was not enough to drive him away. He said to Hala, "I will pay you double the money, bring us into Cairo through a safer route. I can't afford to wait any longer. The value of my goods will drop by half if I wait another day. Those unscrupulous businessmen won't hesitate to take advantage of me. I'm responsible for your safety. Judging from the clouds, every route we can take will be crawling with demon creatures. Turning around is the wisest decision here. Your business might be important, but staying alive is more important, brother," Hala said. "I will pay triple." The merchant clenched his teeth and raised 3 fingers. "You didn't get what I mean, it's really too dangerous." "For times." "Deal," Hala agreed decisively. It took Mo Fan some time to collect his thoughts after hearing the conversation between the two. "Holy crap, ploys everywhere." "Brother, you don't have to fawn upon him. We are students of the European University Institute. Do you really have to worry about the demon creatures if you follow us into the city?" One of the students named Leon spoke up. Leon was the guy who spoke up when Zhao Manyang approached Sophia. He was a lot worse than Ferrero, nothing but a hot-headed person with a jealous nature. "I'm indeed less worried knowing that you're with us, but Hala is still very reliable when it comes to choosing the safest route," the merchant said. The European University Institute might be impressive, but they were still going to die if its students led them right into the demon creature's nest. Students of the European University Institute, everyone that we meet is a friend of ours. If there's any danger ahead, please try your best to protect the others, their mentor Vonnie told them. "We'll do our best," the students responded. It was a very common way to build up the reputation of a school. Vonnie was smart enough to advertise for his school, as something like this would spread easily among the common people. Chapter 15-17 Medusa Mountain. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The black mushroom cloud ahead of them continued to grow. Anyone that raised their eyes could see that half of the sky was now shrouded by it. If they followed the cloud further into the distance, they would find their entire view covered in darkness, making them afraid to advance any further. This route should be a lot safer. The Lamias are not a fan of the wet sand outside Cairo. The sand is good at holding rainwater, making it muddy. The camel beasts might slow down, but it's better than being feasted on by the demon creatures, Hala told them. A few ladies gasped in fear when Hala mentioned being feasted on. The old man burst out laughing after seeing their reaction. "Don't worry, those Lamias are nothing but weak insects to my students. Just brace yourself when the time comes, you will be fine as long as you don't run too far in fear," Vonnie spoke up calmly, displaying his leadership. "Ha ha, I won't dare to go any further even if I'm paid 10 times the money," Hala declared. The merchant nodded too. He glanced at the students of the European University Institute with a smile. "Humph, they are just a bunch of students. I bet they will be the first to run away if anything happens," the leader of the hired mercenaries said. Mercenaries were responsible for the safety of the convoy, yet the others suddenly disregarded their importance. It might even affect their pay for the job. The merchants might argue that they did not even do anything at all, so they did not deserve to be paid. It would result in a great loss to them. I believe you've met the students of some inferior schools. You can't possibly compare their students to our students from the European University Institute, Mentor Vonnie proclaimed. The leader of the mercenaries fell silent, obviously still in a bad mood. The convoy had reached the wet sand. It was indeed very inconvenient for the camel beasts to walk on. Ferrero suggested that everyone travel on foot, but Hala quickly advised against it. You definitely can't travel on foot. The Lamias are similar to spiders, their senses are in their legs. The hairs on their legs can feel vibrations on the sand and the ground. Different living creatures will produce different vibrations when they are walking. The Lamias can clearly distinguish between humans and other living creatures. They aren't that interested in the camel beasts, and won't bother attacking even if they detect the camel beasts' presence, but humans are a different story. They will immediately gather towards the spot and chase after us by following our footsteps, regardless of where we run to. The students of the European University Institute were startled by Hala's explanation. Even Ferrero blushed, as even a high achiever like him was more clueless than a traveler in the desert. I see. Fan immediately realized something. He had come across the Lamias just a few days ago. He had noticed that the Lamias had outstanding tracking ability. They could find him even when he was hiding behind a rock. He had learned something new today. That means we can only ride the camel beasts. That's going to be quite a hassle, Vonnie observed. Try not to dismount from the camel beasts if you can. Trust me, no matter how strong you are, once you set foot on the ground, thousands of demon creatures will be heading your way. When that happens, you will regret underestimating the ancient creatures of Egypt. They are a lot scarier than you can imagine. Hala said. The leader of the mercenaries harumphed coldly. He spat out the stalk of grass he was chewing onto the ground and said, "So you better listen to us when the time comes. Don't try to be a smartass and cause us trouble." The students did not say another word. It was their first time coming to the mysterious land of Egypt. They were indeed unfamiliar with the situation. That being said, they did not really treat the warnings seriously, either. The gap between the intermediate level and the advanced level was quite huge. These people had no clue how powerful advanced mags were. The wet sand was a little sticky, and the camel beast started to slow down further. They were no faster than ordinary camels now. Thick black clouds hovered above the convoy in the sky. A rotting, foul scent lingered in the air. Many people were covering their mouths and noses with their scarves. Make sure to stick together and follow me. If you stumble into demon creatures, don't engage until after they attack us. Hala reminded the others. Everyone could tell that they had entered a high-risk area from his tone. Cairo's safe zone was still a distance away. They cautiously followed the wet sand towards Cairo while using the scarce plants as cover. They were still some distance away from the battlefield, but the demon creatures would not necessarily stay in the vicinity of the war zone. They liked to roam aimlessly, especially those who had lost their way. Be careful, a snake mountain is 3 kilometers away from here. We don't want to attract their attention. Hala lowered his voice, as if the demon creatures could hear him from 3 kilometers away. What is a Medusa mountain? Fan promptly asked. The Medusae live in packs, and enjoy intertwining with one another. A female Medusa normally has around 8 male Medusae wrapped around it, so when a slightly bigger female Medusa occupies a certain area, it will attract lots of big male Medusae to the area. These big male Medusae are very attractive to the little female Medusae, which means lots of small male Medusae will eventually wrap around those little female Medusae. Therefore, they continue to stack on top of another until it's difficult to distinguish between them, and they will form a Medusa mountain. Hala explained. That's insane. Fan exclaimed. Take a look there, can you see the outline of the Snake Mountain? Hala pointed in a certain direction inland. It was a little hazy in the distance. Fan took a harder look and noticed a strange hill in the mist. Its outline was constantly wriggling. He could even see things falling and rolling down from it. His skin started crawling when he imagined the Medusae coiling around one another as Hala had described. The Gorgons have sharper senses, while the Medusae are sensitive to the presence of alien species. I brought you all here mainly because the wind is blowing in the opposite direction of where we are heading. It will prevent our scent from being blown to where the demon creatures are, Hala said. I see, Fan nodded. He had learned something new once again. It totally explained why an experienced hunter was a lot more important than a strong mage. They would be in a lot of trouble if they somehow attracted the attention of the Medusa. That's weird, did you notice the mountain moving? Bai suddenly spoke up. That's normal, it's made up of snakes. Hala said. No, I mean, they seem to be spreading, Bai went on. Chapter 15-18. Sacrificing the Contracted Beas. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Hala was stunned. He took a closer look ahead and immediately his face went pale. We are screwed, they've noticed us. But how is this possible? The wind is clearly blowing in the opposite direction. Hala cried out. Fan followed their gazes and noticed more lesser Medusa were falling and rolling down to the ground. The mountain began to collapse as it transformed into countless twisting and wriggling figures. Most terrifyingly, they were rapidly heading towards the convoy. The scales of lesser Medusa were reflective, so their scales glimmered like the surface of a lake while they were moving. Unfortunately, it was far from a beautiful sight. What's going on? Didn't you already choose a safe route? We stayed on the camel beasts as you requested, the leader of the mercenaries grunted when he noticed the ghastly sight. I don't know, they shouldn't have noticed us here. They are coming right at us. I know, I can see that. Hala suddenly thought of something. He glared at Ferrero and said, it's you, the perfume that you gave them. It's attracting the female lesser Medusa, and the male lesser Medusa are following them too. My magical dew is supposed to drive demon creatures away, why would it attract them? Ferrero was enraged. He did not understand why he had to take the blame. Your magical dew is most likely mixed with an ingredient with a scent similar to realgar, used in our Chinese medicine. I believe the lesser Medusa have captured its scent, Bai said. Bai, could you please tell us vital information like that sooner? Zhao Manyang said. I didn't know these lesser Medusa would be so aggressive toward the scent. Bai protested. Are you seriously worried about that now? Didn't you realize we are as good as dead now? The leader of the mercenaries, whose name was Chad, snarled coldly. The merchant had a hopeless look too. He had lived here for many years. How could he not know the consequences of being targeted by a snake mountain? Even if Cairo sent an army to protect them, it was still unlikely that the army could escort them into the city safely. The worst thing was, they could not just run for their lives. As soon as they touched the ground, the Gorgons nearby would rush toward them like a tide, leaving them with no chance to escape. They also had no hope of outrunning the fast lesser Medusa with the camel beast speed. It was the reason Ched said that they were as good as dead. Don't dismount from the camel beasts, no matter what happens. Hala quickly yelled when he saw a few women about to jump off the camel beasts and flee for their lives. Are we going to wait here and die then? These camel beasts are so slow, a few men said. We are paid to protect you at all costs, but if you don't follow instructions and end up attracting more demon creatures to a number that we can no longer handle, you have my word that I'll kill you before the demon creatures do. Chad promised coldly. The old mercenary immediately got the situation under control with just a single sentence. Fan felt like he should learn from the mercenary, too. Protecting others was a very difficult job, especially in a dangerous situation like this. Even if they told people not to separate from the group, people would still run aimlessly when they were overwhelmed by fear, and those people would most likely end up dead. Demon creatures enjoyed chasing after those people first, so not only would Chad's threats guarantee their safety, it would also maintain the formation of the group, which would greatly increase their chances of surviving. The people gave up on the thought of dismounting from the camel beasts. Chad was a very experienced mercenary. He glanced at Ferrero and said in an unfriendly tone, "Do you still have the perfume?" "I do," Ferrero replied. "Give it to me," Chad said. "To you?" "Cut the crap, just give it to me now," Chad demanded impatiently. Ferrero's eyes flickered angrily. He did not understand why an unimpressive mage like the mercenary dared to order him around. "Ferrero, give it to him," Vonnie said. Ferrero did not disobey his mentor's order. He gave the rest of the magical dew to Chad. Chad drew a lunar white star pattern. After it was completed, a steel-armored beast appeared in front of the group. The steel-armored beast stood beside Chad. It slowly lowered its head. Chad reached out his hand and gently fondled its horns. "I'm sorry, old pal." Chad closed his eyes while bowing his head, too. His face was twitching slightly. While the others were confused about what Chad was up to, he quickly poured the magical dew on different parts of the steel-armored beast. He even let the steel-armored beast drink a few bottles of it. "Captain, what are you doing?" a member of the squad blurted out when he saw the unusual behavior from his captain. Chad ignored his teammate's question. He fondled the steel-armored beast's horns again as if he was bidding farewell to it. "Captain!" The others finally realized what was going on. They all knew how close their leader was to his contracted beast. They did not expect their captain to make such a sacrifice. The steel-armored beast roared and sprinted in the opposite direction. The special scent of the perfume spread rapidly as it ran into the distance. They could still smell it even when the beast was some distance away. When it reached a kilometer away, the group noticed that the lesser Medusae that were initially heading toward them were going after the steel-armored beast instead. More lesser Medusae started chasing after the steel-armored beast. They were indeed sensitive to the smell of the magical dew. They seemed to be infuriated by the strong perfume that had been poured all over the steel-armored beast. The steel-armored beast was not as quick as everyone had imagined, and the lesser Medusae were very good at hunting their prey. They split into different groups, some of them sealed off the directions that their prey could escape into, while the others would slowly surround their prey, leaving it with no escape. The camel beast slowly moved ahead. The passengers lowered their heads, not daring to watch the miserable death of the loyal steel-armored beast. It was unlikely the steel-armored beast would survive. Chad had already bid farewell to it after summoning his contracted beast. Mo Fan wondered if he should describe Chad as heartless or wise when he saw the lesser Medusae distracted by the bait. "Captain, you are still the reliable one when it matters," the merchant smiled. Using the magical dew to lure the lesser Medusae away. The merchant was very impressed by the captain's ability to adapt to the situation. The lesser Medusae had such overwhelming numbers. Even if the students of the European University Institute could handle them, they would struggle to protect everyone and their belongings, so avoiding the lesser Medusae was the better choice. "I will include its loss in the cost," Chad said coldly. "Not a problem. I will compensate you for the sacrifice you have made," the merchant said. Chad was not happy at all. He did not even dare to look back. "I think it's too early to celebrate now," Mu Bai spoke up. The lesser Medusae were not fond of the steel-armored beast's meat, so when they realized it was only a steel-armored beast with a strange smell, they would probably turn around and chase after the group instead. After all, the smell of the perfume was mixed with the scent of living humans. Mu Bai was absolutely right. Around 5 minutes later, they could see the lesser Medusae chasing after them. "Quick, hurry up, we should be able to make it to the city in time," Hala shouted. "Don't tell us that, tell these goddamned camel beasts to hurry up," Zhao Manyang cursed. The camel beasts were well aware of the approaching danger. They were moving their splayed hooves as quickly as possible. "I'll solidify the sand," Sophia said. "That's right. I'll speed us up with wind. Use everything you have," Hala yelled. The camel beasts moved a lot more quickly after the wet sand was dried and the extra speed boost from the wind magic came through, buying more time before the lesser Medusae caught up. The lesser Medusae's numbers were insane. The ghastly sight of them wriggling and moving along the ground grew ever more terrifying as they came closer. Their red tongues that kept flicking out, the triangular yellow eyes, and their massive figures formed black, brown, and red carpets of serpentine beings rolling forward like waves. "It's right ahead, we are almost there," Hala yelled. The terrain started to slide. They would be entering Cairo's vicinity after crossing the ravine. The army would be waiting on the other side of the ravine. The camel beasts rushed into the ravine and desperately climbed their way up. The lesser Medusa had already reached the bottom of the hill. They leapt and tore at the camel beasts of the travelers at the back of the convoy. "Look out!" Zoe yelled. Heidi turned around. Her eyes emitted a brilliant blue flicker followed by an invisible energy moving across the air. The demon creatures that were pouncing at the camel beast suddenly froze in mid-air as if time had stopped. A few seconds later, they fell back into the ravine lifelessly. "Space element!" Vonnie looked at Heidi in astonishment. Heidi did not respond. She turned around once again and saw the lesser Medusa pursuing them relentlessly. Their numbers were absolutely shocking. Meanwhile, the army that was guarding Cairo's border was being utterly cold-hearted. They were strictly obeying their instructions to protect the people within the safe zone, but they would not bother lending those that were outside of the safe zone a hand, even if they were only 50 meters away. Chapter 15:19. Duty Fulfilled. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. My goods, the merchant screamed. Half of the camel beasts were carrying the merchant's goods. They were mainly supplies high in demand when a city was at war. He could have sold them for a good price, but the camel beasts at the back of the convoy seemed to be paralyzed by the lesser Medusa's poison. They gradually slowed down and eventually fell to the ground stiffly, panting heavily. Even though the lesser Medusa were not interested in the camel beasts, they had no reason to reject meat that was right before them. They wrapped around the camel beasts and devoured them quickly. A camel beast was the size of a jeep, yet these black Medusa could still swallow them whole given how large they were. Many travelers in the convoy fainted at the ghastly sight, their bodies hanging limply on the back of the camel beasts. "Quick, don't even bother saving the goods." The leader of the mercenaries decisively led everyone up the ravine after making sure that no one was left behind. A simple line of defense was stacked up with rocks at the top of the ravine. It was a sign to the camel beasts that they had almost reached safety. They immediately tried harder to reach the top. "Are you all idiots? Cairo is already off limits, but not only did you come here without permission, you even brought a whole Medusa mountain here. I swear I'm going to execute you all right now," a man in a military jacket yelled angrily. The man was a general with badges on his shoulder. Cairo was already in such a mess, yet these black-hearted merchants were still trying to make a fortune from it. Meanwhile, they had to deal with the Medusa that were attracted here. "We've already entered the city. It's your duty to protect us," the merchant shot back in reply. The Egyptian general was furious, yet he had no choice but to raise his hand to signal his men to cast their ice magic. The soldiers stationed along this part of the line of defense were mostly ice mags. When they cast their ice magic simultaneously, the whole ravine was covered in frost, the ice soon reaching more than a meter high. The black Medusa were afraid of ice magic, as they were unable to maintain their body temperature in icy places. They could freeze to death very easily. Snow fell rapidly as a cold wind blew fiercely. The lesser Medusa did not dare cross the ravine lightly. They could only hold their bodies up and stare at the humans on the other side viciously. "Thank God, we are safe now." Hala let out a relieved sigh and fell to the ground feebly. "My goods," the merchant cried. He had lost half of his cargo. They were more valuable than a person's life. He had put in so much effort to transport them here, yet the rest of the goods remaining would only give him a small profit. "You're still thinking about the goods? You should be relieved that you are still alive." Sophia scoffed at the self-seeking merchant. Mo Fan turned around and looked at the black Medusa that had not left yet. He then glanced at Chad, the leader of the mercenaries. Mo Fan had to admit that the man's decision had saved many people's lives. Most of the people in the convoy did not know how to use magic. It would be difficult to guarantee everyone's safety, unless he was a super mage like Brianka. The Medusa mountain was composed of too many lesser Medusa, especially the ones colored dark red. Not only was their poison deadly, there were superior commander-level creatures too. They posed too much of a threat to the convoy. While everyone was recovering from the shock, a few cries were heard coming from the other side of the ravine. Chad was about to leave, and suddenly came to a halt. He turned around and saw a horned beast among the lesser Medusae. Not only was it covered in blood, the black Medusae were hanging all over it. The steel-horned beast was very tenacious. Its outer shell had already been torn away by the demon creatures, yet it was still heading toward the ravine with all its might, leaving a long trail of blood behind. "Pierce," the old captain cried out in disbelief. His body was trembling. He had thought his contracted beast was long dead. No living creature could possibly survive after being surrounded by the Medusae. When he took a closer look, he noticed that the vicious black Medusae could have easily ended the steel-horned beast's life, yet they were slowly tearing its meat off one bite at a time, torturing the pitiful summoned beast. They would let it run before catching up to it and bite it a few times again. They would then let it run for a while again before surrounding it to make fun of it. Chad could accept it if his contracted beast had died right away, but when he saw the contracted beast that he used to fight side by side with being tortured by the black Medusae, he completely lost his mind. Asterisk. I'll kill all of you. Chad yelled furiously. Chad jumped over the wall and ran forward. The densely clustered black Medusae were no longer as intimidating as they were before. He could not abandon his contracted beast and just watch it being tortured. "Captain, don't. Captain, you are going to get yourself killed, we've already completed our mission." The others quickly came over to stop their leader when they saw him running at the demon creatures recklessly. However, they were still too slow. Chad had already reached the bottom of the ravine. He continued to charge toward the lesser Medusae without any hesitation. He's mad, he's out of his mind. He could have just spent some money and bought another contracted beast, whatever, if he's dead, I won't have to pay as much now. The merchant struggled to understand Chad's behavior. The others looked at the stubborn man speechlessly. He was going to get himself killed for sure. Even the army would not dare to charge straight into the Medusae. "Someone, stop him," a mercenary under Chad's lead begged. "Mo Fan is already doing it," Zhao Manyang said. "That's great, he must stop the captain." At the bottom of the ravine, Chad was just about to make his way up the slope when a black figure showed up in front of him and blocked his path. "You are going to get yourself killed," Mo Fan told Chad. "I've already escorted you all to safety. What I do next is none of your business, move aside." Chad yelled at Mo Fan with bloodshot eyes. Mo Fan did not waste any time with Chad. His eyes flickered as a silver energy burst out of them. A strong telekinetic force collided with Chad and sent him flying. Chad was knocked into the air and landed back in the safe zone. The mercenaries were well aware of their captain's temper. They quickly went up to him and pulled him down, not giving him any chance to do anything stupid. "Student, come up here, it's too dangerous down there," Vonnie kindly reminded Mo Fan. Mo Fan did not go up. He turned around and stared at the black Medusae that were poking their heads up over the edge of the ravine. The opening was fully blocked off by the terrifying demon creatures, yet he remained in his spot fearlessly. "You are too weak, so you will only get yourself killed if you go. I'll save it on your behalf, considering how you've done your best to fulfill your duty." Mo Fan's dark coat flapped wildly in the wind. The deafening clap of the lightning tyrant had yet to come, but a dangerous aura far superior to anything nearby had already surged across the place. It was common to hire mercenaries to protect people. Mo Fan remembered how they had barely escorted the people on the plane to safety at the airport in New Suez, even when they had Brianka's help. The situation they went through today was clearly a lot more dangerous than back then. Even they and the students of the European University Institute joining hands together would struggle to guarantee everyone's safety. But an intermediate mage had done it by sacrificing his contracted beast to buy enough time for the weaker people to reach safety. The man was truly an impressive mercenary. Even though his decision was extremely cruel to his contracted beast, he had fulfilled his duty without leaving anyone behind. He made sure that everyone could reach Cairo safely. He deserved their respect. There were some people that Mo Fan would feel deep veneration for, not because they were from a reputable school or a renowned clan, but how they were willing to stick to their principles and duty despite the great struggles they had in life. Lightning Realm. Thick black bolts of lightning fell from the sky at Mo Fan's command, forming lightning arcs that sparked as they cut jagged paths through the air. There were more than a dozen of them, descending from beyond their range of vision. The lightning did not just come and go. It stayed close to Mo Fan, like dark dragons protecting their emperor. As Mo Fan started toward the lesser Medusa, the lightning arcs followed him. They swept across the ground, leaving scorched gouges behind. The eyes of the black Medusa widened as they watched the human that was not enough to fill the gaps between their fangs approaching them. A few young black Medusa immediately stirred up black winds and pounced at Mo Fan fearlessly. Their black bodies were instantly disintegrated into blood spray, scattering across the ground as soon as they made contact with the lightning. The battle mages in the safe zone gasped when they saw the shocking number of black Medusa lunging at Mo Fan, but in just a second, they were disintegrated by Mo Fan's lightning tyrant domain, their blood splattering on the ground close to Mo Fan. The whole place was painted a bright shocking red. "My man!" Zhao Manyang exclaimed as he watched Mo Fan, who was as imperious as any demon. The lightning with 12-fold damage amplification could even kill the warrior-level black Medusa instantly. The students of the European University Institute were in utter disbelief after witnessing Mo Fan's magic, especially Ferrero, who had no idea the country bumpkin possessed such terrifying strength. Chapter 1520. Dark Red Male Medusa. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. "I'll help you." Heidi flew out of the ravine and swiftly approached Mo Fan's position. Heidi was a sentimental person too. She would not want to see the steel-armored beast sacrifice itself after helping the convoy to reach safety. When Heidi entered the area, space began to twist extensively. The black Medusa that were initially moving swiftly slowed down significantly, as if they had entered an invisible swamp. Hundreds of black Medusa were slowed down by the swamp-like spatial power. As they did, the lightning with 12-fold damage amplification gave them no chance of survival. They were turned into black ash immediately, their soul remnants and soul essences flying into Mo Fan's pendant. The smaller creatures were massacred brutally. A bigger male Medusa could not stand it any longer. Its body had a hint of red. A brownish color symbolized the lowest level for both the Medusas and the Gorgons. Black was the next level, and red was the symbol of the commander levels. Their color was not fixed, but would shift gradually as their cultivation and strength improved. The male Medusa was dark red, indicating that it was a commander-level creature. If it was bright red, it would likely be a dangerous ruler-level creature. Even the army would not dare challenge a ruler-level creature recklessly. The dark red male Medusa was not particularly big. It lifted half of its body into the air, like a sturdy tree with an oval head. Its scales were smooth and densely packed. Its poisonous fangs were concealed inside its mouth, but the hood along its neck was fully extended, making its head look 4 times bigger than its initial size. It was a sign that the Medusa was enraged. The extended hood projected a large shadow below it, and Mo Fan and Heidi started feeling a little dizzy. "Don't look at the skin under its hood, it can make you hallucinate," the old mercenary shouted at them. Heidi and Mo Fan finally noticed the strange patterns on the male Medusa's hood. The patterns had a hallucinatory effect. Many living creatures had been swallowed alive by the creature and slowly digested by it after falling unconscious from hallucinations. Mo Fan and Heidi backed away slightly to create some distance between them and the male Medusa. The strange patterns were like a strong mental attack. The redder these creatures were, the closer their capabilities came to the real Medusa. They were experts at confusing their targets, placing them under illusions, and inflicting mental damage on them. "You take care of the lesser Medusa," Mo Fan said. Heidi frowned. She grunted in a displeased tone, "I'll take care of it, go save the steel-armored beast." "Fine." Mo Fan was not in the mood to argue with her. He fought his way toward the steel-armored beast under the protection of Heidi's space magic. The steel-armored beast was still holding on to its last breath. The smaller black Medusa were not too fond of its hard meat, and the bigger Medusae were not willing to swallow it due to its heavy weight. The fact had allowed the steel-armored beast to stay alive this long, but it was suffering from serious injuries. It would still die from their poison, even if the Medusae ignored it. Blink! Mo Fan noticed that he was too slow. He quickly cast the advanced space magic. Mo Fan vanished amid silver sparkles, and ripples suddenly spread out in the air around 330 meters ahead of his previous location. A figure swiftly took shape there, resolving into none other than Mo Fan in his black coat. As soon as Mo Fan showed up, another male Medusa with the same red-black color lunged at him from only 20 meters away. Mo Fan did not even have the chance to see the creature's true appearance. He only saw its poisonous fangs and pitch-black throat coming right at him. He immediately turned into a shadow bird and fled for his life. "I won't do that again," Mo Fan grunted while he escaped to safety. Blinking forward into a group of demon creatures was not a good idea at all. He might appear right under the fangs of some of them, especially when there was no way to pinpoint where he would land. He might just place himself right into the mouth of the enemy if he made a careless mistake, but he could only blink to somewhere within his range of vision when he was in the middle of a chaotic battle. "Heidi, take care of this one too," Mo Fan yelled while running. Heidi was around 500 meters away. She had just knocked the previous male Medusa flying. She was shocked to see another male Medusa that was redder than the previous one closer to Mo Fan. The male Medusa that Heidi had just dealt with was already a great commander-level creature, which meant the one chasing after Mo Fan was clearly even stronger than that. Heidi quickly flew through the air and used her will to establish a tall wall of space between Mo Fan and the dark red male Medusa. The male Medusa was a little dumb, and did not sense the presence of the wall of space. It rammed right into the wall and rebounded back in a complete somersault. "Imprison!" Heidi quickly set up 5 walls around the male Medusa while it was dizzy from the collision sealing it within the space box. 1,000 piercing arrows. Heidi focused on 2 things at once. She quickly used her powerful will to form lances and spears in the air while trapping the dark red male Medusa in the cage. They formed around the cage in a spectacular manner. She fired off the lances and spears at the dark red male Medusa before it could break free from the cage. The lances and spears left countless holes in the ground. The male Medusa had extremely thick scales, yet it was still gushing blood after being hit by Heidi's arrows of will. The dark red male Medusa had now turned into a bright red Medusa. Its blood formed little streams on the ground, but the injuries were nowhere enough to cost the dark red male Medusa its life. Its triangular eyes were glaring at Heidi like spotlights. The male Medusa swung its body and tail around in a rage, trying to break the cage trapping it after it was injured. It unleashed a tremendous force, while trying to pounce at Heidi. It opened its mouth and spit out a poisonous mist. The corrosive spit splattered all over the area around her. Heidi was long prepared for the move. She emitted a silver glow before vanishing into thin air just ahead of the poisonous rain. Heidi was able to travel further away with blink than Mo Fan. She landed at a spot with fewer black Medusae around 400 meters away, and began to channel a stronger spell, using the sound element this time. A dark blue harp materialized in front of her as her fingers plucked its strings, following the tempo of the incantation she was murmuring. The sound element relied heavily on incantations. Every tone she uttered and played required all her attention, as the channeling would be interrupted if she made the slightest mistake. The way of doing it might be different, but it was similar to constructing the star orbits, star patterns, and star constellations for any other spell. A series of enchanting notes drifted across the battlefield, swiftly combining into a deadly melody. The whole area began to vibrate vigorously under its effect. Just as Heidi was about to complete the melody, the sand below her feet caved in. A female Medusa suddenly burst out from the ground and swallowed Heidi whole. The melody came to a stop as Heidi disappeared. The terrifying dark red female Medusa sprang into the sky like a shark that had risen from the deep ocean, sending chills down the spines of the people watching on the other side of the ravine. The dark red female Medusa had shown up out of nowhere. No one had expected it to be hiding below the ground. Heidi had been focusing on playing the soul-twisting melody and had not expected to be ambushed by the cunning female Medusa. Everyone stared blankly at the dark red female Medusa as it reached the highest point of its jump and slowly fell back to the ground. "Holy crap, shit's about to go down!" Zhao Manyang yelled. He no longer dared to be a bystander. He quickly ran down the ravine to the other side. "Can we even make it in time? She has been eaten already." Mu Bai was a little slower with his reaction, but he still followed behind Zhao Manyang. "We have to at least retrieve her body. Otherwise, Brianka is going to skin us alive when she comes back," Zhao Manyang said. The Medusae were the most vicious creatures in the deserts and could not afford to be underestimated. Many strong mags had ended up as food in their stomachs, and even when they had fully grown and become much stronger, humans were still the most delicious food for them. She tried to bite off more than she could chew, the general harumphed coldly. He did not have any pity for Heidi's death. The mentor of the European University Institute, Vonnie, was stunned for a long time too. He did not know whether he should lend a hand. There were too many demon creatures. The whole Medusa mountain was scattered across 3 kilometers of the ravine. Even he was not confident of surviving, so how could he possibly allow his students to risk their lives? "Mentor!" Zoe blurted out with a confused look. She could not stand it any longer. "Don't bother, the summoned beast is going to die for sure, the girl is already dead too," Vonnie said sternly. There were just too many black Medusae, and the bigger Medusae were extremely terrifying to fight against. They had safely reached their destination, why would they bother to go out there and die for the sake of a contracted beast? They should learn how to assess their own strength. It was fine to lose some of their integrity if it meant they could stay alive, right? You all kept saying how good you are along the way, yet they are the ones that are willing to help. European University Institute. I finally learned what kind of people you are, a nearby mercenary smirked. A few women in the convoy started chatting among themselves too. They were all enumerating the shortcomings of the people from the European University Institute. Vonnie blushed upon hearing the criticism, yet remained unmoved. He would not place his students in danger. Chapter 1521. Incarnadine Medusa Lord. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Heidi, Heidi! She's not dead. Mu Bai's voice suddenly came from the other side of the ravine. The others quickly followed the voice and saw Heidi with Mo Fan. Mo Fan had his arm around her slim waist while they were trying to dodge the attacks from the terrifying female Medusa that was pursuing them. "She's not dead? It's time for us to retreat then," Zhao Manyang said to Mu Bai quickly. "I think we are surrounded." Mu Bai looked around him. K me, did Heidi purposely lure them to us on purpose? Zhao Manyang screamed. "Stop barking like a useless dog and cast some defensive spells on me. I'm going to freeze them all with my ice magic," Mu Bai said angrily. He was extremely annoyed by Zhao Manyang's constant grumbling. How did someone like him even make it onto the national team? His voice was countless times stronger than his actual strength, and 11 out of 10 sentences from him contained vulgar words. "Let me go, I can walk by myself," Heidi said angrily. Mo Fan was holding her waist so tightly that she felt like she had been injected with an anesthetic. "Can you be more careful? How are you so inexperienced when it comes to fighting the demon creatures? It doesn't matter if you have an impressive cultivation. These demon creatures could kill you in an instant." Mo Fan immediately rebuked her. Silan and Headmistress Perry had asked him to bring Heidi along so she could learn some practical skills. As he expected, Heidi was extremely careless in a messy battle like this. She thought she was safe after moving a distance away from the demon creatures. She even started channeling her magic. It was unwise to channel magic that required a long time without anyone around to protect her. "How did you know there was a huge female Medusa under me?" Heidi asked him with a confused look. A sound mage senses were a lot sharper than other mags. Heidi had not even heard any noise from the ground, so how did Mo Fan know there was something under it? Experience, The area within 2 kilometers from us is full of these Medusae, but not a single one was at the spot where you landed. Some of the Medusae even avoided it on purpose, meaning that there was a creature there that those little creatures were afraid of nearby. It remained in the same spot without moving, meaning that it was waiting idly for the opportunity to strike. Mo Fan replied. Heidi fell into deep thought for a moment. It was indeed as Mo Fan had said, a sound mage might be able to pick up the slightest movement, but there was no way she could notice the creature if it remained still. But how was it possible to keep an eye on little details like that in the middle of an intense fight? Did that mean Mo Fan was constantly observing his surroundings even when he was surrounded by the lesser Medusae? The higher the level of creatures, the higher their intelligence. Most of them are smarter than you. Get the steel-armored beast out of here. I'll handle these big guys. Mo Fan put Heidi down beside the steel-armored beast. The steel-armored beast was barely holding onto its last breath. It looked almost dead. Heidi let out a wry smile, looking at the steel-armored beast that had no hope of making it out alive, since it was already poisoned. Don't you feel like whatever we are doing is meaningless and dumb? The soldiers, merchant, and the people of the European University Institute indeed thought it was very idiotic to try saving a contracted beast that had no hope of survival. Why would you even worry if something is meaningless or not? Just stick to what your heart is telling you to do. Even if we can't save it, we can still bring its remains back, or you just want to earn the gratitude of that old mercenary. Mo Fan shot back. I was just taking pity on the beast, Heidi said. That's a good enough reason, Mo Fan said. Then why are you doing it? Don't you think I look very handsome this way? Didn't you notice the girls whose affection Ferrero has won over are looking at me differently now? Mo Fan replied. Heidi was completely speechless. That being said, she could not deny that Mo Fan's back looked really cool when he stopped the old mercenary and told him that he would save the contracted beast on his behalf. There are too many black Medusae. I'm afraid I can't break through, Heidi said. Head toward Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai, they will clear a path for you, Mo Fan said. Heidi headed in the direction that Mo Fan had pointed at, quickly discovering a huge area covered in frost. The black Medusae in the area had all turned into motionless ice statues. Heidi was overjoyed. She initially thought the two guys were too afraid to come down here. Mo Fan kept attracting the female Medusa's attention. The Incarnadine Medusa Lord was the leader of the Medusa Mountain. The big male Medusae, little female Medusae, and little male Medusae were all under her command. Mo Fan was well aware of how tough of an opponent it was going to be. As soon as the Incarnadine Medusa Lord showed up, the rest of the male Medusae immediately pounced at him to show off for her. There were quite a few big male Medusae. Mo Fan noted there were around 7 of them. The dark red male Medusa had to be the strongest among them. Mo Fan was initially trying to attract the big female Medusa's attention so it would not swallow Heidi again, but as he kept running, he realized that every big male Medusa was chasing after him. I didn't ***king spray the perfume on me. Mo Fan cursed them all. The 7 big male Medusae were like war machines. They kept charging forward and smashing anything they came upon in their way, including huge rocks, walls, and sand dunes. 7 huge Medusae were chasing after a tiny figure, their tails slithering across the spacious land. The female black Medusae started to surround Mo Fan too, limiting the space that was available to him. The black Medusae were the little female Medusae. They could easily attract little male Medusae. Their numbers were so overwhelming that they could fill up a pit with a radius of 500 meters across. It was impossible to kill them all. If only Mo Fan had the ice element, he could just freeze them all without having to kill them. It would save him a lot of work. Mo Fan only had the chance to cast basic and intermediate spells since he was constantly chased around. He hardly had any chance to cast an advanced spell. If he was possessed by Little Flame Bell, it would be a lot easier to take out these Medusae, but Mo Fan was reluctant to rely on Little Flame Bell all the time. Little Flame Bell had already reached the advancing period of the commander level, so she would raise Mo Fan's strength close to the super level. The problem was, it would significantly weaken the spells of his other elements. Mo Fan would really be unbeatable if he could improve his other elements too. He insisted on not merging with Little Flame Bell. It was his training of the day. I can't get away from them. Mo-Fan felt his head hurting. Mo-Fan did not have the chance to construct a star constellation because the big male Medusa were still chasing him, but how could he possibly kill these commander-level creatures without using advanced spells? Let's try producing a shadow clone and see if I can trick these creatures. Mo-Fan injected the dark material into his body. Mo-Fan could clone his enemy with the rebelling shadow, but while doing so he had accidentally discovered that he could clone himself, too. Chapter 1522. Stormy Hail. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The shadow clone was different from the ones that Mo-Fan's dark noble mantle could produce. The rebelling shadow was obviously a dark shadow stained with Mo-Fan's presence. It was impossible to trick a mage with it, since they could tell that it was only a shadow. However, it was different for demon creatures. They would mainly set their eyes on things that moved quickly. The Medusa mostly relied on their ability to track their target's presence. If Mo-Fan suddenly disappeared and unleashed the rebelling shadow, he might be able to lure them away. Mo-Fan jumped down a ridge and landed in a deep pit. The 7 male Medusa were not far from him. They quickly followed him and immediately saw a black figure heading in the opposite direction. The 7 Medusa were a little surprised. Since when did the human that only knew to run away have the guts to fool with them and run in the opposite direction? The male Medusa immediately went after the shadow. 3 of them even stacked their bodies around the rebelling shadow like walls. It was quite a terrifying sight when they fully extended their bodies. Mo-Fan grinned when he saw the male Medusa taking the bait. As he thought, these Medusa were very sensitive to their target's auras. He just needed to use the dark material to conceal his presence while applying some of it to the rebelling shadow, tricking the male Medusa into chasing the shadow instead. The male Medusa soon surrounded the rebelling shadow. The dark red male Medusa snapped at Mo-Fan's shadow eagerly, but the shadow surprisingly turned into black smoke and dissipated around its fangs. The male Medusa bit with such great might that it ended up loosening its fangs. It was infuriated when it realized it had been tricked. It immediately turned around and lunged at the pit under the rampart. "You still dare to come after me? Take this!" Mo-Fan's flames had now filled up the pit. He had been waiting for the dark red male Medusa to lunge at him when it was angered. Mo-Fan threw a blazing fist at the creature at the perfect time. A destructive fiery dragon rose from the blazing pit and headed right at the male Medusa. The fiery dragon was unstoppable. The male Medusa tried to pull itself back when it sensed the terrifying force approaching, but the fiery dragon had already knocked it into the air. The male Medusa spun in circles as it reached the highest point. A sudden explosion took place. The fiery dragon ignited the creature like a burning cloud, lighting up the ground below with crimson-red light. The dark red male Medusa was burned into pieces that scattered and fell from the sky. The scorched remains of the creature poured down like rain. Its body was beyond recognition. It was absolutely dead. The other male Medusa were intimidated by the fiery dragon. They no longer dared to get any closer to the blazing pit Mo-Fan was in after witnessing the horrible death of their comrade. Mo-Fan did not utilize Little Flame Bell's power with the punch. It was not as easy killing a single male Medusa this way as when all 3 soul-grade flames were used. The female Medusa in the distance shrieked at the male Medusa. Its screech was the greatest stimulant to them. Their eyes were infused with rage, as if they had completely forgotten about the dark red male Medusa that had died just a moment ago. The male Medusa pounced at Mo-Fan. The black dust that their bodies swept into the pit rapidly extinguished the flames. Mo-Fan decisively fled for his life when he realized that his aura could no longer scare the male Medusa away. If the male Medusa engaged him one by one, he swore he would pluck all their poisonous fangs off. However, if they all attacked at once, Mo-Fan had no choice but to run. He would not have a safe environment to cast his stronger spells. Luckily, he had the Dark Noble mantle that could increase the tier of his fleeing shadow by 2. He could turn into a shadow bird and glide along the ground, sprint on his legs, or blink away at times. It allowed him to kite those annoying male Medusae around for some time. "Mo Fan, time to go." Zhao Manyan's distorted voice came from the distance. Mo Fan took a quick glance at them and noticed they had almost reached the ravine. It was impossible to kill an entire Medusa mountain. Mo Fan clearly knew that he had almost zero chance of surviving if the female Medusa was chasing after him. "Give me a hand." Mo Fan was running out of space. The male Medusae were forcing him to head toward the female Medusa as her prey. Mo Fan could already see the female Medusa rising into the sky like a skyscraper around 500 meters away. It was like a noble empress slowly placing a napkin on her lap while sorting out her makeup, waiting for the male Medusae to present a delicious meal to it. Mo Fan knew it would be suicide to run at her, but the male Medusae, little female Medusae, and little male Medusae had sealed off the area. He could not use blink all the time. Once he was trapped, he would have no choice but to run in the direction they were forcing him into. He needed some help. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time until he ended up as a little grain in the female Medusa's stomach. Even though humans did not have much meat, a mage naturally possessed a huge amount of energy. The reason why demon creatures were so fond of eating humans was because human mags were great nutrients for them. "Stormy hail." A loud voice appeared around a kilometer away from Mo Fan. Mu Bai was standing on a rather tall sand dune. He had summoned icy hail down upon the area. The biggest hailstones were around the size of a watermelon, while the smallest was around the size of a thumb. Their sharp vertexes and thin shape made them look like icy daggers. Under Mu Bai's command, the ice swept down at the Medusae, and the lower-level little male and female Medusae were promptly shredded to pieces. A strong scent of blood lingered in the air, with remains of the Medusae all over the place. The hailstorm was remarkably strong. Most importantly, not a single little male or female Medusa was alive in the 500 meters between Mo Fan and Mu Bai. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. He had not expected Mu Bai to possess such terrifying strength. It seemed like he had his own fortunate encounters while he was surviving in the wild. "Green tea, clear a path for me." Mo Fan yelled as loud as he could, worried that Mu Bai could not hear him. Mu Bai immediately turned away from him. Mu Bai, all right? Hurry up and save me, they have sealed my escape paths." "Freeze the guy with the horn, it can see through my shadow," Mo Fan quickly shouted. Still being moody on the brink of death? Mu Bai harumphed coldly. Mu Bai looked ahead and studied the remains of the Medusae across the place. They did not look too ghastly, since the place was covered in frost. The blood pouring out was quickly frozen by the ice. Mu Bai continued forward and soon discovered one of the male Medusae had a horn on its head. Mo Fan's shadow magic was most likely restricted by it, forcing him to flee in a certain direction. Mu Bai went another 200 meters forward. A huge bunch of black Medusae came at him, followed by the smaller male Medusae flowing like a tide behind them. The little male Medusae were called little, but even the smallest of them was around 3 meters long and as thick as a human's arm. These little male Medusae were poisonous, too. The body of a human they bit would stiffen up in 10 seconds, and in less than a minute, the poison would spread across their body, paralyzing them. Mu Bai noticed a pattern. The little male Medusae were only following the little female Medusae around, and would only attack under the little female Medusae's guidance. Without the little female Medusae, they were nothing but a sheet of loose sand, timid and weak. Mu Bai targeted the little female Medusae this time. He quickly located the little female Medusae and killed them swiftly. These smaller female Medusae were not too intelligent, and was quite easy to distinguish them by their larger size. Their bodies were python-like for 5 to 20 meters, while the part close to their heads resembled the upper body of a woman connected to the fierce head of a snake. Mu Bai specifically targeted those black Medusae. After they were eliminated, the little male Medusae became extremely timid. They dug into the ground and fled when Mu Bai cast a few ice magic spells to scare them away. "Mo Fan, kill the female Medusae, the male Medusae are taking orders from them." Mu Bai quickly informed Mo Fan of his discovery. "Are you kidding me now?" The female Medusa in front of me is the ruler of the Medusa Mountain. Just freeze that guy with the horn so I can escape. Mo Fan screamed back. Mu Bai glanced at Mo Fan and noticed the female Medusa close to him was indeed the enormous ruler of the Medusa Mountain. It would be extremely difficult to kill the creature, thus his discovery was totally irrelevant to Mo Fan. Mu Bai reached a spot around 500 meters away from Mo Fan. He could clearly see the male Medusa with a horn from this distance. The eyes of the horned male Medusa were not yellow, but black instead. It did not use its smell to locate its prey, serving as the eyes among the Medusae. Its job was to see through illusions and tricks of their enemies. Mu Bai eliminated the little female Medusae nearby and immediately channeled an advanced ice spell. Mu Bai could not cast the Stormy Hail for this. The spell was very effective against low-level creatures, but against the male Medusae's thick and sturdy skin, it would only leave a few scratches. It was impossible to kill them quickly. Against a single target, the advanced spell Icebound Coffin was a lot more effective. The male Medusa had placed all its attention on Mo Fan. After all, it was utterly annoyed by the human that was so good at running away. It swore it would be the one eating him. Frost slowly accumulated in the sky. The horned male Medusa was completely unaware that a coffin made of sturdy ice was aiming right at it from above. Chapter 1523. Eyes of Vengeance. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, prepare to run. Mu Bai yelled at Mo Fan when he was almost done channeling his magic. As soon as he finished the sentence, an icy flicker appeared in the sky. A heavy icebound coffin fell from the sky and landed directly upon the horned male Medusa. The horned male Medusa was in mid-slither when the icebound coffin landed right in the middle of its body and flattened it with great force. The horned male Medusa cried out in agony. It fiercely twisted its upper body, but the frost began to spread over it. Being crushed was one thing, but being frozen was another. Once the icebound coffin suppressed its target, the spell's powerful frost would spread rapidly across the target's body. For a target with a long body, the icebound coffin would simply modify its shape accordingly to seal the target in ice. The horned male Medusa was unable to break free, and the ice spread swiftly across its body. If its head was frozen in the ice, it would die to the frost very quickly. Well done! Mo Fan was impressed by Mu Bai's ice magic. He had managed to freeze the commander-level horned male Medusa into a huge popsicle. He could not wait to see how the rest of the blind male Medusae were going to surround him now. Mo Fan activated the Dark Noble Mantle and went invisible. Even the shadow he left behind when he cast Fleeing Shadow was extremely faint. The Dark Noble Mantle had the ability to conceal its wearer's presence, just like the Dark Material, Fiendish Night, which could even trick the demon creatures and lure them away. The male Medusae thought they were about to present a delicacy to the female Medusa. They were already imagining how they could rub against the female Medusa's body as they pleased, but the little dessert suddenly disappeared in the blink of an eye. The male Medusae were so mad that they flipped in the air and slammed their bodies into the ground. The proud female Medusa was enraged too. It opened its mouth and screamed at the male Medusae, as if she was complaining about how useless they were. The male Medusae immediately scattered and ran away. They were well aware that the female Medusa would swallow them alive whenever she was not served with delicious food. A single male Medusa was just enough to fill her stomach. Quick, we have to go now. Mo Fan regrouped with Mu Bai and ran straight for the ravine. Mu Bai had killed all the lesser Medusae nearby to clear a path. He looked at Mo Fan and saw a few injuries caused by the Medusae's poisonous fangs. He blurted out, "You're poisoned. It's going to paralyze you." "It won't, poison is the last thing I'm afraid of." "Let's talk later, the female Medusa is coming." Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan had guessed right. The female Medusa was infuriated when the male Medusae failed to catch him. It knocked its useless underlings aside and decided it would take matters into its own hands. The female Medusa had the ability to dive into the ground, like a sea serpent with the sand as its territory. It was able to dive and move freely under the ground. "Quick, it will catch up to us fast." Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had fought some red Medusae during the battle against the Great Pyramid of Giza. They were extremely quick when moving underground. He had seen them diving into the ground a kilometer away many times, yet they would suddenly spring up from the ground under his feet in just a few seconds. It was one of the red Medusae's abilities. Only Medusae that had turned completely red would have the ability. Therefore, Mo Fan subconsciously felt the ground below his feet was unsafe as soon as he saw the female Medusa diving into the ground. Old Zhao, cast your defensive spells on us, quick! Mo Fan yelled at Zhao Manyang. He could sense the female Medusa was very close to them. Aren't you guys safe right now? Zhao Manyang asked in confusion. Enough talking, hurry up and cast your spells. Mo Fan grunted. Zhao Manyang was an earth mage. He quickly felt an unusual force approaching rapidly through the ground. Bashia Seal, plummeting rays, light scale armor. Zhao Manyang was pretty quick at casting his spells. Dots of light poured down like raindrops onto Mo Fan and Mu Bai, forming glittering scaled armor made of light on them. Even though plummeting rays was meant to be an offensive spell, the armor of light that Zhao Manyang modified the spell into had an outstanding defense. It was possible to stack the light, too, so even if the light armor on Mo Fan and Mu Bai looked thin, it was made up of thousands of light rays. Are you stupid? It can swallow us whole, this isn't going to work. Mo Fan cursed. It's below us. Mu Bai's face turned pale. The Medusa was quicker than he had imagined. Blink! Mo Fan did not have the time to scold Zhao Manyang. He quickly constructed a silver star constellation. As soon as his sixth star pattern was constructed, the ground began to shake. A pitch-black tunnel opened up like a bottomless chasm, giving Mo Fan no time to finish the last star pattern. Will cannon! A pleasant voice arose from around 300 meters away. Heidi's ash-brown hair drifted in the wind, and her clothes flapped loudly too. A strong energy of the space element burst out between her brows. The will energy did not have any trajectory, nor did it leave any trace as it crossed 300 meters, but it struck the back of the female Medusa's head just as it was about to swallow Mo Fan and Mu Bai whole. The massive force knocked the creature's head to the ground. The rest of the female Medusa's body was still underground as its head and neck were slammed heavily down onto the sand dune after being knocked back by the will cannon. Mo Fan and Mu Bai barely escaped death. They stared at the indent on the back of the red Medusa's head with blank faces for a long breath. That's insane! Zhao Manyang turned around and raised his thumb at the lofty Heidi. On the other hand, Mo Fan and Mu Bai were running as fast as they could as soon as they recovered. They did not dare their heads around. As they thought, the female Medusa whose head now had a hole in it was not dead yet. It pulled its head out of the sand and slowly moved toward them. The female Medusa did not chase after them. Its eyes were like spotlights as they glared at Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Heidi, as if it were trying to imprint their looks into its mind. Eyes of vengeance. For some reason, Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Heidi were able to see the female Medusa's eyes staring at them even though they did not turn around. It felt like the world behind them had suddenly turned into a pitch-black icy abyss of death. Their only chance of survival was the narrow path leading them toward a cliff ahead. As they kept running, the narrow cliff would eventually lead them away from the darkness inside the vengeful female Medusa's stomach. Chapter 1524. Terrifying Curse. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The three ran to the bottom of the ravine and sprinted to safety. The Medusae seemed to be aware that the human mags would blast them with spells if they went into the ravine, so did not chase their targets recklessly. However, the mist-shrouding Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, and Heidi's back was still around. It felt as if their vision was blocked when they turned around. They could only see the eyes of the dominant female Medusa in the darkness. You are in great trouble, the leader of the convoy, Hala, informed them urgently. Didn't we already escape from it? Zhao Manyang gasped in confusion. You are cursed by the Eyes of Vengeance, the scariest ability of the Medusae. Not a single person has survived the curse of the Eyes of Vengeance. It's been like this for thousands of years. Old Hala sternly warned Mo Fan and the others. It's just a big female Medusa. If there weren't so many male Medusae and lesser Medusae around her, I would have cooked myself a snake stew by now, Mo Fan spoke up, unimpressed. No, you shouldn't take it so lightly. The Eyes of Vengeance is a terrifying curse of the Medusae. It will imprint you with the hatred of their entire species. Even creatures as small as snakes and as huge as snake demon lords will go crazy on their marked enemies. Hala exclaimed. I'm grateful toward you all for saving my steel-armored beast, but please don't underestimate the Eyes of Vengeance. I had a very experienced senior, a powerful hunter master. He stole a Medusa's egg close to Bakera's pyramid and was marked by the Eyes of Vengeance while he was escaping. The day he came back to New Suez, he sold the egg at an insane price and drank until late at night. I was the one that brought him back to his room. The next afternoon, I went to wake him up to grab some lunch together, but when I opened the door, I witnessed something that I will never forget for the rest of my life, Chad told Mo Fan and the others sternly. Was he dead? Zhao Manyang asked. The whole room was full of trails left by snakes. The white bed sheets were splattered a terrifying red. When I flipped the blanket over, there was no sign of my senior. All I found were his scalp, his hair, his torn clothes, his eyeballs, and his toes. Chad recalled the eerie sight. His eyes were filled with terror. Wasn't he in the city? How was he attacked? Mo Fan asked curiously. It's exactly what I was the most confused about. We were in the city center with lots of hunterins nearby. There were many powerful mags around us, but my senior still died such a horrible death. We did hear from old friends at the bars that we shouldn't mess around with the big female Medusae. The army of Medusae with them isn't the scariest thing, it's their eyes. Once the female Medusae set their eyes on you, the only way out is death. I always thought it was just a legend, or perhaps the female Medusae possess some kind of power that we don't understand. They became scary creatures, as people constantly exaggerate their power through rumors, but after witnessing my senior's death, Chad trailed off. In comparison to how calm and collected he was when figuring out a way to lure the Medusae away and guarantee the convoy's safety, the man was now like a little kid overwhelmed by fear, as if he was totally clueless about Egypt, the desert, and the Medusae. Dying on the bed, that sounds a little. Zhao Manyang had goosebumps after hearing about the incident. Mo Fan fell into deep thought, too. How was the man eaten alive if he was in the city? Were the Eyes of Vengeance of the female Medusae really that terrifying? I've heard of the Eyes of Vengeance, too. It's the deadliest curse of the Medusae in Africa. I'm afraid we'll have to excuse ourselves, as we have some other business to attend to, Vonnie said. Sir, are we going to leave just like that? Didn't it all happen because of us? Zoe said. Some rumors were terrifying even if people had only heard about them for the first time. It was not scary because of how formidable the enemy was or how cruel and evil the curse was, but how the victims were no longer safe, even in their own territories. Imagine dying on the bed in one's own room in a luxurious city. When mags were awake, they had different ways to fend off demon creatures in the wild as long as they were strong and experienced enough. However, it was impossible to stay alert all the time. The victims of the curse could not afford to close their eyes before they figured out how the demon creatures were able to sneak into a busy city and reach their room. They could not even have any contact with their close ones, since it might endanger them. It was the most torturous part while they were constantly bothered by the curse. There's nothing we can do to help them. We did lure the Medusae to the convoy, but they were the ones that decided to turn around in the end, Mentor Vonnie replied firmly. The people of the European University Institute had obviously heard of the curse before, and decided to leave without hesitation. Vonnie also realized he had no hope of winning Heidi's affection, so he was unwilling to waste any further time. It was more important to help his students graduate. Zoe had no choice but to follow the others. She even apologized to Mo Fan, but Mo Fan did not really mind. They were only strangers brought together by chance. The most he could do was to beat up the male students of the European University Institute the next time he stumbled into them again. It was not much of a big deal. I'll stay with you guys. The curse should only last for a certain period of time, Chad said. No, it's fine, we aren't as weak as you think. Curse of the Medusa? Bring it on, I'll let them know that it's a nightmare to mess around with a mage whose hands have been itching a lot recently. Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had gone to slaughter the Medusa partly because he was impressed by the old mercenary's sacrifice. In addition to that, he needed to collect more soul remnants and soul essences. He was quite pleased with his recent achievements. His summoning gate had broken 100 after the previous battle. He now had 43 enormous white wolves and 58 white-marked wolves. Medusa Mountain, was it? Once he collected enough wolves, he would show them how he was going to let the wolves out. I won't disturb you guys, but please let me keep an eye open for you. I will leave once you are safe for a week, Chad said. Fine, I guess I can learn more about Cairo from you too. Mo Fan accepted the kind gesture since the man insisted. They would be leaving in a week anyway. It would not make any difference. Chapter 1525. Gentleman's Room. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan noticed that Cairo was a typical city of war when he entered it. Despite the killings happening all over the city's vicinity and the deaths of the people that stepped out of the city, the residents continued on with their everyday lives inside the safe zone. None of them seemed to be worried about the battle that was taking place. Not just Mo Fan and the convoy, many other people had also come to the city from different places. Cairo's government strongly advised mags not to come to the city without permission while the battle was still ongoing. It prohibited people from leaving the city, too, but if anyone managed to make it into the safe zone alive, they would provide them with protection. It was a rather humane city. Mo Fan would never forget the general that had abandoned them in Peru. International law stated that every city guarded by the military must accept those in need into the city. They might not be obliged to leave the city to save them, but once they entered the city, they would be responsible for their safety. Egypt's Cairo strictly obeyed that rule. That alone made it a good city. Let's stay at the city center, it's the safest. Zhao Manyang was worried about the Eyes of Vengeance. He did not want to stay in the areas closer to the battlefield. The city center was at least a few dozen kilometers away from the battlefield. It was unlikely that the Medusa could travel a few dozen kilometers and sneak into their rooms to murder them without alerting anyone, right? When they reached the city center, the tall buildings, streets, shops, pedestrians, and vehicles gave the mags that had recently traveled through the wild a sense of security. We are staying here, Zhao Manyang said firmly, pointing at a tall building. Do you really have to be so scared? Mo Fan chuckled. I'm not scared, I just think that this hotel is very luxurious. It's been a while since I have had the feeling of looking down at a capital city like an overbearing CEO. I'm completely worn out after living like a savage for the past few days. I just want my normal life back. Zhao Manyang answered firmly. All right, we'll be staying here, Mo Fan agreed. Chad and his little brother followed them, but they preferred to save some money. They knew it would cost them a few thousand to spend a night in a hotel like this, and decided to share a room. Zhao Manyang, on the other hand, was rich and imposing. He immediately booked a presidential suite for each of them. He did not even blink when he swiped the card to pay over 10,000 for a single night's stay. Mu Bai, let's stay in the same room. I would like to discuss ice magic with you. I'm thinking of awakening the ice element once I reach the super level, Zhao Manyang said. Sure, but ask them for a room with 2 beds, I'm not used to sharing a bed with someone, Mu Bai chuckled. He knew what Zhao Manyang was afraid of. Mu Bai was an ice mage, a nemesis of the snakes. It was obvious that Zhao Manyang was really afraid of the Eyes of Vengeance if he chose to stay with Mu Bai instead of Mo Fan. Heidi, we'll stay in the same room just in case, Mo Fan handed his identification to the clerk. He placed Heidi's identification together with his. Heidi glared at Mo Fan and said, I'm not scared. Miss Heidi, I think you should listen to Brother Mo Fan. The Eyes of Vengeance isn't a child's game. You must believe me, it's a lot safer to stay in pairs. Chad was very serious. He strongly advised them not to stay alone. The vengeful Medusa would latch on to every opportunity to get their revenge. If they were paralyzed and hypnotized when they were alone, there was only one possible outcome. I will never stay in the same room with this shameless guy, Heidi said proudly. There are different kinds of rooms, such as the kind that is suitable for a gentleman with no ulterior motives. Even though we are in the same suite, the rooms are still separated. Heidi, stop being so stubborn. It's not like Mo Fan had never seen your. Zhao Manyang immediately sensed a murderous gaze in the middle of his words, and immediately shut his mouth. He believed he would die at Heidi's hands before he was killed by the eyes of vengeance if he kept going. Heidi finally agreed to stay in the same suite as Mo Fan after seeing how strongly Chad and the others insisted on it. To be honest, Mo Fan was hoping that they would be staying in a small room in a small inn. It was very easy to catch fire that way. Everyone had some biological needs. Mo Fan would not believe Heidi was really that pure, with no hidden desires. Unfortunately, the luxurious hotel in the capital of Egypt was brilliant in every aspect, apart from their spacious rooms. Asking someone to stay in a hotel together was no different than inviting them over to one's home as guests. They would be sleeping on their own without even the slightest thoughts of unleashing their fervor. Should he consider asking Mu Bai if he still had any of that aphrodisiac left? There were 2 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms with a huge living room in the middle, stocked with complimentary alcohol and snacks. Mo Fan suddenly realized how insensible that idiotic Zhao Manyang was at times. It was fine if he and Mu Bai stayed in a suite like this, but why did he not get the smallest room possible for him instead? He was not able to get a close look in the cave under the waterfall last time. He was supposed to have a chance to see it in high definition and uncensored this time. Mo Fan looked over the night view of the city. The luxurious sight reminded him of his beloved Magic City. He was confused about why Cairo looked so clean and clear even though it was so close to the desert, while Magic City was constantly hazy. Heidi, where are you from? Mo Fan laid down on the sofa and asked the woman who had withdrawn back to her territory. Heidi? Heidi! Mo Fan rose to his feet. He quickly headed into Heidi's room. The eyes of vengeance had struck quicker than he had imagined. Old Chad was not lying after all. Mo Fan was about to pass through the corridor when he suddenly felt an invisible wall in front of him. He almost walked right into it. Mo Fan was a little shocked. How capable were those Medusa? They could even set up a barrier before killing their target? If you dare take another step forward, I'll blast you into pieces. Heidi's voice came from the room, followed by the sound of her showering. Heidi was terrified too. She was once again convinced that Mo Fan was a perverted *****. He was trying to rush into her room. Luckily, she was alert enough to set up a barrier first. Holy crap, you scared the crap out of me. I thought you were being attacked by the vengeful Medusa. Can't you just say something if you're fine? I gave Miss Brianka my promise to look after you. It's my job to keep you safe when she's not around. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh while peeking through the barrier. He could barely see the bathroom from his angle. The view was blocked by a thick half-transparent door with patterns on it. Mo Fan was just able to see a blurred outline, slender with elegant curves. Its bust was utterly shocking. He seriously wondered how such a slim body could have such beautiful hemispheres. Look at them shake. Even though they were not as round and firm as Brianka's, they were perfect for Heidi's physique. Foreigners were big indeed, with crazy curves. The perfect ratio of their bodies made them as elegant as artwork. On top of it, both Heidi and Brianka had peachy butts. Mo Fan clearly remembered the sight he had seen in the cave under the waterfall when Heidi had her back to him. He could not forget it even now. Isn't it time for you to leave? I'm perfectly fine, Heidi said angrily when she saw Mo Fan kept swaying in front of the barrier. Oh, I was just making sure. I saw a shadow that looks like a snake in the bathroom. I thought it's a snake, but it's your body instead, Mo Fan said. I'm going to kill you. I'm going. Calm down, the world is so wonderful, don't be so mad, Mo Fan blurted out. Mo Fan fell into deep thought when he went back to the living room. In terms of physique, he believed only Asheruia might stand a chance against Heidi, considering they were both around the same age. In terms of maturity, Brianka clearly had first place. Europeans had a natural advantage over Asians in terms of physique. Their skin was as pale as snow and their body ratio was closer to perfect. Their female features were particularly outstanding, too. The truth was, Mu Ningxue's body was stunning too, but Mo Fan was shocked to realize he had never seen her naked after being around her for so long. Her skin might be the most perfect among the women he had met due to her innate talent. She perfectly represented the term flesh of ice and bones of jade. Such a pity, he had met so many women yet he had never seen his first wife's body. They might not be as big as these two foreigners, but they were not small, either. He did feel them when he was carrying her in his arms. They were soft and comfortable, and were definitely not small. That's weird, shouldn't I be worried about the eyes of vengeance? Why are my thoughts suddenly filled with these things? A big question mark suddenly surfaced in Mo Fan's mind. Mo Fan cleared his mind of the thoughts that continued to plague him. He moved a chair and sat in front of the French window. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Meditating was a way to rest, too. Mo Fan usually meditated instead of sleeping. He would only sleep for 2 hours a day. Most people would sleep for more than 5 hours, but Mo Fan had a few extra elements to look after. He had been spending the time when other people were asleep to cultivate since he was in high school. It eventually turned into a habit of only sleeping for 2 hours. He had gotten used to resting through meditating. Mo Fan entered the meditation state fairly quickly. He was imagining things that could give him a nosebleed just a moment ago, but he had perfectly calmed his thoughts. When Mo Fan entered the spiritual world, he habitually roamed between the galaxia. However, a pair of enormous black eyes suddenly appeared in the areas he usually roamed in. It gave him such a fright that he immediately opened his eyes and almost fell from the chair. Sweat poured down like rain. The eyes of a snake showing up out of nowhere had given Mo Fan a tremendous fright. The eyes were as huge as the dark sky in the spiritual world, while he was only as small as a dust particle. It was absolutely terrifying. Mo Fan took a few deep breaths to finally calm himself. He looked stern as he recalled the sight. It turned out that he had truly underestimated the eyes of vengeance. Chapter 1526. Cursed. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Heidi cautiously set up a barrier, not giving Mo Fan any chance to approach her. Mo Fan decided not to tell her his discovery, seeing how cautious she was. He casually picked up a book and started reading it. As soon as Mo Fan started to meditate, he would experience the fear of seeing the enormous eyes in the spiritual world. Meditating was obviously out of the question. Mo Fan also noticed that when he closed his eyes and tried to sleep, the eyes would appear in his mind. It was a horrible feeling. Mo Fan could not even sleep because of them. Mo Fan took a sip from a bottle of champagne while reading his book. Not long after, Heidi suddenly let out a scream. Mo Fan smiled. He rose to his feet and headed toward Heidi's room. Heidi had taken down the barrier and ran out of her room wearing just thin sleepwear. Her hair was still wet from the shower, leaving her looking rather alluring. Her face was quite pale. She did not even pay attention to what she was wearing when she saw Mo Fan. "Did you see it too?" Mo Fan asked with a smile. "Ash asterisk asterisk asterisk, why didn't you tell me?" Heidi yelled angrily. "If I had, you were just going to call me a pervert again," Mo Fan replied with an innocent face. Heidi angrily stomped the floor, yet she could not find any words to refute him. Heidi was planning to meditate just like Mo Fan, since it was part of her usual routine. However, she immediately saw the enormous eyes of a snake when she entered the spiritual world. It was so terrifying that she forgot about everything and subconsciously ran to the man outside her room. Heidi no longer dared to go back to her room. She found a bathrobe provided by the hotel and wrapped it around her as she sat in the living room. She saw the champagne and poured herself a huge glass. She gulped it down right away to suppress the fear she had just experienced. When she was done, Mo Fan conveniently took a sip from the bottle of champagne too. When Heidi saw him drinking directly from the bottle, her eyes widened. She grunted, "I was going to drink more." "Can't you use a glass?" "It's how I was drinking it before." "I thought you wouldn't mind," Mo Fan answered. You shameless prick." Heidi was so angry that her body was trembling. She had never seen anyone drinking champagne straight from the bottle. Was he out of his mind? "When are you going to stop calling me the same thing?" "Let's just think about how we can make it through the night," Mo Fan said. They could not cultivate nor sleep. The old mercenary, Chad, was not trying to scare them. The Eyes of Vengeance was indeed a lot scarier than they thought. Heidi was given a great fright. She was not Mo Fan, who had been through all kinds of situations. He soon returned to normal despite encountering such a terrifying situation. On the other hand, Heidi was completely different. She did not expect this at all. She believed there was no safer place than her spiritual world. To her surprise, a gigantic snake had appeared out of nowhere. For a second, she had thought she was already dead. "Aren't you going to remind them?" Heidi said when she realized Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai were in the same situation as them. There's no way Zhao Manyang is going to cultivate after coming to a new city. As for Mu Bai, if he's staying in the same room as Zhao Manyang, I doubt he will have the peace to cultivate quietly, Mo Fan said. "Why is there someone like you who doesn't even care about their friend's safety? Didn't you see how scary it was?" Heidi said angrily. She went out of the room. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai's room were right opposite theirs. Heidi believed it was necessary to remind them. She couldn't let them suffer from the same fright as she did. "I would think twice about that," Mo Fan said. Heidi ignored him. She went to the opposite room and knocked on the door. Heidi stood in front of the door as she waited. She could hear loud music inside the room. She was a little confused. A while later, the door opened, but the person was neither Mu Bai nor Zhao Manyang. It was a tanned, sexy, blonde woman in a bikini. She swung the door open and said to Heidi, "Are you here to have some fun, too? Come on in, but you have to take off your clothes first, that's the rule." Heidi was stunned. She looked into the room and saw a bunch of women not wearing many clothes dancing under the dim lights while flinging their hair around and twisting their waists. Their private parts were covered with clothes smaller than a person's palm. In Heidi's eyes, they were pretty much naked, and yet everyone in the room was dressed in the same fashion. Swinging, twisting, and pole dancing, it was Heidi's first time seeing a striptease party. She quickly slammed the door shut. As she closed the door, she caught a glimpse of Zhao Manyang coming toward her with a bottle of wine, asking who was at the door. Heidi blushed as she ran back to her room. She saw Mo Fan sitting on the couch with a mischievous grin. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Heidi's chest was heaving from her heavy breathing. "Let me tell you, you keep scolding me as to what kind of a jerk I am every day, but Zhao Manyang is the real **** among us. He can't even sit still once. He likes being surrounded by bunches of gorgeous ladies." Mo Fan had long gotten used to it. "What about Mu Bai?" Heidi believed Mu Bai was a gentleman. He would not mess around like Zhao Manyang. He was against it before, but he slowly fell in love with it, too. However, he doesn't really like foreigners, so if you see any Asian beauties in the room, they are mostly his, Mo Fan said. "Perverts!" Heidi cursed. "See, I'm the actual gentleman among us three. If you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Brianka about it. She trusts me the most," Mo Fan said. "You're no good either." Heidi refuted without any hesitation. Heidi did not stay in the room with Mo Fan. She decided to head out to the hall where the crowd was. There, Heidi noticed Mu Bai sitting in a corner under a lamp in the hall. She realized that she had been tricked by Mo Fan again. Mu Bai was indeed not messing around, unlike that pervert Zhao Manyang. "Here, she's over here." Heidi was just about to greet Mubai when a familiar voice yelled out at the entrance. Heidi was very sensitive to sounds. She could tell it was Ferrero's voice. Heidi immediately felt disgusted when she glanced at the entrance. In addition to Ferrero, Vonnie, Zoe, Sophia, and the rest of the students from the European University Institute were here, too. They quickly walked up and surrounded her. "Damn it, it's all your fault. Why did you go and provoke the big female Medusa?" Ferrero was the first to yell angrily. He had completely lost his demeanor of a gentleman. "What do you mean?" Heidi asked the group of people that had come up to her so menacingly with great patience. Mubai quickly came over to Heidi after seeing what happened. He snorted at them with a cold face. "You still have the guts to come trouble us. It's your fault in the first place that we are placed under the curse. Why did you even bother acting like a saint and save a steel-armored beast that was as good as dead? We are all cursed by the eyes of vengeance now," Ferrero yelled. Ferrero was utterly terrified. He did not seem to be in his right mind. He did not even bother maintaining his image in a time like this. "All of you are cursed by the eyes of vengeance?" Heidi asked curiously. Vonnie, Zoe, Sophia, and Galba nodded. The fear of seeing the ghastly sight was still lingering in their eyes. "Your perfume attracted the Medusa mountain to us in the first place. Their hatred toward you isn't any weaker than us. It's not a surprise you are cursed by the eyes of vengeance. Stop putting the blame on us." Mubai was displeased by their attitude. None of this would have happened if you hadn't provoked the big female Medusa. "Where are the others? Ask them to come here right now." Ferrero was the most terrified among them all, and started yelling in the hall. "Heidi, go get them," Mubai said. "All right." Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang came down not long after. Zhao Manyang's face and body were covered by red lip marks. He smelled like booze, too. Ferrero and Galba were infuriated when they saw the guy still had the mood to indulge in sensual pleasures. "You must be responsible for this," Galba said. "What responsible? If Ferrero hadn't mucked around with his precious perfume, the Medusa mountain won't even have come after us in the first place." Zhao Manyang seemed extremely angry. He had tried to sleep when he got to his room, as he was feeling very tired. Since Mubai was in the room too, there was nothing he had to worry about. Mubai would surely cultivate for the night. However, as soon as he fell asleep, he was scared shitless by the eyes of the snake. Mubai also saw the eyes while he was meditating. Zhao Manyang suggested calling a bunch of strippers over to liven up the mood so he could forget about the fear in his mind. Mubai was not interested in that, so he went out to the hall instead. It was not the reason why Zhao Manyang was mad. He had always been a fan of sexy women with long hair and slim waists. It was a pleasant sight when they twisted their hips around, but he was clearly not in the mood today. The women's hair kept reminding him of golden snakes while their bodies were like the small female Medusa. He was initially planning to fulfill his desires, yet he was feeling even more absent-minded now. The Medusa could deprive him of his soul, but he would not allow them to deprive him of his passion for women. Zhao Manyang realized he had no other reason to live if he was afraid of women. "I can't sleep, can't make out with chicks, can't cultivate. At this rate, we are going to be tortured to death before those snakes show up out of nowhere and eat us." Zhao Manyang swore. Not long after, Chad and his brother Benz came to the hall too. They were also wearing unpleasant looks. They did not need to ask what was going on when they saw the people that had gathered in the hall. "We are all cursed by the eyes of vengeance," Chad sighed with a grim look. Chapter 1527. Mistaking the shadow of a bow in a cup as a snake. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group of people sat in the hall of the hotel, grim looks on their faces. Ferrero still wanted to accuse Mo Fan and the others, but Mentor Vonnie knew it was meaningless to argue any further. He said, "It's no use blaming one another here. We should find a way to get rid of the curse as soon as possible. Chad, you're more familiar with things around here, you should know more about the Medusa than us. You're our hope in getting rid of the curse." I don't really know much about it, Chad sighed. The Medusae were too mysterious. There were even rumors about how the Medusae could speak the human tongue. Their intelligence was on par with humans. The curse of the eyes of the snakes was a great power that no human had probed into before. Tell us what you know. I'm afraid the curse is only going to worsen from here, Zoe urged him. The mother of snakes, Medusa, is the mother of every snake in Egypt. Apparently, she was a curse mage, but during her time, the curse element was not accepted by the public yet. People claimed that the curse mags would bring misfortunes upon them, so they offered Medusa to the god of snakes, Nehebkau. To their surprise, Nehebkau did not kill Medusa, but mated with her instead, giving birth to the Medusae that are stronger than the snake demons and are capable of using magic. The Medusae treated Medusa as their leader, and the god of snakes became her subordinate instead. Medusa has a strong hatred of humans, and it combined with her ancient curse magic, granting her the scariest eyes in the world. It is known as the strongest psychic power, the Medusa's stare. Every high-level female snake has inherited the Medusa's eyes. Their vengeful stare possesses Medusa's great power. Once we are marked by it, even killing the creature that placed us under the curse won't get rid of it. It is why I keep telling you, it's unlikely for anyone to survive the curse, Chad finished, telling them everything he knew. What did you say? Even killing that creature that placed us under the curse won't get rid of it. Ferrero started yelling again. It grabbed the attention of the people in the hall. Mo Fan was stunned too. Normally, killing the creature responsible for the curse was enough to lift it. He did not expect the Eyes of Vengeance to be a curse applied by the whole species. Wouldn't that mean they were forever under the curse unless they killed the mother of snakes, Medusas? The mother of snakes, Medusa. Mo Fan recalled how he had stumbled into a scorpion Lord Medusa when he was fighting the undead from the Great Pyramid of Giza. Wasn't the scorpion Lord Medusa still a level lower than the mother of snakes, Medusa? Medusae were snake women, but the scorpion Lord Medusa from the Gorgons had the lineage of the Scorpion Queen. It should be a level lower than the real snake Lord Medusae or the mother of snakes, Medusa. Either way, Mo Fan did not see the mother of snakes, Medusa, among the undead from the Great Pyramid of Giza. Perhaps Khufu could not even command the mother of snakes, Medusa, as she might be on the same level as him. If the curse originated from the mother of snakes, Medusa, wasn't that the same as injecting them with a poison that had no antidote, and there was nothing they could do but to wait for their death as the poison fully spread inside their bodies? I don't know the way of getting rid of the curse, but I do know that killing the big female Medusa isn't going to work, Chad stated confidently. So we are just waiting to die now? Vonnie said helplessly. There must be a way, just stay at the hotel for now and don't go anywhere. I heard that someone knows how to deal with the Eyes of Vengeance. I'm not sure if the old man is still alive, but he's here in Cairo, Chad said. What are we waiting for then? Go find him now. Ferrero urged. Wait here, I'll go ask, Chad said. Chad left with his brother Benz. The rest of the group sat on the couch in the hall with grim looks. They all remained silent. I didn't expect to be stuck on the same boat as these guys. I seriously don't want to see them around, Zhao Manyang grumbled. It sounded like he was more disgusted by them than the curse. Do you really think we want to see you guys either? Galba retorted angrily. They went from traveling together happily to being disgusted at one another, and now finding themselves like ants stuck on the same rope because of the Eyes of Vengeance. I'll get some water for you all. The manager of the hotel came over with a smile and placed some cups on the table. He bent forward and poured some water for Vonnie. Vonnie did not care to stop him, and happened to feel a little thirsty, too. He picked up the cup to drink the water, but he was shocked to see something wriggling in the water like a worm. Snake, snake, there's a snake in it. Vonnie tossed the cup away as he surged to his feet. He was going to slap the manager in the face. However, his hand froze in the air. He stared at the water and the broken cup on the ground. Everyone stared at Vonnie in shock. Vonnie shook his head and picked up the broken pieces of the cup. There's nothing at all, what the hell are you screaming for? Zhao Manyang said angrily. I swear I saw it, maybe I imagined it. I'm sorry, Mentor Vonnie slumped into the couch and rubbed his face to wake himself. It must be the curse. We'll imagine stuff and spook ourselves once we lack focus, Mo Fan noted after seeing Vonnie's reaction. This goddamned curse. It was obvious that the symptoms were not restricted to when they closed their eyes to sleep or meditate. As time passed, the curse would spread to the things around them. Even the grass and the trees would look like snakes to them. They had nowhere to run to. Heidi, can you tie your hair up? Zhao Manyang suddenly asked in a soft voice. Heidi did not get it at first. However, she helplessly tied her hair up with a rubber band when she saw the terrified and pleading look on Zhao Manyang's face and held it in place with a hairpin. Zhao Manyang, at this rate, you won't even dare to look down when you pee, Mo Fan smiled. Bullshit, my thing is like a cannon, there's no way I'll make a mistake of it. Zhao Manyang immediately retorted. Even when everyone was sitting together in a circle without moving, they still did not feel safe. It was the weirdest and most torturous curse that Mo Fan had ever encountered. Chapter 1528. Tear of Medusa. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chad finally returned as everything inside the hall was about to turn into snakes in the eyes of everyone placed under the curse. However, he had a grim expression. His first sentence stabbed everyone right in the heart. He's dead, Chad reported. Is there any news worse than this? Zoe sighed in dismay. He died to the curse of the eyes of vengeance, Chad's brother Benz added. I was afraid that's exactly what you were referring to, Mo Fan muttered. The group immediately fell silent. The atmosphere felt extremely weird. This won't do, we can't just sit here and do nothing. Mentor Vonnie was the first to run out of patience. They were currently in the hall of a hotel in a city, yet it felt like they were in a snake's nest instead. He would rather take the initiative to get rid of the curse rather than lose his mind to the constant fear. Let me ask General Fenner, I still have her contact number, Zhao Manyang said. What? You were cursed by the eyes of a Medusa. General Fenner was extremely surprised. They had agreed to deal with Egypt's undead together, but Mo Fan and his group were already on the verge of getting wiped out just after they had arrived in Cairo. It was the worst start they could hope for. Yeah, do you know how to get rid of the curse? It's too much of a torture, we've already stayed awake for the whole night, we couldn't even get some rest, Zhao Manyang said. Where are you guys? I'll send someone over to pick you up, General Fenner said. We are at Cairo Hotel, Zhao Manyang glanced at the students of the European University Institute and after a slight hesitation, added, you should send another car over. There are some unfortunate guys from the European University Institute that are in the same boat as us. Got it. Fenner did not make them wait for too long. She sent for military jeeps to the bustling city centers. The jeeps brought them straight to the military town where high-rank commanders lived. Cairo was still in the middle of a battle, so there were lots of people and cars along the way. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Fenner had been promoted from a lieutenant general to a general. She was capable of commanding and leading an army in a battle, and had a reputable status in Cairo now. What's up with you guys? Didn't I ask you all to stay in New Suez first? General Fenner asked Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang with a confused look. Mo Fan had already told General Fenner they were coming before taking the flight to Egypt. General Fenner also knew about the Great Pyramid of Giza showing up in China's Beijing. In order to resolve the conflict between the two kingdoms of undead, General Fenner still had to discuss the operation of invading the pyramid with Mo Fan before making their move. However, before they could get down to business, Mo Fan had already found himself in deep trouble. It's not like we want to be caught in this mess. I didn't think the Medusa would be so narrow-minded, Mo Fan said helplessly. How about them? Are they cursed by the eyes of vengeance too? General Fenner glanced at the people of the European University Institute. Yes, Vonnie said. Vonnie had set aside the pride of a mentor of the European University Institute in front of General Fenner. The role of a mentor greatly differed from the role of a general, even if their cultivation was on par with one another. The power and strength of a general clearly surpassed that of a teacher. After all, a general had risen from countless battles, while teachers were safe hiding in the cities. Can you tell us how we can get rid of the curse first? Zhao Manyang spoke up quickly. The Eyes of Vengeance is a very tricky curse. Normally, if anyone in our army is placed under the curse, we will send them to the front line to fight for their glory, General Fenner said. To the front line? Isn't that basically asking them to die? Mo Fan said. More or less. There are different curses from the Eyes of Vengeance, the life-seizing curse, the shadow curse, and the enraging curse. The life-seizing curse is the quickest. No matter where you are, deadly snakes that latch on to every opportunity will devour their victim while they are asleep. The shadow curse is more like a spooky, hallucinating curse. The victims under it will be very afraid of snakes. If the curse continues for a long period of time, it will slowly drive the victims mad. The enraging curse is not as serious. The people under it are safe as long as they avoid encountering snakes, since they infuriate every snake they stumble into. All the snakes within 10 kilometers will follow their scent and attack the victims relentlessly. General Fenner was indeed more familiar with the Eyes of Vengeance than Chad. So, what is the curse we are under? The shadow curse. Zhao Manyang asked. It's a little difficult to distinguish between the shadow curse and the enraging curse, since being placed under the enraging curse will inflict fear on the victims, too. Since you've survived the night, it shouldn't be the life-seizing curse. As for whether it's the shadow curse or enraging curse, we'll have to figure it out, General Fenner said. So we won't know how to get rid of the curse until we know what it is? Mo Fan asked. More or less. You have to prescribe the right medicine for an illness, the same goes for a curse. If you mess it up, it might worsen the curse. However, there's something that can get rid of the curse right away, General Fenner said. The middle-aged lieutenant general beside General Fenner chuckled as soon as she mentioned the cure. General, don't tell me you're suggesting these kids find the tear of Medusa. Tear of Medusa? Mo Fan repeated. Yes, the tear of Medusa. The curse originates from Medusa, and it is said that her tears can get rid of the curse she applies to humans. Leaving aside the fact that most creatures of a pure lineage of the Medusa are at the ruler level, it's entirely impossible to get a demon creature to shed a tear, General Fenner said. Is the Medusa you mentioned referring to the mother of snakes Medusa? Zhao Manyang asked. Of course not, there's no way we humans stand a chance against Queen Medusa. I'm referring to those that have inherited Queen Medusa's lineage. The red scorpion Gorgons, the scorpion Lord Medusi, the brown ruler Medusi, and the Empress Medusi, these are all creatures with the pure lineage of Queen Medusa. They are her descendants, General Fenner said. The Egyptians referred to the first Medusa as the mother of snakes, while the military referred to her as Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa was clearly beyond their reach. Even if they found Queen Medusa, there was no way she would shed a tear for the human she hated the most. She might even burst out laughing after seeing humans dying to her curse. So you're saying that if we can find a Medusa of the pure lineage of Queen Medusa and obtain its tear, we can get rid of the curse? Mo Fan summed it up. Yes, but the difficulty in doing so, General Fenner nodded. There were people that were placed under the same curse among the soldiers, but few survived in the end. The curse had been around in Egypt for ages. It was even referred to as AIDS from the Medusi, since there was no cure for it. Many mags would bring some protective charms along to prevent the curse from befalling them. However, the curse was beyond complicated. It was only meant to be unleashed through the power of Queen Medusa's lineage, yet for some reason, even the big female Medusi were granted the power. It was an incurable curse, many authorities in Egypt had died to it. General Fenner did not expect Mo Fan and the others to hit the devil's jackpot just after they had arrived in Egypt. She did not know if she should be impressed by Mo Fan and his crew's luck. Tear of Medusa, as long as we know there's a way to get rid of it. Let's find ourselves a Medusa. If it doesn't want to shed a tear, we'll beat it up until it does. Mo Fan exclaimed. You make it sound so easy, but every creature with the pure lineage of Queen Medusa is at least at the ruler level. I think you should spend your time on the things you've always wanted to do before the curse worsens, so you won't have any regrets, the middle-aged Lieutenant General scoffed. "Would you mind if I beat you up first?" Mo Fan grunted after hearing the scornful remark from the man. "Kid, what did you say? Do you know who I am?" Lieutenant General Punk exclaimed angrily. A lieutenant general's rank was just below a general's. In Punk's eyes, they were just a bunch of kids, including the people from the European University Institute. "That's enough, Punk. Please be more polite to my friends," General Fenner said. "Humph, I didn't want to waste my time on a bunch of kids. As for your proposal to the superiors, Fenner, I think you shouldn't put too much hope on such a ridiculous plan. Putting aside the Chinese Kingdom of Undead's true intention behind the invasion, how many rounds do you think China's undead can last against the Kingdom of Undead of our country? The undead in Egypt has been around for so many years. They are strong enough to destroy an entire continent." Punk brought his fists together. He had no intention to entertain them any further. The people of the European University Institute were totally clueless about what Punk was referring to. General Fenner frowned. She did not expect Punk to be so insensitive. How could he mention something so confidential now? Couldn't he see there were outsiders here? "You should really request a different lieutenant general. This guy is nothing but an idiot. It's only a matter of time before he ruins your career," Mo Fan said, watching Punk take his leave. "It's not like I can choose my lieutenant general. I was appointed to take charge of Cairo not long ago. I still have to obey the orders of my superiors," General Fenner said with a wry smile. She did not mention the war between the kingdoms of undead. It was obviously a very difficult task that needed prolonged planning and discussions. Their priority now was to get rid of the curse. "Are there Medusa on the battlefield?" Mo Fan asked. "Don't even think about it. The Medusa are constantly followed around by a huge troop of Gorgons and Lamias. Even people like us will have trouble getting close to them, but you are in luck. I saw a Medusa that hasn't matured yet around 3 days ago. A young Medusa isn't as intelligent, so we might have a chance to acquire a teardrop from it," General Fenner said. "That's great." Vonnie let out a relieved sigh. "Yeah, since we can't take on a mature Medusa, we can pick on the young Medusa instead," Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Chapter 1529. Insane Reward Pool. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fenner was a general, so she could only ask an experienced soldier to help Mo Fan and the others search for the young Medusa. They could not afford to allocate more manpower, since Cairo was still in the middle of a battle. They were already short on men. Heidi wanted to wait for Brianka to return, as it would be safer for them to enter the Medusa's territory with her around. Even if they stumbled into a mature Medusa, Brianka should still be able to handle it. Unfortunately, they had not heard from Brianka since she left. She had only told them she would regroup with them in Cairo in a week, but the curse would surely worsen by then. By the time Brianka arrived, she would be retrieving their corpses instead. "It seems like we are on our own," Mo Fan said helplessly. "It's not like we can ask anybody for help, either. Who would be willing to risk their lives for us?" Zhao Manyang said. The people of the European University Institute struggled to make up their minds, but they finally decided to search for the young Medusa, too. It was unlikely they could survive the torture of the curse long enough to live. Luckily, Vonnie was a mentor, indicating that he was at least a super mage. A mentor that was in charge of students who were on an expedition to graduate with excellence was surely a super mage. After all, most of the students in the European University Institute had reached the advanced level for all their elements. Their strength was more or less on par with Mo Fan and his crew, thus they might be of some help when the time came. As a matter of fact, most mags in the wild formed a balanced team, as different elements come into handy in different situations. It was not a bad idea to bring these people of the European University Institute along as sacrificial victims. The Europeans were clearly holding a strong grudge. They were here for their final trial so they could graduate, but their lives were now at stake because of the curse of the Medusa. The plan to invade the Medusa's nest to search for the young Medusa was basically a suicide mission. The group restocked the necessary supplies to travel in the wilds of Egypt. Since they were mainly up against Medusa and Gorgons, antidotes were a must. However, the antidotes were not useful in every situation. They normally served as an ingredient. There were many kinds of poison, thus they would have to mix the right ingredients according to the situation to produce the right antidote. "Do we only have one herbalist among us?" Zhao Manyang asked. He was shocked that the European University Institute did not have a single person that knew how to mix medicines. Not knowing how to mix medicines meant the lives of the members in the group would be in danger if anyone was poisoned, suffered internal injuries, or was caught by corrosive substances. "We have no healer and no herbalist, and we are about to invade a place with the deadliest poison in the world. I think it's better for us to die comfortably in Cairo instead," Zhao Manyang grumbled. "I'm one," Mu Bai said. "Damn, what use does a hobbyist like you have?" Zhao Manyang said. "Still better than a useless prick like you who does nothing but complain." Mu Bai grunted in return. "I'm a plant mage, but I don't know how to mix medicine," Sophia said. "So we must collect as many antidote ingredients as possible. Don't worry, I'm quite familiar with poisons. I should know how to deal with them, as long as they aren't like the curse, but I don't know how to mix the antidotes either," Chad said. Mu Bai was no hobbyist. He was actually an advanced herbalist, certified by both the Hunter Union and the Magic Association. The mistake he had made with the aphrodisiac was only an accident. As the others went to prepare themselves, Mo Fan noticed that he was not that far away from the local Hunter Union. He decided to take a look around. The title of Hunter Master was applicable throughout the world, so Mo Fan could enjoy the benefits of being a Hunter Master at Cairo's Hunter Union, too. The truth was that news from the official channels was slower than the rate of news exchanged among the hunters. The only downside of the news being spread among hunters was their credibility. "Tear of Medusa, has anyone submitted a quest for it?" Mo Fan asked the hunter mistress assigned to serve him. The hunter mistress wore a smile at all times. She placed a cup of water in front of Mo Fan and asked, "Are you going to contribute to the reward pool, too?" "The reward pool?" Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. "Didn't you know? The Tear of Medusa has the biggest reward pool in Egypt's Hunter Union," the hunter mistress said. A reward pool was a group reward. It was normal for difficult quests that barely anyone could accomplish, yet had high demand. The rewards for those quests would eventually end up in pools. Many people were asking for the same thing, so the rewards they offered all contributed to the pool. As the rewards continued to stack up, some experts would eventually take on the quest. Sometimes the government even formed a team of experts to complete those quests to earn the rewards. Mo Fan and Lingling had earned a fortune from completing the quest of the Drowning Curse. His rank went from a few stars to 6 stars just by completing that quest. A 6-star Hunter Master was quite well respected. If Mo Fan was tired of his current life of killing demon creatures, he could go to any city and become an authority with his identity of a 6-star Hunter Master. It had been a while since Mo Fan and Lingling had done any high-reward quests, not since the quest of the Drowning Curse. He was thinking of submitting a quest to see if he could acquire the Tear of Medusa with money, but it turned out that he had underestimated its value. There was already a reward pool for the Tear of Medusa in Egypt. "How much does the reward pool have now?" Mo Fan asked. "Around 3.5 billion, the hunter mistress said. "THR 3.5 billion? Is it the biggest reward pool in Cairo now?" Mo Fan was shocked. The reward for the Drowning Curse was nothing compared to the reward pool of 3.5 billion for the Tear of Medusa. Mo Fan could not help but swallow in awe. The size of the reward pool was directly proportional to the difficulty of the quest. Otherwise, why would the reward pool keep growing? I believe it's equivalent to an S-rank quest. The reward pool has grown significantly over the past few years, mainly because the big female Medusa now have the Eyes of Vengeance, too. Many mags are being tortured by the curse. On the other hand, the Tear of Medusa can also make a person immune to petrify, weaken the effects of freezing, and strengthen psychic magic. It's very appealing to many mags, thus the high reward for it. I believe some of the senior hunters are being tempted to take on the quest. The hunter mistress was quite informed and explained it all thoroughly to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was utterly shocked. He did not expect the tear of Medusa to be so precious and useful. Immune to petrify. Wouldn't that mean the advanced spell of the earth element, the eyes of the rock demon, was basically useless to those that had the tear of Medusa? Many earth mags treated it as their greatest trump card. Not only would it make a person immune to petrify, it could also weaken the effects of freeze, putting ice mags at a disadvantage. It also had the ability to strengthen psychic magic, although it was not specified how effective it was. However, the first two effects were already quite insane. Chapter 1530. The Intel from the Hunter Union. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Take this sum of money from my account and help me collect as much information on the young Medusa as you can and organize it for me. The rest is your reward. Mo Fan raised a finger and said to the hunter mistress called Anna generously. Anna smiled with a flirtatious wink. She went to another room and spoke to the clerk at the desk. Transfer 10 million out of this card and collect the information about the young Medusa. Filter out the most reliable information. Anna purposely turned around after finishing the sentence. She gave Mo Fan a thoughtful smile before proceeding to organize the information. Mo Fan remained smiling, but the smile stiffened as soon as Anna left. Holy crap, I didn't say 10 million, it's already insane to pay $1 million just to collect information. He clearly went too far with the posing. Even though 10 million was not necessarily a huge sum for Mo Fan anymore, only an idiot would spend so much money just to collect some information. However, Mo Fan was well aware of the price of valuable information. If he went to search for the young Medusa like a headless fly, without spending some money on the information about her, it would be no different than scooping up a needle from the bottom of the ocean. After a brief thought, Mo Fan clenched his teeth and withheld the urge to knock Anna out just to get his money back. The reward was currently at 3.5 billion. He believed his decision of spending a sum that could easily buy a house in Shanghai for the mere information of the young Medusa was going to pay him back handsomely. Anna was a professional operator in the Hunter Union. Mo Fan noticed a rare badge that indicated her rank as an international hunter mistress on her chest. Even though her rank was not high enough to serve senior hunters, she would have serviced hundreds, or even 1,000, hunter masters by now. Anna soon returned with a single piece of paper. She had compiled the information into a single page in a very short period of time. Most hunters had to collect and analyze information themselves prior to becoming a hunter master. Many hunters would spend more time on organizing information than the actual expeditions, and it was very common for their efforts to be in vain if they ended up collecting false and unreliable information. It was much less worrisome with a hunter mistress' help once they achieved the rank of a hunter master. Mo Fan had Lingling, the all-purpose little lowly back home. He had never had to rely on a hunter mistress, but he definitely needed help when he was in foreign countries. She allowed Mo Fan to learn the information he needed in the shortest time possible. You came just in time. A hunter was temporarily recruited by the military for a mission. He discovered the hair of the young Medusa at the Sunset Valley. What do you think? Anna explained to Mo Fan in a serious manner. She was no longer sporting a seductive smile. Are you sure it's the young Medusa's hair? Mo Fan asked. We normally refer to Medusa's hair as silken. Many reputable forgemasters like to use it as the padding between pieces of armor around the joints. It gives the armor a high defense while minimizing the restrictions on a mage's movement. The hunter I once served managed to collect some of it, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to bring it back alive, Anna said. Oh, so he sold the information at the main hall? Mo Fan asked. Yeah, the bid for it went up to 7 million, but I bought it with 8 million and made it exclusive to you. I also organized bits and pieces of the news that other hunters have collected. Here is the map for the young Medusa's activity range that I've made. Anna placed a tablet in front of Mo Fan. Anna had done everything in a very professional manner. Mo Fan was familiar with the information that the map was providing him. Lingling often did similar analysis to pinpoint where their target might be before confirming it by buying some expensive clues from the Hunter Union. Her accuracy in finding the target was higher than 50%, and she could further increase it when provided with more reliable information. This is the activity range of a mature Medusa, and this is the activity range of the young Medusa. I've tagged them with different colors. According to other news, the mature Medusa seems to be residing at the Sunset Valley, and the young Medusa showed up at the Sunset Shrine a few days ago, Anna said. The Sunset Shrine, how reliable is it? Mo Fan asked. Rumors like these? I would say less than 20%, but the information we bought with 8 million does fit perfectly with it. I am now 70% sure that the young Medusa was at the Sunset Shrine a day ago, Anna replied while adjusting her spectacles. Any other information? Mo Fan asked. Well, not for the time being. I've already bought the most valuable information, but there is indeed something I can tell you for free. Before the young Medusa mature, they will molt their hair once every week. There's a species called the roving desert beetles. They love the hair that Medusa shed, so if you are heading to the Sunset Valley, you can bring some roving desert beetles along. I've roughly calculated for you. The information you've acquired with 8 million indicates that the young Medusa shed its hair around 3 days ago, which means in the morning on the 4th day from now, if you are within 5 kilometers of the young Medusa, the roving desert beetles will lead you to the hair that the young Medusa just shed. That way, you should be very close to the young Medusa. Anna said. Roving desert beetles? Anna, isn't a piece of information like that worth a lot? Mo Fan asked curiously, staring at Anna. Anna's expression shifted slightly. She lowered her head and said, I learned it from my previous employer. It cost 5 million, but my hirer did not make it back alive. As a hunter mistress, I'm not allowed to sell the information I've learned. I see, you were in love with your previous boss, right? Mo Fan speculated, judging from Anna's reaction. No, she was my friend. We'd been working together for 5 years. Anna shook her head. It turned out that her previous boss was a female hunter master. Oh, thank you for the useful information, Mo Fan said quickly. My pleasure. I will keep you updated with the latest news with the Sand Eagle's help. Unfortunately, too many people are interested in the news about the Medusa, so I'm afraid 10 million won't be enough to acquire the latest news, Anna said. Hold on to my card, use it to buy any information that you think is valuable, Mo Fan said generously. Sure, good hunting, Anna smiled, placing the unpleasant memory behind her. I'll take this with me. Mo Fan took the piece of paper that had the information Anna had compiled. The information was extremely useful. General Fenner had only mentioned that someone had seen the young Medusa, but she had no clue where the spotting had occurred. The outskirts of Cairo covered a huge area and had many demon creatures roaming around. It would be almost impossible to wander around and look for the young Medusa. Now that Mo Fan had confirmed where the young Medusa was, things were a lot simpler. Mr. Mo, there's something I want to ask you, Anna stopped Mo Fan when he was about to leave. Go on, Mo Fan said. Did you really complete the quest of the drowning curse? I spent quite some years at the Aegean Sea before. I've heard a lot of terrifying rumors about the drowning curse. It's like a curse of the ocean that everyone is scared of, yet you are so young. Oh, I'm not questioning your capabilities, I'm just confused as to how were you able to solve such a great mystery of the ocean when so many senior hunters failed to discover the truth. Anna said. Her eyes displayed a strong desire to learn the truth. Mo Fan had requested he be matched with a hunter mistress as soon as he reached Cairo's hunter union. Anna was actually the manager of the hunter mistresses in Cairo's hunter union, so she had the clearance to quickly discover that Mo Fan had completed the quest of the drowning curse. Every hunter that had completed a quest with a reward pool was considered a legend. Anna agreed to be matched with Mo Fan, as she was intrigued by the man. The reward pool for the drowning curse came from donations from all over the world, mostly from the families of the victims who did not want anyone to suffer the same misfortune. It was more of a reward pool gathered from charities, so the sum was not noticeably high. Meanwhile, the tear of Medusa had a great demand, both because of its own value and the fact that many people were suffering from the curses of the Medusa. In terms of difficulty, it was actually harder to solve the mystery of the drowning curse, since there was no clue or information about it at all. Anna had not revealed her intentions earlier. When she realized Mo Fan was a very approachable man, she decided to ask about it. How did such a young hunter master manage to solve the mystery of the drowning curse? It's quite complicated. Maybe we should find somewhere quieter to talk about it after I'm done with this quest. Mo Fan proposed, raising his brows. Anna was amused by Mo Fan's reaction. She replied, "Sure, I await your good news." Mo Fan left the Hunter Union, actually leaving his card with Anna. It was not like Mo Fan did not really care about money, but he was impressed by how professional Anna was. The activity map she made, her speed, and decisiveness at acquiring the information he needed were comparable to Lingling's. Lingling was not familiar with the situation in Egypt, but Anna was. His chance of completing this quest was a lot higher with the Hunter Mistress's help. Mo Fan was only willing to spend money on accurate information. If he had only spent $1 million, he seriously doubted he would be able to find a single strand of the young Medusa's leg hair in the end. Mo Fan was not worried that Anna would spend his money without his permission. A hunter mistress that was qualified to serve a 6-star hunter master was worthy to be appointed the Minister of Finance of a country. They would clearly list out the things that they had spent money on. They would never spend their clients' money on anything useless. A hunter mistress that did waste their clients' money would not be worthy to become a hunter master's advisor. The Hunter Union had many branches across the world, and its management had always been strict on the hunter mistress ethics. Even though a lot of hunters saw the hunter mistresses as toys, there were still a lot of impressive and professional hunter mistresses. Anna was clearly the professional kind. Chapter 1531. Roving Desert Beetles. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The people of the European University Institute waited in a luxurious club. Mubai went to prepare the antidotes, while Heidi was busy collecting the information about the species of demon creatures they might encounter during the adventure. They had no clue what the people of the European University Institute were doing. Perhaps they too were collecting information through their own sources. This is a club managed by the Golden Rose clan. You can find it in the main cities, with a network of reliable and capable mags. I believe someone will soon deliver the information about the young Medusa to us. Ferrero was seated on a leather couch, smoking a cigar. The man preferred to behave calmly and nobly at a time like this. A manager of the club in a tuxedo came with some information. "Young master, we've obtained some news from the people of the Magic Association. Someone has spotted a mature Medusa with the young Medusa. They were last seen around the Bargo land. Ferrero is as impressive as usual. Having power can really save us a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, someone is going around like a headless fly without doing anything useful," Galba chuckled. Zhao Manyang opened the map and glanced at Bargo land. He soon burst out laughing. Chad said with a wry smile, "The Bargo land covers over 80 kilometers. Where do we even start looking for the young Medusa? You can easily buy information like that at the Hunter Union. Humph, it's still better than you guys who don't even know where to look at all." Ferrero grumbled. "What should we do now? I don't even dare to drink water now. We are really going to be tortured to death if we don't find any reliable news soon," Zoe sighed. Everyone had grim faces. They had only arrived in Cairo a short time ago, thus they were not familiar with the environment yet. They only had limited sources of information available to them. "It's at the Sunset Shrine," Mo Fan blurted out as he came into the room. His face was brimming with confidence. Everyone looked at him. Their first reaction was not bursting into joy about finding the right location, but they were filled with strong doubts instead. Why was the Sunset Shrine necessarily the place they were looking for? Although the Sunset Shrine was located in Bargo land, he could not just blindly point at a spot on the map, right? "Humph, you don't have to share the information that you've obtained from a random hooker in a rundown place with us. It's going to get us killed instead," Ferrero said disdainfully. "I don't really care if you believe it or not, Heidi, old Zhao, Green. Mubai, we're heading out now. We don't have much time, we have to reach the Sunset Shrine in 4 days." There are a few nests of demon creatures nearby, so it won't be easy sneaking into it, Mo Fan ordered. Mo Fan, are you sure it's at the Sunset Shrine? Zoe looked at Mo Fan and asked seriously. Where did you get the information from? The Hunter Union. I'm a 6-star Hunter Master, Mo Fan said. Ha, boast all you want. How can you possibly be a 6-star Hunter Master? My uncle is a super mage, yet he's not even a 6-star Hunter Master. Zoe smiled. She assumed Mo Fan was joking. Mo Fan had already taken out his badge while Zoe was still talking. It was impossible to fake the Hunter badge, the stars on it were the only proof he needed. Mentor Vonnie purposely went closer to see if Mo Fan truly was a 6-star Hunter Master. His expression changed tremendously. It was not difficult to become a Hunter Master with their current strength, but it was a completely different story to reach 5 stars and above. The points from completing a few quests were not enough, they had to have some other achievements that no one could lightly accomplish, too. Mo Fan had gone from 4 stars to 6 stars after solving the mystery of the drowning curse. Otherwise, even 5 stars would be extremely difficult for him to reach. The information is approved by Cairo's Hunter Union, it's very credible, the old manager in a tuxedo stated after glancing at the paper Mo Fan was holding. Ferrero rolled his eyes at the old manager in a tuxedo. The man abruptly realized Mo Fan was not his young master's friend, and found himself in an awkward position. If he's a 6-star Hunter Master, there shouldn't be any problem. We'll head out tomorrow morning, or we should have everything we need, Vonnie said. What the tomorrow? We are going now. The young Medusa isn't a quest NPC, it won't wait at the same spot waiting for us to form a party to take it out. The information we have is the latest too. It's best if we go now and find it before it goes somewhere else. Mo Fan exclaimed. He was utterly speechless about these people's attitudes. If the young Medusa ended up going back to its nest because they waited until tomorrow morning, they would lose their only chance of obtaining a tear of Medusa. Mo Fan is right, we should head out as early as possible. The longer we are under the curse, the more dangerous it will be, Zoe agreed with him. That being said, she was still shocked that Mo Fan was a 6-star Hunter Master. The rank of a Hunter Master was a clear representation of their capabilities. Let's head out now. Chad agreed. Chad had already prepared the camel beasts. They were a must when traveling in the desert. Otherwise, the lamias were going to be on their tail all the time. General Fenner provided them with some assistance, too. She had found a kind of medicine with cleistogenes as the main ingredient that could temporarily get rid of the effects of the curse. However, the medicine was a double-edged sword. It could provide a person temporary relief from the curse of the Medusa's eyes, but once its effects wore off, the effects of the curse would worsen significantly. It basically meant if they could not find the young Medusa before the end of the medicine's effects, they might die or lose their minds in but a week. It was a trip of no return, but luckily they had found the right direction. They now had a good shot at finding the young Medusa. Old Zhao, go buy some roving desert beetles, Mo Fan whispered to Zhao Manyang. What for? Zhao Manyang asked with a confused look. Just do as I say, but don't let the others know, especially the people of the European University Institute, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had shared the location of the young Medusa, but there was no way he would tell them this other piece of information. The people of the European University Institute were clearly unreliable. It was better for him to hold back the secret. It was not the first time Zhao Manyang had colluded with Mo Fan. He immediately knew Mo Fan had a backup plan in mind. He left for the market when the others were not paying attention to him. Roving desert beetles were not that common. They were mostly dried and consumed as medicine. Zhao Manyang spent some money buying a box of them and secretly placed it in his storage ring. Chapter 1532. Sunset Shrine. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Bargo land was the spacious land between Cairo and the Great Pyramid of Giza, spanning over 100 kilometers. The land had always been the field of battle between humans and the undead, a war that had been going on for thousands of years. The undead in the Bargo land never stopped coming, the reason behind it very simple. Since the battle kept going, there would be a lot of deaths, and thus a lot of new undead rising. It was a never-ending loop constantly happening across Egypt. There was a long gradient starting around 70 kilometers from the Great Pyramid of Giza. The slope was like the hand of a compass, identifying the time when the deathlight would start shining. Every sunset, if anyone stood at the edge of the Sunset Valley and looked up, they would see the sunlight spreading across the valley perfectly, making it look like a sparkling golden sea. Unfortunately, the spectacular phenomenon only brought boundless fear and uneasiness to the people of Cairo. When the sunlight disappeared from the valley, the deathlight of the pyramid would start pouring down on the Bargo land, like a flag representing the kingdom of the dead. The deathlight followed the routines of day and night, just like the sun and the stars. The duration of the dazzling sunlight down the Sunset Valley constantly changed over months and years, but normally, every 5 years, there would be a time when the deathlight would last longer than usual, and that was normally when the greatest battles between Cairo and the undead took place. They were currently in the Black Season, the 5-year time when the deathlight would last the longest. The enemy challenging the city of Cairo was the Pyramid of Khafre, the second largest pyramid in Egypt. The real undead had not shown up yet. Currently, only the 2 main demon species in Egypt, the Gorgons and the Medusae, were active. The real torture for the Egyptians was only beginning as the Black Season arrived. At a unique spot in the Sunset Valley stood an ancient shrine that was part of some ancient cultural heritage. The Egyptians were similar to the people living along the Yellow River and the Yangtze Plain who had worshipped the totem beasts. They used to rely on the protection of special creatures. The Sunset Shrine was one of the greatest altars for the ancient Egyptians to offer their sacrifices to their god. Then came the era of the pharaohs, who overthrew the ancient civilization and established a magic civilization in Egypt. However, after they turned into undead as they died, they would not give up their control over the Golden Land. The Sunset Shrine had existed for a very long time. It was magnificent, yet extremely run down. It had been a while since anyone set foot into it, mainly because many hunters had died strange deaths before they could get close enough to the Sunset Shrine. Rumors say that the spirits of the ancient gods have abandoned us humans because the pharaohs abandoned them first. Anyone that comes close to the shrine will be punished, Chad said as they were walking. The Sunset Shrine had all kinds of rumors and mysteries that had remained unsolved to this day. There were people that went exploring inside the Sunset Shrine, but they discovered that the Sunset Shrine was an endless maze, similar to the pyramids. If an ordinary person set foot inside it, they would never come out again. Some barely escaped from the place, but they all ended up with empty hands. Is this Sunset Shrine related to the pyramids? Mo Fan asked. The group had reached the Sunset Valley, and were only around 20 kilometers away from the Sunset Shrine. It was currently sunset, so they just happened to see a red sun setting up the slope. It looked like they would eventually reach the sun if they kept heading up the slope. The Sunset Shrine happened to stand in the same direction as the sun. From afar, it looked like the shrine was built for a god of sun. It was quite likely that the ancient god whom the Egyptians once worshipped was somehow related to the sun. Mo Fan remembered that before Greece was ruled by the Parthenon temple, the Greeks used to worship ancient gods, too. The tyrant titans were said to be the descendants of the ancient gods. He could not help but wonder if the ancient gods in Egypt were related to the ancient gods in Greece. As a matter of fact, these gods were most likely some powerful creatures in the past, just like the totem beasts in China. When the era of magic came, many countries overthrew these ancient civilizations and chose to believe in their own magical power instead. It is said that the deathlight is the power of the ancient gods that the pharaohs stole. I'm not too sure how they were related, but we all knew the pharaohs overthrew the civilization worshipping the ancient gods, Chad said. Is the ancient god still inside the Sunset Shrine, then? Mo Fan had to ask. Chad's brother Benz burst out laughing. He explained, there's no god in Egypt anymore, not even the descendants of the gods. Isn't China the same as us? You no longer have the totem beasts, the Sunset Shrine is just a cultural heritage, and has most likely become a Medusa's nest. They suddenly heard the cry of an eagle as they approached the Sunset Shrine. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and saw a white eagle diving at him. Just as Mo Fan was feeling confused, the white eagle opened its claw and dropped a tube. Mo Fan belatedly remembered he had a hunter mistress providing him with assistance remotely. She would relay her latest findings to him immediately via the messenger eagles. The Bargoland had no mobile coverage. A mobile phone would only serve as a watch and a torchlight here. The only way to relay messages was using this ancient method. Demon creatures would not attack the messenger eagles, so they were perfect for delivering messages to travelers in the wild. Mo Fan opened up the tube. There was a document inside. What does it say? Zhao Manyang asked. She says that the rumors about the people dying close to the Sunset Shrine is real. The bodies of anyone who gets within 3 kilometers to the Sunset Shrine will start to rot. They haven't figured out the reason behind it. She's asking to us to be more careful. Mo Fan read out the information from the hunter mistress, Anna. Maybe they are just exaggerating. Mentor Vonnie wondered aloud. Mo Fan shook his head. He showed a photograph attached to the document to Vonnie. Mentor Vonnie glanced at it, examining the picture of a severely rotted hunter's body. It was so badly decayed that only his eyes remained on his face. The photograph means that the rumors are real. 3 kilometers, are we within 3 kilometers of the Sunset Shrine now? Mu Bai said. But what could be the cause of it? Let's worry about that later. If the ancient civilization vanished a few thousand years ago, it's unlikely that such a strong curse is still around. Besides, aren't the Medusa active around there? I doubt the ancient god is particularly friendly toward them. Mo Fan chose to keep going. He did not hesitate just because of the new information. Chapter 1533. Burning Evil Eye. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Sunset Valley was not part of the battlefield. In fact, it was located behind enemy lines. They purposely took the long route around a huge canyon to reach their destination. General Fenner had provided them with the safest path. Cairo was currently in a defensive position. It was unlikely they would try to ambush the demon creatures from behind. They were only hoping for the fighting to end, instead of starting new battles. Unlike the battlefield, demon creatures did not actively roam around behind their own armies, but their density was still quite high. The group would stumble into a powerful creature every 1 or 2 kilometers. Fighting the creatures was only going to attract more attention. Luckily, the group mainly consisted of elites. They knew how to preserve their energy and avoid the demon creatures as they made their way toward their destination. Did you notice? They are squads patrolling close to the Sunset Shrine. Each of the Silver Snake warriors is leading a bunch of Snake Men soldiers. I don't think they're just roaming around. Let's try to avoid them, Chad noticed, pointing at some demon creatures ahead. The Silver Snake warriors were completely covered by silver scales. They looked like armored warriors riding snake-like beasts from afar. These Silver Snake warriors rarely invaded human territory, as they were the most loyal guards of the Medusa. The Silver Snake warriors were no weaker than brutal sword death servants. Mo Fan's group would have no trouble taking them out, but they would be exposed the moment a fight started. They would then have to take on huge groups of Silver Snake warriors. We have come to the right place. There are a lot of Silver Snake warriors here, Ben said softly. They are patrolling very frequently. How are we supposed to get inside the Sunset Shrine? Zoe asked. That's easy. These Silver Snake warriors are particularly fond of the Sunset Demon Mice. I saw a nest of demon mice nearby. We can find a way to lure the Sunset Demon Mice here and make them run around the Sunset Shrine. These Silver Snake warriors will instinctively chase after them. We should be able to find an opening. Chad replied swiftly. The Sunset Demon Mice were not very powerful, yet the snake beast still struggled to catch them, since the demon mice were innately good at running away from them. However, it was very easy for humans to catch them. They just needed to smoke them out with the poison element and trap them with ice lock and plant magic traps. The pack of Sunset Demon Mice immediately became bait to lure the Silver Snake warriors away. The Silver Snake warriors would hold their positions most of the time, but these sunset demon mice never failed to drive them crazy. They could not stand the sight of these dumb fat demon mice wandering in front of them. The plan was a success. The group sneaked past the area the Silver Snake warriors were patrolling. The black silhouette of the sunset shrine under the dim moonlight gradually entered their vision. The ancient ruins of the sunset shrine were monolithic. The site contained over 30 structures of different sizes, each with a spacious garden and a watchtower. The structures spread across the place in a fixed pattern, making the sunset shrine feel more like a dilapidated ancient city. The collapsed beams, the half-exposed halls, the weeds crawling all over the place, and an altar that was covered by plants, not a single thing was preserved. What now? Vonnie seriously had no clue what the plan was. We wait until the morning, Fan said. Why? Ferrero asked. Just do as you're told. Feel free to leave if you don't want to, Fan grunted. Ferrero was displeased by the reply, yet did not say a word. The group hid inside a hall covered in debris and rocks. They had no idea what the hall was built with. The place actually looked quite new, and did not feel like it had been around for a few thousand years. It looked as if it had been exposed to the wind and rain for only a few hundred years. The ancient ruins of the Sunset Shrine were quite sturdy. Most ancient ruins would only have some foundations or a few rocks left after a few thousand years, but the Sunset Shrine's framework remained standing even today. It was a lot bigger than they had imagined. Benz kept scratching his back, as if he was being bitten by some poisonous bugs. The others did not take note of it at first, but when Benz kept scratching it every few minutes, Chad realized that something did not feel right. "Benz, your back is about to fester," Chad exclaimed. "My back is itching a lot, aren't you guys feeling it too?" Benz asked. "Now that you mention it, it does feel," Sophia said awkwardly. Zoe immediately went behind Sophia and checked on her back. She noticed some red marks with bumps like chicken pox. Her condition was slightly better than Ben's, but she was obviously poisoned too. I think I can feel it too," Zhao Manyang said. The strange condition continued to spread among the group, as if it was contagious. Even Fan had itchy bumps on his arms. "Are we cursed by the ancient god?" Vonnie recalled the curse that was said to befall anyone within 3 kilometers from the Sunset Shrine. As soon as Vonnie mentioned the curse, everyone immediately panicked as they recalled the horrible corpse they had seen in the photograph. "Stay calm. No curse can last for a few thousand years, let alone one with such a huge area of coverage. There must be something we missed," Fan said. "But we haven't come into contact with anything," Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Fan looked up and stared at the moon with an eerie green glow hanging in the sky. "Don't tell me you're considering the moonlight poisonous?" Heidi asked when she saw Fan staring at the moon. "The letter Anna sent me mentioned that they suspected the wounds on the rotten body were caused by some kind of light magic, but the victim clearly went to the Sunset Shrine at night, and the only light here is from the moon," Fan replied. "How could the moonlight cause this?" "Unless there's some evil energy hidden in the moonlight that we aren't aware of," Heidi said. "I believe that thing there might be the cause of it," Fan pointed at a tower further away. The tower was over 40 meters tall. There was a huge hole in it, with something glowing inside. Zhao Manyang had believed it held some kind of treasure, but he did not dare go any closer, as there were too many Silver Snake warriors nearby. "Let's go take a look," Heidi suggested. "Yeah," Fan nodded. It was difficult for the whole group to move around. Some of them were now suffering greatly from the festering. Fan only brought Heidi and Sophia, who was also a shadow mage, along. Heidi was a sound mage. She could keep a lookout for the demon creatures nearby with ease. Fan and Sophia had no trouble sneaking past the Silver Snake warriors with the shadow element, they just needed to conceal their presence. These Silver Snake warriors that had not reached the commander level were unable to detect their shadows. They flitted past a few gardens overgrown with weed and looked up the pitch-black tower. The glow it was emitting felt quite eerie. Don't you think it looks like an eye?" Sophia asked in a trembling voice. "It is an eye. Mo Fan said confidently. Heidi's night vision was not as good as the two shadow mags, yet she was covered in goosebumps when she heard Mo Fan and Sophia mentioning that the thing glowing on the tower was actually an eye. How was an eye so big and glowing? What kind of creature was it? I've seen something similar before, Mo Fan went on. Mo Fan remembered there was something like an eye in the ancient king's imperial tomb, called the Wicked Eye Copper Mirror. The Wicked Eye Copper Mirror's uses were very odd. Han Ji had mentioned that it was made using the light element and the chaos element. Mo Fan referred to it as an ancient surveillance camera. It was not difficult to understand how the Wicked Eye Copper Mirror worked if he considered it a combination of the light element and the chaos element. The thing on the tower was not a living creature. It was something evil, similar to the Wicked Eye Copper Mirror, and was fixed into the tower. When the light it emitted was mixed with the moonlight, the moon turned an eerie green in the eyes of those looking at it. It must be the burning evil eye, Mo Fan said. Burning evil eye? What's that? Sophia asked curiously. Heidi was also staring at Mo Fan. She was extremely curious about how Mo Fan knew these things. He definitely did not look like the knowledgeable kind to her. I read about it in an ancient manuscript in Greece. In the early days, when humans had just invented magic, their ways of using magic weren't mature yet, so they used the organs of dead ancient beasts to forge some defensive artifacts to stop demon creatures from invading their cities. This burning evil eye was quite popular back then. It's similar to a light barrier, but it doesn't stop the enemy from entering. However, the light will destroy the enemy's cells inside the barrier. The longer the enemy stays inside it, the greater the damage. It seems like the guy that died to the curse of the Sunset Shrine was actually killed by this burning evil eye instead. Mo Fan declared confidently. How did you learn all that? Sophia asked with a confused face. It's normal to prepare myself before coming here. I read about these things in some old books, Mo Fan replied loftily. The god of death in Greece, Egypt's national beast, and the totem beasts in China, it seemed like every ancient civilization was tied to these sacred beasts in some ways. Therefore, when Mo Fan was convalescing at the Parthenon Temple, he had read a lot of books about the European countries and the countries to the south of the Aegean Sea. The books at the Parthenon Temple had historical records that were not disclosed to the public. Mo Fan just wanted to see if the totem beasts had any ties to the sacred beasts in foreign countries, while learning about their ancient civilizations at the same time. Greece and Egypt were tied closely together, and it seemed they had even once clashed with one another because of the burning evil eye. Chapter 1534. Found a treasure. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What should we do then? Should we go up there and cover up the eye? Sophia asked. Yeah, but there should be some powerful creatures around here. You two will lure them away. I'll head up there and see if I can turn it off, Mo Fan said. Heidi and Sophia nodded, heading off separate ways. Sophia used her shadow element to move closer to the pitch-black tower, but before she reached it, she heard a loud snort, followed by a strong black gust surging across the area. A great commander-level creature is here. Sophia blurted out. She was indeed a high achiever from the European University Institute. She quickly cast the NYX regime to extend the reach of her fleeing shadow. In the NYX regime, the speed of fleeing shadow was comparable to blink. Furthermore, it was difficult to track a shadow mage in the NYX regime. Mo Fan was too far away to see the great commander-level creature that Sophia had encountered. He only saw the creature extending its oddly shaped wings and lunging out from an ancient structure that was still intact. The creature was obviously a shadow element creature, too. Sophia had made a careless mistake. The NYX regime would strengthen the shadow element of both ally and enemy. Heidi quickly entered the NYX regime to defend Sophia from the creature with oddly shaped wings after seeing the pinch she was in. It seems to be a NYX bloodbat. I was wondering why there weren't one or two guards looking after a piece of treasure like this. Mo Fan went a little closer and was finally able to catch a glimpse of the creature. The creature was extremely ugly. Bat demons were among the ugliest of all species. The bats that people normally saw were extremely small. ANYX blood, but that was over 10 meters long, was easily every normal person's nightmare. A single glance was enough to make them faint. The NYX bloodbat speed was insanely high in the NYX regime. Sophia had forgotten about that possibility in her panic. Luckily, Heidi made it in time. They slowly nullified the danger by working together. Fan did not put too much attention on them. Heidi needed more experience. If she had been constantly at the brink of death like him, her strength would easily be on par with his. Fan did not want to disturb her training. Fan sneaked over to the pitch-black tower and easily made his way to the top using the irregular spots along its walls. Ouch, that hurts. Fan was thinking of removing the burning evil eye with his hand, but he noticed his arm rotting 10 times quicker than before. The skin was already beyond recognition. The closer I am, the deadlier the burning is. That being said, I will gladly claim this abandoned piece of treasure. Fan could not care less about the danger. His demon flesh was extremely handy at times. If it was a weaker mage trying to do this, their whole body would have rotted before they could even reach the top. Fan clenched his teeth and forcibly snatched up the burning evil eye. The burning evil eye was just like a defense mechanism. Once it was shut off, it would no longer emit the poisonous light. Fan was familiar with its nature, so he was daring enough to snatch it right away. The burning evil eye was as big as a basin. Fan's face was almost rotted before he finally removed the eye from its socket. Luckily, it was only set inside the socket and guarded by a NYX bloodbat. Otherwise, they would have had to flee from the place immediately. I should bring it back to New Fanchua City and aim it at the shallow waters. It will burn any sea monster that comes close, perfect. Fan immediately tossed the burning evil eye into his space ring. The evil light was gone when he made it back to the ground. Sophia and Heidi were still fighting the NYX bloodbat. It seems like Mu Ningxue was right, it's important to read books. Fan mumbled to himself. The two girls had not had a clue what the burning evil eye was. They were frightened by the powerful ancient artifact, but Fan was overjoyed when he realized what it was. He did not expect to find such a valuable piece of treasure at the dilapidated shrine so quickly. Fan had sneakily had Sophia and Heidi leave by asking them to lure the demon creature guarding the burning evil eye away, just so he could snatch the treasure for himself. The evil light has disappeared. Let's go, this NYX bloodbat is too hard to kill. We'll only attract the attention of other demon creatures at this rate, Sophia said. Time to go. Did you destroy the burning evil eye? Heidi asked while running. Yeah, it was better to destroy it considering how harmful it is. Otherwise, some other hunters might die to it again, Fan replied without blinking. That's great. After they had regrouped with the others, the NYX bloodbat was still pursuing them relentlessly. Fan had stolen its treasure. How could it possibly give up the chase so easily? However, it was obvious that the NYX bloodbat was not friendly with the snake demons. The snake demons were not stirred up by the antics of the enraged NYX bloodbat. It seemed the snake demons were not the only species residing at the Sunset Shrine. The NYX bloodbat kept chasing after the three, but they had a whole group to back them up, including the super mage, Mentor Voni. They did not have any trouble taking out the NYX bloodbat. They did not attract too much attention either. Heidi suppressed the NYX bloodbat with her space element, giving the people of the European University Institute the chance to prove themselves. After a series of powerful spells that did not produce too much noise, the great commander-level creature was brutally killed. Is anyone's body rotting still? Fan asked. Not anymore. Fan, you're so impressive. How did you know it was the cause? Chad had to ask. It's nothing really, many strange incidents have a reason behind them. You will learn the truth once you find the key to it. With that thought, nothing is scary anymore, Fan replied loftily. Look at you, aren't you just lucky for discovering it? Ferrero harumphed coldly. Sure, I'll let you handle it if we find ourselves in any trouble again. Otherwise, can you automatically shut your mouth up for 5 minutes while I'm talking? Mo Fan immediately riposted. Mo Fan had a strange habit, he had zero tolerance for half-wits. I can handle it, I'll show you how capable the students of the European University Institute are. Ferrero declared. Let's hope you won't put our lives in danger. Mo Fan immediately shot him down. Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? All right, that's enough, we should be working together in a time like this. Now is not the time to argue between ourselves, Mentor Vonnie cut in. Mo Fan was in a good mood after finding a valuable artifact. He did not want to waste further time on the idiot. Chapter 1535. Young Medusa. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rotting was not caused by poison. Everyone was fine after they were no longer being exposed to the light of the evil eye. They treated their injuries with the medicine they brought along while waiting for the sun to rise. Mo Fan did not tell anyone how to track the young Medusa. When it was almost dawn, Mo Fan secretly asked Zhao Manyang to set the roving desert beetles free, and waited for his news. Not long after, Zhao Manyang returned with a happy face. Mu Bai had a hint of disgust when he saw the look on Zhao Manyang's face. Do you really have to be so happy after taking a piss? What do you know? Zhao Manyang glared at Mu Bai. When the three came close together, Zhao Manyang took out something that looked like a string of silk. It was stained with a strange substance, but it was still smooth and beautiful. What's this? Mu Bai had to ask. The hair that the young Medusa has just shed. She's very close to us. Mo Fan, are you sure the total sum in the reward pool for the tear of Medusa is 3.7 billion? Zhao Manyang said. 3.7, Mu Bai blurted out in surprise. Shush! Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang both signaled him to keep the voice down. Mu Bai withheld the shock in his heart. He lowered his head and whispered, is it really 3.7 billion? It is, for some reason, even the giant female snakes have been granted Medusa's power too. They can also cast the eyes of vengeance on their enemies. We are not the only people put under the curse. Many people are waiting for the tear of Medusa. Mo Fan informed him. Aren't you going to tell the people of the European University Institute? Mu Bai said. What is that nonsense? Why would I bother sharing the money with them? How much is everyone going to get if we split the money among all of us? Besides, they should be grateful to us for helping them to get rid of the crews. Do they seriously think they have a share in the reward too? Mo Fan said. That's right, they are so useless, they can't do anything apart from boast. Zhao Manyang said. How about Heidi? Mu Bai said. Heidi is a little innocent, so it's better not to tell her first. Otherwise, she might let the cat out of the bag. We'll tell her at the end, Mo Fan said after a moment of thought. Mu Bai nodded. He also agreed not to share the reward with the people of the European University Institute. Tell me where the spot is, I'll go have a look first. We'll leave right away if I can catch it. If I can't, we'll ask the others for help. That super mage Vonnie might still be useful to us, Mo Fan said. The people of the European University Institute were not weak, especially Mentor Vonnie, who had one of his elements at the super level. He might be able to lend them a hand if anything happened. However, if Mo Fan could do it himself, he had no reason to ask the others for help. It was better to keep the fortune to himself. The three did not move out together, as it might make the people of the European University Institute suspicious. Mo Fan pretended like he was going to scout the area. He asked the others to stay there and wait for him patiently. Mo Fan followed Zhao Manyang's instructions and went past a few broken-down structures. He found more hair of the young Medusa under an altar that was covered in plants. The hair was quite valuable. Mo Fan gladly put the hair he had found inside the space ring, and set another roving sand beetle free to continue searching for the hair of the young Medusa. Mo Fan had the dark noble mantle. It was extremely easy for him to move around without gathering any attention. Even if an adult Medusa was around, Mo Fan could still perfectly conceal his presence and avoid getting into a fight. Zhao Manyang told Mo Fan that the young Medusa seemed to be alone. There was no trace of adult Medusae or the Silver Snake warriors around. "I'm in luck for once," Mo Fan blurted out in joy. He had taken a look around and did not see any snake demons nearby. The nobles among the snake demons had asked their subordinates to guard the perimeter, yet they did not allow those low-level creatures to hang around in the area they resided in. An intense battle was still going on at the front line. Perhaps the Medusae did not expect humans to come so deep into their territory. The roving sand beetle stopped in a hall well lit up by the moonlight, its ceiling no longer around. The little creature was munching something like a string of silk excitedly. Mo Fan picked it up and discovered it was the hair of a Medusa. Most importantly, it was still warm, indicating that the hair had just been shed recently. Mo Fan was extremely excited. 3.7 billion was almost within his reach. He did not expect to earn such a great fortune on his trip to Egypt. He could finally buy some useful magic equipment with the money. A petite figure suddenly moved past in the hall. She seemed to have noticed Mo Fan's presence. She quickly hid in a corner covered in shadow. The moonlight peeked into the ceiling like a veil, yet it stopped right before the corner. Mo Fan was unable to see the figure in it, yet he noticed a pair of glittering eyes. "Come out here, I know you're in there, let's make a deal, either you make yourself cry and shed me some tears, or I'm going to beat you up." Mo Fan walked closer and stared at the eyes. Mo Fan was sure that there were no adult Medusae in the vicinity. There was no sign of the Silver Snake warriors too. Zhao Manyang had already made sure of that. This young Medusa was pretty daring to come out here alone. It allowed Mo Fan to take advantage of the chance. "Big brother, are you a bad guy?" a timid voice came out from the corner. Mo Fan was startled. What the heck was going on now? The young Medusa could speak human language? How did you learn to speak? Mo Fan was curious. She was speaking in standard English. Even though the Medusae were a hybrid species of human and snake, and some of them had an appearance and intelligence very similar to that of a human, they usually behaved more like demon creatures over the past thousands of years. They were not humans. Why did the young Medusa know how to speak? Her voice was so pleasant, like the soothing sound of a chime in some bamboo woods. "Big brother, I'm human," the little girl said. "Bullshit, come out from the shadow, let me look at you," Mo Fan said. The young girl slowly moved out from the corner. The moonlight shone upon smooth skin that was like a delicate jade. She slowly lifted her gaze. Her thin hair slid to the side. Her face was so pretty that Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat upon seeing it. Her pair of huge sparkling eyes were looking at Mo Fan pitifully. "She's really human." Mo Fan was stunned. He stared at the young girl. The young girl did not dare to come out any further. She was only wearing some ragged clothes. Her skin was smooth, but some parts did seem a little dirty. Her body was shivering, she seemed to be feeling a little cold. The collarbones under her pale neck were alluring. Her delicate appearance was perfect for earning pity from others. What the hell happened? Why are you here? Mo Fan struggled to believe it. "Brother, I'm not the Medusa, I was caught here." She likes to eat the heart of young girls. She has eaten all the girls from the same village as me. "I think I'm the next one," the girl said with a trembling voice. "You were kidnapped," Mo Fan said. A group of people came to our village. They told us they were mags, and would teach us magic, so they brought a few of us talented ones from the village, but they were lying. They were keeping a young Medusa. When she transforms every week, one of us had to die, the little girl said. "Some people are raising a young Medusa? Who are they?" Mo Fan asked with astonishment. "I don't know either, they keep kidnapping people to feed them to the young Medusa. Brother, are you a good person?" The little girl seemed a little scared. Her eyes were staring at Mo Fan. "I won't call myself a good person, but I won't hurt you. Do you know where the young Medusa is?" Mo Fan asked. She went to drink some water at the lake not far from here, the little girl said. All right, I'll go take a look, Mo Fan said. Brother, can you save me from this place? I don't want to be eaten, the little girl begged. All right, Mo Fan could not afford to leave the innocent little girl behind. He reached his hand out to help the little girl up. The little girl was cowering in the corner. Mo Fan could only see her body and her face. The little girl grabbed Mo Fan's hand and cautiously rose to her feet. Her eyes were staring at Mo Fan with an alert look at all times. Mo Fan suddenly pulled with a great force, dragging the little girl out from the shadow so she was exposed under the moonlight. Ha ha ha, do you seriously think I'm that stupid? Mo Fan burst out laughing. He quickly sealed her movement off by injecting the dark material into her body. To think that a little girl would appear out of nowhere in a place like this, and only dared to reveal half her body to him. Wasn't it obvious that the other half of her body would look like a snake's? How could Mo Fan possibly believe in her nonsense? Even if she could speak the human language, Mo Fan was quite confident that she was the young Medusa. The Medusae were good at tricking people. They could even cast illusions on their enemies to make them believe they were women. Mo Fan was not the naive young man that believed in fairy tales anymore. There was no way he would be tricked by such lies. Mo Fan was laughing at how naive the young Medusa was, trying to trick him with such a petty lie. However, he heard someone crying. The little girl had burst into tears. Mo Fan was still grabbing at her hand. He looked at her lower body. Skinny buttocks, slender legs, and the mysterious little garden that he could not afford to look at directly. Mo Fan was stunned once again. More precisely, his mind completely went blank. It was not a snake. It was not the body of a snake. It was indeed the body of a young girl. The young girl was terrified. She was crying out loud, yet she did not dare to resist since Mo Fan was extremely rough with his pull. Are you really a human? Mo Fan blushed. He did not think she was actually a little girl instead of the young Medusa. He was sure that he was not being tricked by an illusion. Everything he saw was real. I'm sorry, I thought you were lying, I thought you were the young Medusa, Mo Fan quickly apologized. Mo Fan immediately felt his head hurting. In that case, the young Medusa was indeed feasting on humans, and she enjoyed eating little girls like her if it could aid her growth. Most importantly, a group of mags was kidnapping the little girls for the young Medusa. Equals. This will certainly all go smoothly, and the girl is not involved at all. Chapter 1536. The Snake Demoness of the Desolate Lake. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Elemen. The little girl's cry had completely taken Mo Fan by surprise. Mo Fan was pulling her with enormous force, since he had assumed the young Medusa was trying to set him up. If he was a little crueler, he might even have torn the little girl's arm off. Luckily, he was not that violent. However, the little girl was in great pain. On top of that, she was not wearing anything. If anyone witnessed what had happened, they would assume Mo Fan was trying to do something unforgivable to the innocent little girl. I'm really sorry, little girl, can you stop crying? Please trust me, I'm indeed not a good person. No, that doesn't sound right, but I'm not the kind of bad person you think I am. I thought you were the young Medusa. I didn't expect to stumble into a beautiful girl like you in a place like this. It was much more likely that you were a demon creature. Mo Fan tried to apologize. Luckily, the little girl was able to calm down quickly. She held back her tears and stared at Mo Fan with huge teary eyes. Mo Fan immediately blushed, while feeling extremely awkward. Good, don't cry yet. If you didn't lie to me, I promise I'll bring you out of here, but you have to tell me where the real young Medusa is. Are the bad guys with her still? Mo Fan asked. I don't know. The young Medusa went to the lake to drink water. The mags left after bringing me here, the little girl said. What's your name? Mo Fan said softly. He was afraid that the girl would burst into tears again. Apis, the little girl said. Oh, where are you from? Mo Fan asked. I'm from Karagana Island. The people on the island plant herbs as a living. The herbs are sold to Egypt and Greece. The chief of the island doesn't allow the people to leave. I was very interested in becoming a mage, so I went against her will and was tricked by these people, Apis said. Mo Fan had heard of Karagana Island before. It was an island that did not belong to any country, located in the Aegean Sea between Greece and Egypt. The island was protected by the Shoreline Alliance and was populated by religious people that did not interact much with the outside world. Mo Fan heard Xinxia mention a few times that the Karagana Island was a gorgeous land of herbs. It did not have a single flower, yet it was even prettier than the Sea of Flowers in Provence. Unfortunately, Xinxia was busy preparing for the election. She did not have time to spare to travel to Karagana Island as their honeymoon trip. Mo Fan was more convinced that Apis was not lying when she mentioned Karagana Island. As a matter of fact, it was unreasonable for such a pretty little girl to show up out of nowhere in a place like this, but both the little girl's appearance and her explanation of where she was from did not have any problem at all. The Medusae did look similar to humans, but they were unable to get rid of their snake bodies. Their upper bodies were no different than humans, but their lower bodies had to resemble that of a snake. Therefore, Mo Fan knew he had made a mistake when he saw the little girl's slim legs. Cover yourself with this and follow me, we'll go look for the young Medusa first. Mo Fan took off his jacket and gave it to her. The jacket was huge for the little girl, she could wrap it around like a dress to cover herself. On a side note, Mo Fan had also seen something he was not supposed to, which further convinced him that he had stumbled into an actual human instead of a snake demon. Thank you, Apis slowly lowered her guard after sensing his friendliness and chagrin. Her dirty face had an anticipating smile now that she finally had the chance to leave this place. Is this the right way? Mo Fan asked. It is. Apis nodded. She followed behind Mo Fan with quick little steps. Mo Fan would occasionally turn around to look at the little girl. For some reason, he was still a little bit worried that Apis would extend poisonous fangs from her tender lips and bite him on the neck while he was not paying attention to her. But the truth was Apis was not a Medusa. She was just a weak little girl. Her body might be slightly stronger than ordinary girls since she had awakened her first element, but she was still completely helpless on her own. Mo Fan followed Apis' instructions and soon came upon a lake. The surface of the lake was overgrown with weeds. If its surface had not been shining in the moonlight, one might even assume it to be a grassy area. A soft noise came from the lake, the hissing sound of a snake. Mo Fan turned around once again to look at Apis. Apis' eyes were wide open. She was biting her pale lips to stop herself from making any sound, and was very cautious with her breathing, too. She's here, I can smell her, Apis said softly. Apis seemed to be sensitive to odors. The women on Karagana Island, who were constantly dealing with herbs, might have developed a special ability. Mo Fan went a little closer and also noticed a rotting odor. Stay here, I'll call my friends over, Mo Fan said softly. Mo Fan parted the bush and saw a long silhouette around 100 meters away. It was lying on its side atop a boulder, moonbathing beside the lake. The moonlight was shining on it. Mo Fan saw a slim upper body and the reflective scales of its extremely long lower body. It extended from the boulder to the ground and further curled up in a half circle. Its upper body did resemble that of a young woman, but the lower body of a snake was utterly terrifying. It seemed to be very fond of its own looks. It kept pouring water on itself from its hair to its stomach, then its firm snake's body. A young Medusa. It was really a young Medusa. Mo Fan no longer had to worry about Apis lying to him. He must have read too many stories and watched too many movies. Apis did not have anything that resembled a snake. She was clearly not the cunning young Medusa. My friend's blood must have gotten on her. She's not too fond of being covered in blood, Apis said with a trembling voice. Apis had the urge to break into tears again as she recalled her friend that had been eaten. Don't worry, I will avenge your friend. However, this creature is very fast. There are a lot of Silver Snake warriors only 2 kilometers away. I'm not confident enough to catch it on my own. Hang on, I'll call my friends over, Fan said. Do you have a lot of friends? Apers asked. Quite a few of them, and they are all experts, Fan nodded. That's great. Apers was even more convinced that she was safe now. Fan had already told Zhao Manyang about his plan. His dark material could be used as a signal for help. Zhao Manyang could follow the dark material to find him. Fan was not sure if the mags that were helping feed the young Medusa were around. He had asked Zhao Manyang to bring along the people of the European University Institute as a safety precaution. They will be here soon. Fan kept staring at the young Medusa while talking softly to Apers, helping her overcome the fear in her heart. To his relief, not only was Apers a beautiful girl, she was very disciplined, too. She did not bring any trouble to him. Fan heard movements behind him, and sensed his dark material approaching. Fan, Zhao Manyang whispered, suppressing his voice. He sounded like a vengeful spirit. Keep it down. Fan signaled. Wow! Who's this gorgeous little girl? Zhao Manyang came up to Fan and saw a little beauty kneeling beside Fan. She was wearing some revealing clothes, and a man's jacket was wrapped around her legs like a dress, revealing her slender legs and alluring body. Zhao Manyang, who had a slight fetish for little lolis, could feel blood running in his nose. Jerk, Fan was seriously a jerk. She was kidnapped to be fed to the young Medusa. I happened to save her from the bad guys. You idiot, can't you just keep quiet? If you alert our target, I'll chop you up and feed you to the snakes instead. Fan grunted. Oh, why do you always have the good things to yourself? Little girl, come here, you are safe with me, Zhao Manyang said with a harmless face. Apers promptly moved closer to Fan in fear. After what she had been through, she subconsciously relied on the first person that had provided her with a sense of security. In Apers' eyes, Fan was the only good guy, and everyone else was a bad guy. Ask the people of the European University Institute to flank her. We can't afford to let her escape. The young Medusa might not be stronger than us, but she's pretty good at running away, Fan said. Even as Fan was talking, his dark material was slowly weaving through the weeds. The young Medusa enjoying her bath under the moonlight was totally unaware that she was slowly being surrounded by Fan's dark material. They already went ahead. They shouldn't mess it up, Zhao Manyang said hopefully. Everyone's life was currently tied to the same string. None of them wanted anything to go wrong at a time like this. The moment we make our move, the young Medusa is going to scream and alert the Silver Snake warriors. It will take them less than 2 minutes to reach here, which means we must catch her in a minute and a half and figure out the right way to escape, Fan said. Fan was not an idiot like Zhao Manyang, he wanted to make sure everything was sorted out first. Catching the young Medusa was not difficult, but as soon as they showed themselves, the Silver Snake warriors in the Sunset Shrine and further away were going to converge on them like a fierce tide. The Silver Snake warriors could easily devour them down to their last bone before their hands grew warm from touching the young Medusa. Therefore, the key to the plan was how they were supposed to leave the place after getting their hands on the young Medusa. Head southwest, there's a long tunnel there. It will lead us out of the Sunset Shrine. We'll then clear a path from there. Bai had already found the best escape route. He had even marked the path with a fluorescent powder so they would not miss it. Chapter 1537. Operation Catch. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. You little piece of shit, take this. Ferrero's voice suddenly came from the other side of the lake as Fan and Bai were still discussing their escape route. They immediately saw sturdy rocks rising up from the water and forming a cage to trap the young Medusa. F***K, why did that idiot act now? Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Bai blurted out at the same time. How stupid was that guy? Not only was he trying to get himself killed, he was dragging everyone else into the mess, too. Mo Fan was seriously regretting his decision of joining hands with these unreliable teammates who were as stupid as pigs. "I've trapped her." Ferrero smiled, as if he had achieved an impressive act that could possibly save mankind. He was only waiting for flowers to be thrown at him and rounds of applause. It turned out that a person could really be influenced by the people they hung around with for a long time. Mo Fan was seriously impressed by how smart Ferrero was. What did he think a Medusa was? The Eyes of the Rock Demon was actually a spell that mimicked the Medusa's stare. Did he seriously think the advanced Earth spell was going to trap a snake demon with the ability to control the soil and the ground? The young Medusa's angry screech echoed throughout the Sunset Shrine. In just a few seconds, similar cries returned from all directions. It was like all the fireworks and firecrackers when the clock hit 12 at the new year. There were only a few cracks at the start, but they were soon followed by a series of deafening blasts. "Quick, do it now, we can't let her run away." Mo Fan decisively jumped out of the bush. He flew across the lake while the dark material in the vicinity swiftly gathered toward the young Medusa. The entire lake had turned into Mo Fan's dark swamp domain. Damn it, why did it turn into mud? Ferrero grumbled anxiously. His earth element was naturally ineffective against the Medusa. With a single glance from the young Medusa, his sturdy cage of rocks had turned into a pile of silt. The cage collapsed and scattered on the ground. Luckily, Mo Fan had established his dark swamp domain. It completely sealed the young Medusa in a maze of darkness before she could flee into the bushes. She had completely lost her sense of direction. "Don't use the light element. My NYX regime can trap her for now. Quick, use any powerful spell that can suppress her. We only have a little over a minute left." Mo Fan yelled at the others. The light element would drive Mo Fan's NYX regime away. Even the slightest gap would allow the young Medusa to flee. "I'll seal her off." Mentor Vonnie finally made his move. However, he did not cast a super spell. Vonnie was a super Earth mage, but his super Earth spell was not going to do anything to the young Medusa, either. He cast an ice spell instead. An icy coffin appeared above the young Medusa, who was running around wildly in the darkness in panic. The strong energy froze the young Medusa and the whole area she was in. Ice lock, chain formation. Mu Bai immediately summoned icy chains after seeing someone had already cast the icebound coffin. The thick chains of ice wrapped around the icebound coffin and formed two walls to trap the young Medusa as soon as she forced her way out of the icebound coffin. The frost of the icebound coffin spread continuously, leaving the young Medusa no way to escape. Her tail was already covered in layers of ice. Will Cannon, Heidi spread her arms and focused her will on the young Medusa. "Don't kill her, we need her alive." Mo Fan quickly stopped Heidi when he noticed she was trying to use a powerful attack. Mo Fan had witnessed the strength of Heidi's will cannon. Even the giant snake Demoness had almost died to it in a single blow. The young Medusa was clearly weaker than the giant snake Demoness. There was no way she would survive the hit. Heidi obediently followed his instructions. She quickly withdrew her will and focused on the noises in the surroundings. "We're going to be surrounded soon," Heidi said. "She's still resisting. Does anyone have other spells to suppress her?" "Use it now," Mo Fan exclaimed. "Man-eating plant." Zoe finished channeling her plant magic. A man-eating plant covering an area over 100 meters square rose up from the dark swamp close to the walls of ice chains. Its rows of sharp teeth resembled the jaws of a great shark, and it swallowed the chains, the icebound coffin, and the young Medusa with a single bite. "Let's go," Zoe said decisively. "You got her." Mo Fan was startled. "Yes, my man-eating plant will put her to sleep." "Don't worry, I won't kill her," Zoe said. Mo Fan glanced after the enormous man-eating plant that had swiftly sunk into the ground in shock. It turned out that Zoe was the real ace of the European University Institute. The enormous man-eating plant could even swallow some great commander-level creatures. "Time to go, follow the fluorescent light on the ground. Someone clear a path ahead." Fan said. I'll do it. Mentor Vonnie agreed promptly. The environment was not suitable for earth magic, thus the super earth mage was not any stronger than the students when his earth element was not available. Apers, climb onto my back, Fan squatted down. Apers, who was hiding behind a rock, quickly grabbed the jacket that she had wrapped around herself like a dress and jumped onto Fan's back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Big brother, are we going to die? There are so many snake men out there. Apers asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm very strong, we won't die. Besides, I'm going to find the scumbags that kidnapped you, too. They must be punished. Fan turned around and smiled. Apers felt a lot more relieved, staring at Fan's face from the side. She dug her head into Fan's back. Fan, should I carry her instead? Zhao Manyang asked while they were running. Piss off. Fan snapped. What was Zhao Manyang even thinking in a situation like this? He was the one that had stumbled onto the little beauty. How could he possibly allow Zhao Manyang to harm her? Zoe has the young Medusa, Bai said thoughtfully. I know, we'll worry about it after we've found a safe place. We'll have to decide if we are going to join hands to fall out with them according to the situation, Fan said. What falling out? Heidi was slightly behind Fan as she asked quietly. Keep an eye on our rear. Fan told Heidi. Heidi frowned. She had a feeling that Fan was hiding something from her. Our operation will be quite successful if we can make it out of here, Zhao Manyang suddenly said. You better not say something like that in the wild, Bai said superstitiously. I agree. Fan swore aloud. Chapter 1538. Fleeing from the Snakes. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Silver scales glowed brightly under the moonlight, resembling large groups of warriors in silver armor approaching from all directions. Follow the fluorescent lights, don't stray off the path, or else you won't make it out of the Sunset Shrine. Bai reminded them once again. The dilapidated structures were scattered along the slope, their layout very confusing. They would easily lose their way if they took the wrong path. 3 silver snake warriors that had climbed up to the top of a black structure with the help of the vines along the wall jumped down. Each of their 6 arms was holding a thin spike around 3 meters long. 3 silver snake warriors meant 18 pikes. They danced in the air while slashing down in a spiraling motion. The spirals descended rapidly, forcing everyone to dodge to the side. The slashes barely missed some of their toes. Defend yourself, don't just run. Fan yelled while running in the middle of the group. If they kept running, the enemy could just attack recklessly. Not many of them could survive the continuous rain of attacks coming at them. Not every silver snake warrior had pikes for weapons. When the group arrived at one of the exits, a silver snake commander over 20 meters tall was holding 2 heavy bone hammers with its 6 arms. The heads of the hammers were obviously the skull of some enormous beasts. The silver snake commander held each hammer with 3 hands. It leapt into the air and smashed the ground in the middle of the group. The terrifying hammers easily shattered the ground to pieces. Blink! Heidi immediately cast the space spell when she saw the group about to lose its formation. Come here, she yelled. The others quickly gathered toward Heidi after seeing the silver light. When everyone was close enough, Heidi immediately activated the spell. The group swiftly vanished after the silver light reached its peak inside the collapsing building. The silver snake commander's hammers had left an enormous hole on the ground, but it was not as clumsy as it seemed. It turned its head and immediately noticed its targets around 100 meters away. It immediately let out a cry. A dense show of silver flickers appeared in the air as a huge number of silver snake warriors jumped up. They had surrounded Fan and the others in some tall woods. The woods did not cover a large area. The remains of old structures could still be seen nearby. Many silver snake warriors were climbing up the trees, whether they were coming from the front, above, the trees, or off the roofs of the structures. Their shiny silver scales were everywhere. Spiraling slashes swept at the group and sliced the tall trees into logs. There was barely any room left to dodge the attacks, but Sophia was able to cast her water magic in time. The water curtain came down from above and protected the group like a huge umbrella. Zhao Manyang and Galba cast their earth magic simultaneously to build rock barriers against the deadly attacks. "Follow me!" Zhao Manyang yelled. Zhao Manyang ran at the front of the group while extending his arms to both sides. A brown light shone while he was running. Two sturdy walls of rocks emerged from the ground on both sides of him to block off the enemy and set up an escape path for the group. As he sprinted forward, the thick walls continued to rise in the direction he was running to. "Keep up! Keep up!" Mentor Vonnie shouted at the students of the European University Institute. The Silver Snake warriors and their attacks were blocked by the walls of stone. The group was basically running inside a canyon leading them straight to the woods outside the Sunset Shrine. "Look out behind!" Heidi yelled. Mo Fan turned around and was surprised to see the Silver Snake commander coming up along the path that Zhao Manyang had built. The creature's speed was insanely terrifying. The distance between them was reduced to only 200 meters in the blink of an eye. Someone fired a spell at the Silver Snake commander, forcing the creature to slow down. However, as soon as the distance increased by a little, the enraged Silver Snake commander tossed its hammer at the group. "My turn!" Mo Fan immediately put Apers down on the ground when he saw the hammer flying at them in a parabola. He took a step forward. Mo Fan clenched his fist while letting out a wild cry, before throwing a punch at the hammer. His fist erupted into flames. The meteor scarlet grew rapidly as Mo Fan hurled it forth. It turned into a meteorite flying right at the bone hammer. Bang! The meteorite fist smashed the bone hammer into white dust scattered across the ground, together with the embers. "It's settled, let's go!" Mo Fan withdrew his fist and smoothly lifted Apers, who was staring at the blast with a blank face, and carried her on his back. He immediately caught up with the others ahead without turning his head around. The Silver Snake commander was crying angrily behind, but the ground had turned muddy all of a sudden, lowering its speed significantly. A few moments later, Mo Fan and the others managed to run away from the demon creatures. "Big brother, you are so strong." Apers' eyes flickered with admiration after witnessing how Mo Fan was able to nullify the enormous snake's attack with ease. "It's nothing," Mo Fan said. "Can you teach me magic if we can make it out alive?" Apers asked with anticipation. She did not seem to be afraid anymore. "What are you talking about?" Mo Fan said. I'm sorry," Apers said timidly. "Of course we are going to make it out alive. The person that can kill me wasn't even born yet. You'll be fine as long as I'm still alive," Mo Fan declared. Saving beautiful girls had always been the main reason why he wanted to learn magic and become stronger. "So can I learn magic from you?" Apers had a happy smile again. "Of course you CA. F***K, how dare you ambush me, piss off." Mo Fan noticed 7 Silver Snake warriors showing up out of nowhere in the direction he was heading into in the middle of his sentence. The snakes were concealing themselves amid the bushes. They did not engage the others that had already gone ahead, purposely waiting for Mo Fan since he was the last in the group. How stupid were they, challenging the strongest person in the group to a fight? Lightning descended from the sky and turned into sparks, like the blow of a heavenly hammer. The 7 Silver Snake warriors were struck by deadly bolts of lightning as soon as they tried to pounce on Mo Fan. The area trembled under the lightning, and the Silver Snake warriors were knocked flying by the blow. They landed far away, twitching uncontrollably from the electric shock. "Big brother, behind us, there are a lot of them." Apers took a quick look backward and immediately ducked her head under Mo Fan's shoulder. "Don't be scared, you will see how they are going to die." Mo Fan turned around. His brow furrowed as purple lightning flickered in his eyes. "Sky Lightning Claw." Mo Fan lifted his hand high and grabbed at the sky. Dark lightning came down imperiously. The lightning bolts bundled up like dark claws of a demon, tearing at the Silver Snake warriors. The demon creatures screamed in agony. The 12-fold damage amplification of the Lightning Tyrant was too much for the warrior-level creatures to handle. Even the smallest lightning arc of the Sky Lightning Claw was enough to pulverize the Silver Snake warriors. Many Silver Snake warriors died instantly, significantly reducing the pressure coming from behind. Apa's mouth remained wide open as she turned around this time. In her eyes, a single Silver Snake warrior was already so scary, yet to her surprise, a strong mage could easily slaughter these fierce-looking creatures. Don't give up so easily, live and work diligently, and one day, you will be able to eliminate the enemy that brings you pain and suffering with ease. Mo Fan patted Apa's on the head after seeing the astonishment on her face. I know. Apa's nodded, as if she was going to remember the words that Mo Fan had casually come up with. Mo Fan eventually regrouped with the others. To his surprise, the others in the group were quite powerful too. The Silver Snake warriors had no chance of stopping them with their current numbers. Mo Fan and Heidi were in charge of the rear. Heidi was mainly responsible for stopping the Silver Snake warriors from getting closer. Her multitasking ability was perfect for constantly keeping an eye on the enemy and stopping them from threatening the group at close range. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was unable to fight the enemy in close combat since he was carrying Apas, so he was only casting powerful ranged spells. Heidi forced the Silver Snake warriors to approach the group from a certain direction, allowing Mo Fan to play the role of a magic cannon and blow the demon creatures up. Mo Fan continued to massacre the enemy pursuing them while Vonnie focused on clearing the path ahead. The students of the European University Institute fired their spells at the demon creatures at will. The group soon managed to travel 2 kilometers away from the Sunset Shrine. Don't let your guard down, the Silver Snake warriors are still coming from every direction. They are calling more of their species to flank us, too. We aren't safe yet. Chad, who was in the middle of the group, reminded everyone loudly. Chapter 1539. Little Beauty. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chad's attempt to lure the demon creatures away with his summoned beast had taught the group a viable approach for the operation. They had purposely caught a lot of sunset demon mice and trapped them all inside a cave before coming to the Sunset Shrine. The group followed the trail of fluorescent powder and soon reached the cave where the sunset demon mice were trapped. "Quick, Ferrero, give me your precious heirloom," Mu Bai said. Ferrero unwillingly took out the remaining magical dew and poured it on the sunset demon mice. The sunset demon mice, who usually fed on remains of undead, were soon fleeing aimlessly through the Sunset Valley while emitting an alluring scent. Sunset Valley was crawling with snake demons, not just the Silver Snake warriors. There were countless snake mountains, too. If every snake species was attracted by the scent, it would turn into the greatest chase scene ever in the Sunset Valley. The snakes heavily relied on their sense of smell. The group could temporarily conceal their scent, yet it was impossible to remain hidden for too long. Therefore, using the demon mice to distract the demon snakes was the best option they had. Each demon mouse carrying the smell of the magical dew could attract hundreds of demon snakes. The group would have a chance to escape as long as they were not surrounded by demon creatures. What now? Galba seemed quite nervous. It was Galba's first time doing something so thrilling. He was so nervous that he was going to wet his pants. It was difficult to imagine how the group of students that initially came here for training was now catching a young Medusa in their own backyard. They don't know we are here. Let's hold our position and let them chase after the demon mice for now, Chad said. Chad was sweating bullets, too. He was only an intermediate mage, yet he had risked his life and come here with the others. Even a single Silver Snake warrior could kill him easily. However, if he made it back alive, he could easily boast about it to his friends for the rest of his life. The cave was initially the demon mice's nest. A pungent rotting smell lingered there after Mo Fan and the others had invaded it, perfect for concealing their scent. The Silver Snake warriors would be attracted by the special scent that the demon mice were trailing after they lost sight of the group and hopefully be tricked into believing that the demon mice were the humans that kidnapped the young Medusa. The Silver Snake warriors had overwhelming numbers, especially in the vicinity of the Sunset Shrine. If Mo Fan's group did not use a little trick, they would end up being surrounded by the snake demons. Therefore, Their best option was to wait at the most dangerous place until the snake demons were gone, increasing their odds of leaving in one piece. Should we get the tears from the young Medusa first? Ferrero asked impatiently. It was his first time seeing a ruler-level creature that was still alive. He wondered how much the young Medusa would worth if he auctioned it. Let's wait, the snake demons might be able to pick up the young Medusa's scent, Zoe demurred. The young Medusa was still in the man-eating flower's stomach, helpless and completely vulnerable. Their first priority was to escape from the snake demons. The group had no choice but to wait inside the cave until the snake demons lost their calm. Grr, a strange sound broke the silence in the underground cave. There's something here, look out! Ferrero immediately rose to his feet. He looked around him nervously. Sorry, it's my stomach growling, Apis said softly, blushing. Mo Fan finally realized Apis must have not eaten for a long time. He quickly gave her some food that he kept in his personal space after warming the food in his palm. An aromatic smell soon replaced the foul odors in the cave. Apis had not eaten for a few days. She fixed her eyes on the food, drooling as soon as she picked up the scent. Here, Mo Fan gave Apis the food. Apis was too embarrassed to eat in front of the group. She hid behind Mo Fan and dug her head into the food like a starving little cat. Where did you find her? Vonnie asked with a confused face. In a rundown structure close to the young Medusa. That reminds me, there are a bunch of evil mags serving the young Medusa. I don't know what they are up to, but we should be careful, Mo Fan said when he recalled what Apis told him. Why would anyone serve the demon creatures? Aren't they worried they might be eaten? Sophia said. There are all kinds of maniacs in this world. I wonder if they know we have caught the young Medusa. We are in danger if they are still around, Mo Fan murmured. The young Medusa feeds on little girls' hearts to maintain her youth and beautiful appearance. Many cities have the same folk tales about it. I always thought it was something that the older generations had come up with to advise young girls not to go out alone, but it's actually real. The worst thing is, it's actually humans like us doing it. Chad was enraged too. Apis finished eating while the others were discussing the topic. She wiped her lips with the dirty sleeves on her clothes. Heidi took pity on her. She took out some clean clothes from her space ring and gave them to Apis so she could change into them. Apis changed into the fresh clothes with Heidi's help and also washed her face. The girl who had looked like a little beggar immediately turned into a foreign little beauty with an outstanding appearance. She seemed to have the lineage of Greeks and the European countries to the north of the Aegean Sea, smooth olive skin, tall nose, and a small but good-looking mouth. Her facial features were very natural. She was surely going to be a great beauty that could easily make a man's heart race in a few years. It would be a waste if such a beauty was eaten by the young Medusa. By the way, Apis, do you remember what the people that kidnapped you looked like? Mo Fan asked. Apis shook her head. She said with a soft voice, I only remember their outfits. It feels like the Silver Snake Warriors have spread out, Sophia said. Should we wait a little longer? Galba said. We can't afford to wait any longer. These snake demons are not complete idiots. They are going to realize that we've lured them away with the demon mice. We have to go now, and head to the place where we stumbled into the Snake Mountain. It's a lot safer to return to Cairo City along that path, old Chad said. Got it, let's set out at once. The others rose to their feet, no longer cowering in the corner. They fled in the direction of the long defensive ravine in front of Cairo City. The direction they were planning to take had a lower density of demon creatures. Their chance of making it back to the city alive solely depended on whether the snake demons were going to find them or not. Chapter 1540. Escorting Troop. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The plan was a success. After the high-level Silver Snake Warriors were lured away by the demon mice, the rest of the low-level creatures had no chance of stopping the group of advanced mags from running away. They made it out of the Sunset Valley soon afterwards. They were only 40 kilometers away from reaching safety in Cairo City. The outskirts of Cairo were crawling with scorpion demons. Their senses were extremely sharp, and since most of the areas were covered in sand, the high-level creatures were able to detect anyone walking on the sand. They had to travel on the camel beasts. They had kept camel beasts on standby before they went to the Sunset Valley. Chad was very experienced. He had gathered the camel beasts in a pit under a sand dune and scattered some white salt across the area. The scorpion demons were not interested in the camel beasts, so when the group arrived, the camel beasts were still in the same spot. It was tricky to settle a bunch of beasts down in the wild for a few days. "Quick, we have to hurry, we'll be safe once we reach the line of defense at the ravine," Benz blurted out nervously. Everyone mounted the camel beasts. These creatures were not as quick as the people had imagined. However, they could not afford to use their magic to speed up, as it would only bring them more trouble. After traveling 10 kilometers, the group noticed irregular sand pits ahead. The ground had little arcs that seemed like waves rolling forward, but the irregular sandpits were like strange holes across the surface. The sandpits were huge, the size of a lake, some of them looking like pitch-black holes. They were mostly the works of the scorpion demons. These demon creatures were fond of destroying the layers of sand and soil. When a heavy creature walked past them, they would fall into the pits and suffer serious damage from them. Inside the pits were countless holes, from which thousands of little scorpions would appear and feast on the creature while it was struggling in pain. A creature that was 5 times bigger than the scorpion demons would only have a pile of bones left in under half a minute. The sandpits that had already collapsed were not much of a threat, but the hidden pits concealed by a layer of thin sand were nothing but deadly traps. "It's fine for us to walk on the sand, but they're going to collapse if the camel beasts walk over the pits. You must all listen to me from here on. Falling into the pits won't necessarily cost you your life, but it will slow us down. The scorpion demons are going to pursue us relentlessly too," Chad told everyone. It was his 3rd time explaining the same thing to them. The hidden pits were quite terrifying, many hunter squads had died to them. Chad was an old mercenary. He was able to tell where the hidden pits were, so his camel beast was leading the way, and the others followed the trail he blazed. "Chad, we should be close to the ravine after crossing these pits, right?" Vonnie asked. "Yes." Chad nodded. "Snake! Snake!" Sophia pointed to the side with a frightened look. The scream gave the others a great fright. They immediately looked into the direction that Sophia was pointing to, but they only saw a long curled branch on the ground. It did resemble a black snake, yet even if she did see it wrong, an advanced mage like her had no reason to be scared of it. "Sophia, what are you doing?" "It's just a branch," Ferrero said. I don't know, I was scared all of a sudden." Sophia let out a relieved sigh. Mo Fan glanced at Sophia and said, "Maybe the effects of the potion are running out." "The curse of the snake eyes?" Zhao Manyang was startled. "Wouldn't the curse attract every snake in the wild to us?" Zoe blurted out. "That doesn't sound good. Quick, get the young Medusa out, we need her tear now," Mo Fan said. Zoe nodded, and summoned the man-eating flower. The man-eating flower burst out of the ground and slowly opened its enormous petals. The young Medusa was sleeping inside it, having only minor injuries. They moved the young Medusa out from the plant. They all gasped when they saw the connection between her long tail and her feminine upper body. It was most of them's first time observing a Medusa at such a close distance. "How are we going to get her tears?" Zoe asked with a confused smile. "I don't know, either." Chad looked at the others with a wry smile. Everyone was lost all of a sudden. They wondered if they should wake the young Medusa up, but the creature was surely going to be lots of trouble as soon as she woke up. However, how were they supposed to get her tears if they did not wake her up? No one knew how to get the young Medusa's tears, nor had they heard about a demon creature that shed tears. "We are wasting our time here," Mu Bai snorted. The effects of the curse had worsened, and they had not reached safety yet. The group was trying to figure out how to get their hands on a tear of Medusa while heading toward the ravine. They did not wake the young Medusa up, since they were unsure if the young Medusa was able to alert the snake demons without them knowing. I think I saw someone ahead, Vonnie said. He was leading the way at the front. We haven't reached the safe zone yet. Why would there be anyone out in the wild? Mo Fan asked with a confused look. They are in military outfits, Vonnie said. They might be part of an escorting troop. The military will send out patrols out of the safe zone to eliminate the threats in the vicinity of the city, especially along the supply routes, Chad blurted out in joy. They were still quite a distance away from the safe zone. Cairo was currently taking a defensive stance, thus the army was holding their positions along the line of defense. The escorting troop was the only people that would come out of the city in a time like this. Chad did not expect them to be so lucky to stumble into a troop that was out of the city to escort some supplies. They could return to the city safely by following the escorting troop. That's great then, let's go to them now. Vonnie let out a relieved sigh. Anyone would be overjoyed to stumble into humans instead of demon creatures in the wild. The effects of the curse had not returned yet, nor were the snake demons currently on their trail. They should be able to reach Cairo safely. The escort troop had quite a few people, numbering around 200 battle mages. The soldiers that were chosen to come out to the wild were mostly elites. Otherwise, if they only had numbers, it might end up attracting more demon creatures to them instead. The 200 battle mages were heading toward them too. The two groups of people met eventually. The troop was led by a man in a sandy white military outfit. His face was covered by a mask. Not only was the mask handy for blocking the sand, it could also protect the wearer from poisonous gas when soaked in some kind of chemical beforehand. The battle mages in white outfits also saw Vonnie and the others. They were being extremely cautious, and were immediately on alert. We are friendly, we are hunters. Vonnie quickly told the soldiers. Where did you come from? Someone among the battle mages asked in Egyptian. Old Chad quickly replied, we are from New Suez, can you let us tag along? The soldier whispered to a battle mage with disheveled hair and a thick beard beside him. After a while, the soldier lifted his gaze and said, that's fine, but since we are escorting valuable resources, we aren't sure if you are bandits trying to rob us. Therefore, if you want to come with us, we'll have to seal off your mines as a safety precaution. Well, we aren't weak either, we might be able to lend a hand if anything happens. I don't think it's necessary to seal off our mines. Vonnie said uneasily. You don't have to worry if anything happens. My men will destroy anything that tries to stop us. We are soldiers on a mission. We must guarantee the safety of our goods. If you aren't willing to comply, feel free to go on your own, the soldier said. Let's listen to them, they are soldiers, they are clearly more experienced than Chad. It's a lot safer to stick with them, Sophia spoke up. I think it's better to go on our own, Mo Fan said with a worried look. The troop was very strong, Mo Fan could tell just by sensing the auras each of the soldiers was emitting. However, if their minds were sealed off, they were no different than normal people. Mo Fan only had a sense of security when he had access to his magic. Do you think you are stronger than the army? Ferrero said with a disdainful look. We are almost there anyways. Let's follow the army, the effects of the curse will be back soon. If we don't make it back to the city and find a way to get the tear of Medusa in time, Heidi said. All right, Mo Fan fell into deep thought. He noticed that he was the only person that was against the idea. The group sealed off their minds. A soldier inspected them and proceeded to cast giant shadow spike on them to make sure their minds were sealed completely. Captain Sachs, we are good to go, the soldier said with a gesture. Big brother, what's going on? Apis rubbed her eyes and asked. It had been days since Apis was able to get some sleep. She had quickly fallen asleep on Mo Fan's back after eating some food. Mo Fan placed her on the camel beast. She must have woken up after the group stopped moving. We stumbled into a troop of Egyptian soldiers. We can follow them back to the city, Mo Fan told her. Oh, does that mean we are safe now? Apis smiled. She raised her head to look at the soldiers that had brought her hope, but her smile froze immediately. Her eyes were gradually filled with terror. Mo Fan saw Apis shivering in fear and tensed. Big brother, the people that kidnapped us, they were wearing the same outfit as them. Apis whispered in a trembling voice. Chapter 1541. The Wild Howls of the Wolves. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan immediately used the dark material to get rid of the giant shadow spike on himself as soon as he noticed the fear in Apis' eyes. Mo Fan had been through a great deal. He knew a person's identity, status, and uniform did not indicate if a person was good or evil. As such, he did not feel safe even when they stumbled into the troop of soldiers. The only thing that could provide him with a sense of security was his own strength. Therefore, he didn't seal off his mind. When the soldier applied the giant shadow spike on everyone in the group, Mo Fan secretly unleashed a rebelling shadow to take the hit instead. The careless soldier did not check him thoroughly, hence Mo Fan was able to trick him. Mo Fan immediately realized it was not a coincidence the troop showed up here after hearing what Apis said. These people are not friendlies, run! Mo Fan believed in his own judgment. He believed in Apis' fear. Mo Fan's voice was echoing still when ice chains sprang into the sky. They were like white snakes pouncing at delicious prey. The scorching sand was soon frozen by the strong presence of ice magic. The eyes of Vonnie and the students of the European University Institute widened as they stared at the ice magic in disbelief. They tried to defend themselves subconsciously, but they had to overcome the seal on their minds first. Blink! Mo Fan immediately cast an advanced space spell when the situation became unfavorable to them. He was some distance away from the others, so the area of his spell was unable to reach Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai. Blink! Heidi yelled from further ahead too. She was quicker at casting the spell than Mo Fan. She completed the spell as Mo Fan was done with the channeling. Heidi was closer to Mu Bai, who also had not completely sealed off his mind. He decisively ran toward Heidi when he saw her constructing the Silver Star constellation. Old Zhao, hurry up! Mo Fan yelled. Crap, my magic has been sealed. Zhao Manyang yelled. With a bright silver flicker, Mo Fan, Mu Bai, Heidi, and Apis turned into silver dust and vanished into thin air. Mo Fan had blinked 200 meters into the distance. However, he still did not escape the range of the ice magic. He wondered how many ice mags were among the troop. Mo Fan carried Apis in his arm and swiftly turned into a shadow. It glided right above the sand and moved further away into the distance. Heidi and Mu Bai quickly followed Mo Fan. To Mo Fan's surprise, there was someone else behind them. It was Vonnie, the mentor from the European University Institute. The soldier's giant shadow spike was unable to seal off his mind. He immediately cast Earthwave and ran away when he felt something was not right. The ice chains formed a huge net surrounding the rest of the group. The powerful ice magic quickly spread through them and froze them completely in just a few seconds. That idiot! Mo Fan looked at Zhao Manyang and cursed. Did the man seriously let them seal off his mind just because he was instructed to do so? Great, they could easily escape, but now they had to turn around to save him instead. Captain, we are from the European University Institute. Aren't you worried that you will be brought to trial at the International Court of Justice? Vonnie was enraged. He stood on high ground while his aura of the super level applied great pressure on the soldiers. Take him down alive. The captain in sandy white uniform did not seem to care who Vonnie was as he proceeded to give orders to his men. Over 200 battle mages immediately made their move, pushing forward hard. The Earth Mags and Shadow Mags were the quickest. They were flanking Mo Fan, Vonnie, and the others from both sides in no time, while those with the wind wings and wing magical equipment approached them from the sky, forcing them to withdraw towards the dangerous sandpits. What's going on here? Why are the soldiers after us? Mu Bai asked in confusion. No wonder the snake demons aren't after us anymore. These soldiers were waiting to intercept us as we made our way back to the city, Mo Fan said coldly. There were always scum, regardless of where you were. It was not Mo Fan's first encounter with corrupted soldiers. They were clearly attacking them to get the young Medusa back. Apers mentioned there were a bunch of mags feeding the young Medusa. They subconsciously thought some evil crooks were responsible for it, yet it turned out to be someone in the Egyptian army instead. What should we do now? Heidi was a little lost. She had never encountered anything like this. Heidi was able to track 3 things at once. Even if a third of her mind was sealed up, she still had 2/3 left. It was not necessarily her being cautious, it was just how unique her innate talent was. What else do you think? They are so naive to think that they can take us out with their numbers, humph. Mo Fan said. Bring it on, let's beat these up. Vonnie was enraged too. He might not have an advantage fighting the snake demons, but he could easily teach these soldiers how terrifying his super earth element was. He was already accumulating his earth magic. Countless star patterns were building different star constellations, which then connected with one another to build a brilliant, mysterious star palace. Vonnie had not reached the super level very long ago. He still needed some time to channel his super spell. Mu Bai sensibly stayed close to him to protect him. I'll deal with those on the left, you handle the ones on the right, Heidi said when she noticed the Earth Mags and Shadow Mags approaching rapidly from both sides. Mo Fan shook his head and said, just make sure Apers is safe. It did not matter why these battle mages were colluding with the young Medusa. Most importantly, they had made Mo Fan mad. Mo Fan was scarier than a troop of soldiers when he was angry. Summoning Gate, Beast Tide. He initially thought he would be using this spell against the demon creatures, yet this troop of soldiers under an unknown person's command would be having a taste of it first. Just in time, his troop of savage beasts had long waited for the chance to kill at will. A lunar white dimensional gate emerged in front of Mo Fan, like a giant reflective mirror connected to another violent world. A formidable aura burst out from the gate, followed by the overwhelming presence of powerful beasts. 43 enormous white wolves rushed out from the gate, each the size of a house. The ground rocked as they charged forth. Behind the enormous white wolves were 70 more white-marked wolves. They were not as sparely huge as the enormous wolves, yet they were a lot quicker. They split into 2 tides, surrounding the huge wave in the middle while charging at their enemy simultaneously. Chapter 1542. Super Wind Elemen. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The enormous wolves charged at the battle mages that were approaching from the front. They were a squad of fire mags. They had just summoned huge flames, intending to suppress their enemies by firing destructive spells from range, but they were forced to change the direction of their spells. Fiery fists like meteorites swept past right above the sand, heading right at the enormous white wolves. The summoned beasts had sturdy and thick skin, and only suffered minor injuries after being hit by 1 or 2 fire spells. They were nowhere enough to stop the beasts from charging forward. The biggest enormous white wolf among the army of summoned beasts was like a tank of flesh and bone. The dozen fiery fists that landed on it barely slowed it down a little. The rest of the enormous white wolves reached the fire mags first. They slammed into the fire mags recklessly, and soon disrupted their formation. The white-marked wolves joined the battle from both sides. Their sharp fangs were quick and accurate, hitting the battle mages in their vulnerable spots before they were able to complete their spells, throwing their formation into chaos. Damn it, did that guy bring a whole pack of wolves with him? Why are there so many wolves? Captain Sachs grunted. His men were struggling to fend off so many enormous white wolves at once. They were forced to set up a barrier to prevent the fierce summoned beasts from pressing in any further. The army was indeed very strong. The Earth Mag set up the perimeter with walls like a fortress after the wolves briefly disrupted their formation. The Water Mags proceeded to set up a defense with the water curtains, making it difficult for the speedy white-marked wolves to ambush the mags from behind. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf's howl was the loudest. He made his move as soon as he noticed the water curtains. His attacks were a lot stronger than the others. He tore a gap on the barrier, allowing a dozen enormous white wolves to penetrate the enemy's defenses. The beasts proceeded to trample the battle mages that were hiding inside the barrier. I'll deal with the great commander-level creature. Sax immediately set his eyes on the flying creek snow wolf when he saw the barrier being torn apart. Sax was a wind mage. 6 wind wings emerged from his back and soon propelled him into the air in a spiral. He went after the flying creek snow wolf that was constantly running along the perimeter and striking it. Sax looked down from above. No summoned beast could disrupt his channeling. A grey-white wind started blowing through the air, and from the trails of the dust, it was quite obvious that all the wind within a kilometer was rapidly gathering toward him like a giant whirlpool in the middle of the ocean. Thousand-Leaf Saber. Sax uttered the name of the wind spell coldly. A grey-white wind saber over 100 meters long dove from the sky and slashed at the spot that the flying creek snow wolf was running towards at shocking speed. The flying creek snow wolf reacted swiftly, turning and leaping into the air. He barely dodged the wind slash, but some of his long white fur drifted in the air nearby. Wolf species had a strong sense of danger, and his senses had continued to sharpen as his rank increased. He knew that the wind slash was only the beginning. The space trembled noisily from the rapid-spinning wind sabers. When they landed on the ground was sliced open with ease as if it was a piece of tofu. A few dozen deadly wind sabers chased after the flying creek snow wolf that was sprinting at his full speed. The flying creek snow wolf was already at his limit. He was so quick that the others could barely see a blurred shadow, but there were not many openings for the flying creek snow wolf to dodge through when they were all going after him at the same time. Most terrifyingly, the wind sabers kept coming, wave after wave. There were almost 1,000 of them, and they were all targeting the flying creek snow wolf. The flying creek snow wolf was soon covered in deep wounds. A huge chunk of meat connecting his body and his back leg on the left was sliced off. Fresh blood scattered in the air in a shocking display. It was the super wind spell, the Thousand-Leaf Saber. Luckily, the flying creek snow wolf was very sensitive to danger, and had already moved away from Sax while he was channeling the spell. Otherwise, the super spell would have killed the flying creek snow wolf instantly. The flying creek snow wolf fled for his life. By the time he reached safety, he was already covered in shocking wounds. It was very impressive that the flying creek snow wolf managed to survive the super wind spell. Mo Fan sent him back to the summoning plane so he could recover from his injuries. The flying creek snow wolf had attracted the highest level of firepower from the soldiers. On the other side, the enormous white wolves and the white-marked wolves had completely disrupted the battle mage formation. There was blood everywhere. The battle mage's formations posed the greatest threat to Mo Fan and the others. The formations of the ice mags and fire mags allowed them to combine their magic into a giant web. Someone like Mo Fan, who had zero ability to defend himself, would have no chance against them. The messy situation was exactly what Mo Fan was hoping for. However, he was surprised that there was a super mage leading the battle mages. A super mage was clearly no minor character in Cairo. Mo Fan was even more infuriated by the discovery. "I'll handle the captain," Vonnie said. Vonnie's super earth spell posed a great threat to the wind mags, earth mags, and the shadow mags, forcing them to back away. Vonnie did not expect the enemy to have a super mage. The two super mags would have to face one another in a situation like this. "Mo Fan, these people aren't weak. I'm afraid we won't be able to rescue them," Mu Bai said. "I know, but we can't leave old Zhao behind." Mo Fan glanced at the frozen area. He was getting a headache because of it. Mo Fan could not afford to get close to the area, since he might end up being frozen. There were so many ice mags casting spells together. Even his fire element would not stand a chance. The wolves had disrupted a few of the enemy's formations, but the strongest formation of the ice mags was still untouched. It was too dangerous for Mo Fan to try and save the hostages. Chapter 1543. Enormous Lightning Explosion. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Artilda. Cries of agony arose. Mo Fan glanced at the enemy and saw some of the battle mages had been caught by the white-marked wolves. The white-marked wolves knew how to work together and kept attacking the mags that were isolated. Each tear and bite would dye the sand red. "Damn it, "Kill that summoner," a mage with a brown afro resembling a lion shouted angrily. The enormous white wolves' defense was outstanding, and a few among them were almost as strong as commander-level creatures. The rest were all in the advancing period of the warrior level. It was difficult to kill them without a group of mags constantly attacking them with spells. The white-marked wolves were extremely cunning, too. They never stayed at the front, but would move around the edges and target the mags that were isolated after they were knocked flying by the enormous white wolves. Almost every mage that was stranded was heavily injured by the white-marked wolves. The wolf pack was inflicting serious damage on the troop. The mage with an afro had realized who they should be taking out first. Many talented mags were able to take on an entire army. The deaths of the summoned beasts were not really a loss for the summoner. As such, the hairy commander immediately ordered the battle mages to target Fan with their destructive spells. The ice mags were the core of the troop. These battle mages whose safety was secured soon summoned a great blizzard down on Fan. Snow on the scale of an avalanche came down from above. It was further mixed with icebound coffins and chains of ice. Fan raised his head. He felt as if the entire space above him was covered. He could not see the sky at all. The shocking amount of ice had left him with no escape. Fan! Heidi was around 500 meters behind Fan. She yelled in panic after seeing Fan was not casting Blink to run away. "Don't come close!" Fan stood still. The shadow of the blizzard had completely devoured his minuscule figure. Hand of Silent Thunder! Fan crossed his arms above him, emitting a dark purple light. The light attached to Fan and formed a barrier with a radius of 3 meters around him. The purple light within the barrier became restless when the ice magic collided with it. The energy spun rapidly within it, like a dynamo powered by lightning. The ice magic was being transformed. It felt like the ice magic was replenishing the machine's energy. Fan fully extended his arms. The zone of the Hand of Silent Thunder enlarged significantly, further increasing the capacity of the energy it could hold. The ice magic was transformed into lightning. It turned into thick bolts of lightning after passing through the zone and striking Fan continuously. The lightning flickered wildly. Fan's hair stood up like an enraged demon while his eyes emitted a terrifying glow. The soldiers stared at Fan in the middle of the chaotic storm in astonishment. Was that guy really a human? It felt like he had absorbed all the ice spells. Most terrifyingly, the more he was blasted by the spells, the scarier the lightning surrounding him grew. Arcs of lightning over a few hundred meters long burst out of Fan's body uncontrollably, leaving scorched marks on the ground. The lightning arcs were insanely quick. A shadow mage was planning to ambush Fan, but he was knocked to the ground by the spraying lightning arcs. He fell to the ground and started convulsing. More lightning arcs swept forward, like high-voltage power lines that had suddenly snapped in half. The lightning arcs knocked quite a number of soldiers to the ground. They were knocked out almost instantly by the slightest contact. Apart from the terrifying lightning bolts that were being flung at the people nearby randomly, Fan was basically a lightning cloud that had accumulated an enormous amount of energy. Enormous lightning explosion! The lightning of the Hand of Silent Thunder flew towards the area with the highest density of soldiers. The lightning bolts brought with them more forking deadly lightning arcs over a few hundred meters long. They swept fiercely through the ground and air, and explosions ripped out across the areas they covered. A piercing screech echoed in the air. The area ahead was suddenly devoured by white lightning. It felt as if the entire world had turned white all of a sudden. The piercing screech soon disappeared. It was oddly quiet. The blinding light lasted for a few moments, and then forking bolts of lightning over 600 meters long danced wildly. A few seconds later, a huge explosion with a deafening blast went off. The enormous lightning explosion produced strong shockwaves surging out almost a kilometer away in all directions, shattering the barrier and the defense protecting the ice mags. The ice mags hiding behind the barrier were all knocked into the air like stalks of grass drifting in the wind. Captain Sachs was stunned when he saw his men being devoured by the lightning. The damage was already comparable to a super spell. How could an advanced spell possibly generate such a shocking damage? If he knew the summoner was so strong, why would he even bother wasting his time on Vonnie? Heidi was standing behind Mo Fan, staring at the smoking ravines left behind by the explosion. It took her some time to recover from the shock. Mo Fan had yet to reach the super level, yet he already had the strength of a super mage. Heidi thought the fiery swamp serpent was his strongest destructive spell, since it required a long channeling time. However, it was obvious that he had more than one destructive spell that surpassed the level of an advanced spell. It was difficult to imagine such an elite troop losing miserably to a single person, but the lightning explosion killed countless soldiers in the troop. Most importantly, their formations were entirely disrupted. "Heidi, take that guy down," Mo Fan said, while panting heavily. "Which one?" Heidi asked with a confused look. "Follow the shadow I sent out." Mo Fan was a little worn out, but he still managed to summon a shadow with the fiendish knight. The shadow left Mo Fan's body and floated in a certain direction like a phantom. Heidi quickly followed the pitch-black shadow. "What now? Your face is really pale. Are you all right?" Mu Bai quickly came over to lend Mo Fan a hand. He would be done for if someone ambushed him now. Their numbers are too overwhelming. They will recover very soon. We must seize their commander while they are still panicking to guarantee our escape, Mo Fan told him. Chapter 1544. Capturing the Major General. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Heidi soon located the mage with an afro after following Mo Fan's shadow. The guy had also been caught in the lightning explosion. His hair was scorched black, he totally resembled a miserable beggar covered in soot. The shadow snuck up to the battle mage and swiftly constrained the man. The dark material entered his body and impaired his ability to move. "Protect the Major General," a few advanced battle mages yelled when they saw someone approaching their commander. As soon as Heidi landed beside the Major General, almost every soldier nearby raced in her direction. Heidi did not expect the guy to be so important to the battle mages. The more important the man was, the more valuable he was as a hostage. It was meaningless to keep fighting the battle mages, and besides, they were currently in the enemy's territory. They could easily sentence the foreigners as guilty and execute them on the spot by accusing them of attacking the military. It was very common in many countries. Battle Symphony. Heidi had generated many strange notes that had laid dormant in her surroundings. When Heidi let out a loud cry, the notes turned into deadly tones surging into the ears of the battle mages. Loud rumbles erupted within the ears of the battle mages. Those that were approaching her cried out in agony. The sound element was the most difficult to defend against. It could produce terrifying tones in the eardrums or even the minds of its targets, and drive them mad. Blood leaked out from the ears and nose of the battle mages as they fell to the ground. It made little difference even when they tried to cover their ears. Heidi was already going easy on them, and did not plan to kill the soldiers. It would be very easy for her to eliminate a few advanced mags with her strength. After the battle symphony knocked several advanced battle mages to the ground, the intermediate battle mages no longer dared to come any closer. Heidi noticed the Major General was unable to move, so she lifted him with telekinesis and stepped over the fallen soldiers to quickly regroup with Mo Fan and Mu Bai. They caught the general. Captain Sax. A few ice mags in brown-yellow uniforms completely lost their minds. They had not expected to lose so miserably to a few young mags, nor expect their commanding officer to be taken hostage by the enemy. The young Major General, Gangma, was a very important person in the military. Even though his cultivation was not impressive, he had made huge contributions in battles. Even Captain Sax in the sky went mad when he saw the general falling into the enemy's hands. He immediately cursed at his men on the ground. Sax was the strongest person in the troop, but his cultivation was more or less on par with Vonnie's, as they both only had one element at the super level. Even if Sax had a slight upper hand, he was struggling to take down this guy who continued to take out a variety of magical items and equipment. Vonnie was not stupid, either. He used everything he had to keep Sax busy when he saw the captain trying to rescue the important person that Mo Fan and Heidi had captured. Mu Bai, your wolves are going to disappear soon, Mu Bai said. Mo Fan's energy was being consumed at an insane rate. The Beast Tide was a powerful spell, but it had its limits. The enormous white wolves were the first to disappear. Lunar white cracks appeared close to them, dragging them back to the summoning plane. Without the enormous white wolves messing around, the battle mages soon regathered into formations. Huge ice spells strengthened by powerful gusts of wind closed in on Mo Fan and the others. The dusty wind and blinding snow constantly drove Mo Fan, Heidi, and Mu Bai back. They no longer had any chance to move closer to Zhao Manyang and the others who were trapped in the ice. Let's retreat for now. I doubt they will do anything to Zhao Manyang and the others as long as we are holding this guy as a hostage, Mo Fan suggested. He might have disrupted the enemy's formation, but the troop was still a great threat to them. It had at least a dozen advanced mags, and the rest of the intermediate mags could line up in formations. Being in a formation would either strengthen their spells or provide them with special effects when it reached a certain number of mags. If the others were not trapped in ice after they were taken by surprise, they might have stood a chance against the troop. Zhao Manyang's defense would allow Mo Fan to keep casting his destructive spells, but he could not help but admit it was not the first time he was touched by Zhao Manyang's intelligence. Vonnie is still fighting the guy, Heidi said, pointing into the sky. Let's not worry about him, Mo Fan said mercilessly. The three decisively retreated, bringing Apers and the Major General along. Waves of spells kept chasing after them. Mu Bai and Heidi stayed close to Mo Fan to defend him. The two were injured too, mainly due to the overwhelming numbers of enemies they had to face. On top of that, the Shadow Mags, Wind Mags, and Earth Mags were extremely cunning. These mags kept troubling them while they were casting their spells, so they were unable to use most of their spells. Mu Bai, I'm going to use Blink, Heidi exclaimed when she sensed an enormous energy of the fire element surging at them from behind. It's a fiery fist enchanted by a magic formation. Mu Bai was shocked. The battle mages were stronger than they had expected. They were seriously injured by the enormous white wolves and the lightning explosion, yet they could still cast such a powerful spell. Mu Bai had already slowed down. He was slightly behind Mo Fan and Heidi. He spread his will in the air and summoned ice crystals like diamonds across the area. The ice diamonds appeared rhythmically. They combined into polygons and swiftly formed a thick ice mirror in the sandpit that Mu Bai was locking his gaze on. The ice polygons perfectly merged together, turning into a towering, magnificent ice shield with the shape of an octagon. The fiery fist enchanted by the magic formation landed right on the ice, dyeing the icy shield blazing red. The icy shield was extremely sturdy. It did not have the slightest crack even after the enormous impact of the scorching flames. It even put out the flames that were spreading across it, giving Heidi enough time to channel her spell. Blink! Heidi was relieved. She began constructing a bigger star constellation. Silver brilliance encapsulated the other four people. As the light reached its peak, crystalline dust sprinkled in the air and melted before it touched the ground. The following second, the five reappeared a great distance away. Mo Fan turned around and saw Mu Bai's ice shield was still in place. It bought Mo Fan enough time to channel a spell. My turn, Mo Fan said. The spells cast by fire mags, ice mags, wind mags, and a few lightning mags never ceased. Those spells were not very strong on their own. In fact, Mo Fan and his crew could easily dodge them, but when the spells combined into a colorful rain pouring down from the sky, it was definitely not enjoyable to stay under it. More wounds were inflicted on Mu Bai and Heidi, while an icicle stabbed Mo Fan in the back when he was trying to protect Apers. The wound inflicted by the ice magic worsened rapidly. Mo Fan took over and cast Blink. The five people once again moved a great distance away from the battle mages. The enemy's numbers might be overwhelming, putting Mo Fan and his crew under great pressure, but there was a downside, too. The enemy was unable to move conveniently while maintaining their formation. After blinking away twice, the group of five was finally out of range of the enemy's spells. They sprinted a few hundred meters away, and completely lost sight of the Egyptian soldiers. Just surrender, and we might consider going easy on you. Let me go and hand over the young Medusa, and we'll treat like nothing has ever happened. Your repulsive behavior is going against the will of the Egyptian army, and most people that do so ended up dying horrible deaths. Major General Gangma threatened them. The guy's skin was no longer intact after being caught in Mo Fan's lighting explosion, either scorched or blistered. In terms of strength, he did not even reach a tenth of Captain Sack's level. There were indeed high-rank authorities in the military who did not possess remarkable strength. Mo Fan had noticed Sax asking the guy for his opinion with his head lowered previously. Therefore, he had set his eyes on the man after detonating the lightning explosion. It was the only way to guarantee Zhao Manyan's safety, since the Egyptian army might well kill them all to conceal their crimes. Mo Fan slapped the general in the face without showing any mercy. Gangma's face was already scorched by lightning. Mo Fan's slap almost ruined his face completely. Mo Fan had seen all kinds of authorities. He was daring enough to kick anyone that he found to be an eyesore regardless of their status in his country, yet a mere general in Egypt dared to act high and mighty in front of him. You little B****ch, why don't you go to war and kill the enemies if you have the time to fool around with us? Feeding innocent girls to the Medusa? You dare to call yourself a soldier doing something like that? Mo Fan was not done yet. He slapped the guy on the other side of his face, so both sides were symmetrical. Mo Fan did not even have to rely on his magic. The strength provided by his demon flesh was enough to knock 2 teeth from Gangma's mouth. Ha ha ha, I don't care who you are, but I promise you that you will never leave Egypt alive. You have no idea who you are messing with. Gangma was not willing to yield either. He continued to threaten Mo Fan after he was beaten up. Mo Fan, let me give him a few punches too. Once we are in a safer spot. Mu Bai was enraged by the man's attitude too. Once we rescued old Zhao, we'll bury this scum alive somewhere, so he will know what it feels like to be eaten alive by mummies. Mo Fan agreed. Chapter 1545. Raising the Enemy. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The group kept running in the same direction in the Bargoland, leaving the army further behind. It was difficult to pin down a space mage that had mastered Blink, let alone how Mo Fan and Heidi were able to join hands and cast Blink consecutively. A third-tier Blink was already enough to move a great distance away from an enemy, even if many soldiers in the troop could fly. The greatest threat to Mo Fan and his crew was the super mage, Sax. They had no idea where Sax and Vonnie were fighting at. They only knew that Vonnie had been a great help by keeping Sax busy. After half an hour, the soldiers that were chasing after them in the air had lost sight of them. It did not necessarily mean the soldiers with wind wings and wing magical equipment were slow, but when the soldiers split up and chased after Mo Fan and his crew, Mo Fan could easily pulverize them with a single bolt of lightning. After a few examples, the soldiers no longer dared to stay too close to them. Both Mo Fan and Heidi were able to use Blink. If the soldiers could not constantly keep an eye on them, they would eventually lose sight of them. The Bargoland was not just all sandy surfaces. They were rises, falls, dunes, and some plants too. It was not difficult to find a hiding spot. After they were out of the battle mage sight for an hour, Mu Bai noticed a figure approaching them rapidly from a kilometer away. The person's speed was quite shocking. Its mentor Vonnie, he managed to escape too. Mo Fan recognized the person. Vonnie soon caught up to them. He had lost his handsome appearance. His clothes were ragged, and his back, chest, legs, and shoulders had all kinds of injuries that were inflicted by burns, scorching rays, and frost. "How could you do such a thing to me?" Vonnie blurted out angrily. "We are all going to be taken out if we didn't run in time. It wouldn't do us any good. We only have a chance by holding this guy as a hostage," Mo Fan replied. "I wasn't referring to that. You should have told me that you were retreating. I almost died to those enraged soldiers," Vonnie said. Oh, I thought you saw us leaving. Besides, you are a super mage. You shouldn't have any trouble running away from them despite their numbers," Mo Fan replied guilelessly. Vonnie was infuriated, yet he knew now was not the time to argue. His students were still being held captive by the Egyptian soldiers. He was all alone and helpless in the wild. He was unsure of what to do. Heal up first, you might die if the injuries worsen any further, Heidi reminded him. Vonnie sat down while panting heavily. He was about to take some medicine from his backpack, but he noticed that his backpack had been destroyed during the battle. Not only was his backpack destroyed, but all his belongings were, too. He did not even have a valid proof of identity left. Even the people at the embassy would not bother to help him. Here, I can see that you've tried your best to help, but try not to use too much of it at once. It's very expensive. Mo Fan gave Vonnie an elemental potion. The elemental potions were products of the Parthenon Temple. They were useful for treating the long-lasting effects of elements like fire, light, and ice. The Parthenon Temple would only sell these potions when they were running short on funds, quickly replenishing their cash reserves when they did so. Xinxia had prepared a whole bag of potions for Mo Fan. Vonnie had been a great help keeping Sax busy, or they might have struggled to capture the general. It was important for the man to recover his strength quickly. Thank you so much. Mentor Vonnie's anger dissipated when he saw Mo Fan offering him such an expensive medicine. Why do I feel like you have a lot of medicines from the Parthenon Temple? Heidi asked with a confused face. Only people that were close to someone from the Parthenon Temple would have access to these medicines, and the person had to be from the Hall of the Goddess, too. Heidi did not have a good impression of the Parthenon Temple. She treated the Parthenon Temple that kept picking on the Alps Institute as an enemy just like every other mage from the Alps Institute. His child bride Mu Bai was just about to spill the beans when he saw Mo Fan glaring at him. Child bride? What's a child bride? Heidi was unfamiliar with the term. Let's focus on the matters on hand first. It seems the Egyptian army is feeding the young Medusa. I wonder if some general is responsible for it, or if his superiors know about it, Mo Fan interrupted. He initially thought only the Black Vatican would collude with the demon creatures to persecute humans, yet people like these soldiers kept widening his view of the world. Aren't they still fighting a war against the snake and scorpion demons? The outskirts of Cairo are full of them. Why would they be feeding the rulers of the demon creatures they are fighting against? Wouldn't they be raising the enemy instead? Heidi was struggling to understand the reasoning behind it. Raising the enemy? A young Medusa might be a ruler-level creature in the future. A ruler-level creature could easily bring a great disaster upon a city, not to mention the enormous horde of demon creatures that a ruler-level creature had control over. Apers, what else do you know? Did they tell you the reason why they were feeding you to the young Medusa? Mo Fan asked. Apers shook her head. She did not know much. The soldiers around the young Medusa never said anything. Could it be related to some conflict between political factions? Vonnie proposed. Colluding with demon creatures? If Cairo lost the war, I don't think any party would benefit from it, Mo Fan disagreed. If they had done it for a mere political conflict, they would be no different than the Black Vatican. They were meant to serve the people, not to be detested by them. The young Medusa has fallen into the army's hands, too. We won't be able to get rid of the curse, Mu Bai sighed. They had worked so hard to capture the young Medusa, but they were set up by the army instead. It turned out that demon creatures were truly not the scariest thing in the world. We should find a way to enter the city and contact Fenna, Mo Fan said. Humph, that woman might be siding with those scum too. Vonnie scoffed. I doubt it, I believe she had no idea about it. We need her help if we want to save old Zhao and the others, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had fought side by side with Fenna. He trusted her, she would never collude with soldiers that were feeding little girls to the young Medusa. Can't we wait for this guy to wake up and interrogate him instead? Heidi said, pointing at Gangma that was lying still on the ground. Mo Fan and Mu Bai were startled. That's right. Why would they bother guessing what the reason was? They still had an important hostage in their hands still. They found it hard to believe that the man would insist on keeping his mouth shut. Chapter 1546. The Army's Commanders. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. There was a square tower in Cairo that faced the Great Pyramid of Giza. The square tower was primarily built of a special kind of crystalline glass. Instead of reflecting the bright sunlight in the day, it absorbed it instead. At night, when the serene deathlight loomed over the land, the square tower would emit the light that it had stored throughout the day. Even though the light was not strong enough to kill the undead, it could temporarily nullify the effects of the deathlight. The undead in the ancient capital relied on the deathly aura to provide them energy. Meanwhile, the undead in Egypt relied on the deathlight. The undead could not reach areas that were not covered by the deathlight. Cairo had been attacked by enormous numbers of undead recently, including the aggressive invasion from the Pyramid of Khafre. The square tower had played an important role in stopping the undead's invasion several times. The undead had been restless over the past few days, but the numbers of the snake and scorpion demons did not decrease because of it. The people of Cairo were constantly discussing the war. They no longer treated it as indifferently as they usually did. An uneasy, doubtful atmosphere lingered in the city. The square tower was Cairo's most reliable defense. The prolonged war had only just begun, but Cairo's government had already been forced to activate the square tower to defend them. The people were not stupid, they could easily tell how their army was doing from the authorities' decision to activate the square tower's defense. Atop the square tower was a headquarters in the shape of a tiny pyramid. Captain Sachs stood at the center of the room in the headquarters. A long table in the shape of a crescent was situated in front of the 30-meter window. The table had 5 seats, meant for the 5 leaders of Cairo's army. There were only 2 people in the room. One was Sachs, who had his head lowered. He did not dare make a single sound. The other was a middle-aged man seated in the middle seat of the table. He had a tanned face covered in wrinkles. He looked like a wilting tree without any presence of life, but his pitch-black eyes were staring at Sachs, who did not even have the guts to meet the man's sharp gaze, which currently resembled the stare of a dangerous beast. "Do you understand why you are only a captain even now?" the man with cold eyes grunted. "I was too careless, I didn't expect them to have a super mage among them, nor did I think," Sachs said. "You didn't expect, you didn't think, how many times have I told you that this world is controlled by those with a brain, not by people who have nothing but a rather acceptable cultivation like you," his commander scolded him. Sachs did not dare to speak. He straightened his figure like a soldier, but the hands at his sides were trembling slightly. Luckily, they were just a bunch of kids that accidentally interfered with our plan. "Otherwise, your brain would be soaking in my wine cellar by now," the man said. "Yes, I understand, but what about Major General Gangma?" Sachs asked softly. "As long as their friends are still in our hands, they wouldn't dare to kill him, but the European University Institute, it's not easy to get by with them. Are the people you caught still alive?" the mastermind asked. "They are. I didn't dare to kill them after seeing how outstanding their cultivation was. I believed it was better to contact you first," Sachs said. "Don't you have a few vessels with unknown identities that you normally vent your desires on?" his commander said. "No, I don't," Sachs quickly denied. "Humph, do you think I'm not aware of your weird fetishes?" The young Medusa must be furious now. "You know what to do, placate her and deal with the others that escaped," the mastermind said. "They ran away too quickly, I'm afraid my men won't be able to find them," Sachs replied. "I'll send someone to deal with them. Write a report about how your troop was attacked by some unknown bandits, just in case Haken discovers that you've allocated men to your troop without permission," the mastermind said. "Yes, I'll get on with it," Sachs said. His commander harumphed coldly. He was about to say something when the sound of boots tapping on the floor came from outside the room. Sachs immediately turned around and saw the door being pushed open. A short, old man with a coat almost reaching the ground draped over his shoulders came into the room. Sachs immediately saluted when he saw the man, trying to hide his sudden anxiety. The old man did not look at Sachs, and walked to the table instead. When Sachs turned around, he noticed that his commander had already moved from the center seat to the one beside it. The hunched old man with a hunchback did not have an imposing appearance compared to his commander, but he walked straight to the middle seat and sat there. The old man realized something was not right as soon as he sat down. He looked at the man beside him and asked in a mocking voice, "You really like this spot? You've spent all your energy and time ruling over Cairo. It's about time you move to somewhere peaceful beyond the Deathlight's reach and buy yourself a pet dog or bird. It's more suitable for you to interact with little animals now, instead of the savage creatures that keep trying to destroy our city," the mastermind replied ruthlessly. "I remembered how sincere and open-hearted you used to be when you were just a major general, but ever since you were assigned a seat here, it feels as if your eyes have been clouded and your heart polluted. I'm quite curious, what was the thing that changed you?" the old man replied calmly. "Perhaps it's because of how incompetent someone is, or perhaps it's the choice of the people, or maybe growing old does take away a person's courage and motivation to fight," the mastermind answered. "I see. If Cairo is still standing after the battle, I won't be disgusted by the warm seat you left me with next time, but isn't the area you are in charge of now in a complete mess? I heard many people discussing how idiotic your strategy is when I went to the streets to get myself some milk tea. I have a disciple who unfortunately was assigned to your frontline troop. He promised me that he would come back in time to celebrate my birthday before the battle, but last night, I didn't get to receive his present, nor could I hear his pleasant laughter. I can only eat the slice of birthday cake that I purposely left for him myself, even though consuming too much sugar might make me die quicker. Now, can you leave your mask aside and tell me, did you already know that troop wouldn't be coming back before sending them out?" the old man asked. "It was just an attempt, but he indeed gave me a surprise by dying to the mummies. Therefore, I had no choice but to let my subordinate replace him. The missions assigned to my men aren't any easier, but my men always live and accomplish their missions," the mastermind replied smoothly. "Yeah, now that you mention it, the demon creatures are always friendlier to your men," the old man, named Haken, agreed. "The undead will be attacking with the snake demons next time. You should place me in charge of the army so you can mourn for your disciple," the other said. "That's not something for us to decide. By the way, did you send out a patrolling squad yesterday?" "My men saw Sax's troop fighting against people with magic," the old man countered. "Commander-in-Chief, my troop stumbled into a bunch of bandits that were trying to take advantage of the situation our city is in. They were unable to prove their identity to us when we approached them. They suddenly attacked us when we tried to bring them back, thus we had no choice but to arrest them," Sax explained quickly. "Oh, then I guess it's nothing worth mentioning," the old man said calmly. "Yes, it's nothing indeed," Sax nodded. "Did you read General Fenner's report?" the old man asked. "I did. It's complete nonsense. I've rejected it, and scolded her for it, too," the other scoffed. "It's indeed quite ridiculous. It's seriously a very stupid decision to promote the lieutenant general of a frontier fortress to a general in Cairo for the small contribution she has made," the commander said. "Well, she just didn't have any chance to display her talents. She thought it would bring peace to Egypt. How amusing," the commander sneered. "Ethan, it's not wrong to believe in something like that," Haken chided him. In the outskirts to the west of Cairo, Mo Fan, Heidi, Mubai, Vonnie, and Apers were moving back and forth at the edge of the safe zone. Evening came soon, and the snake demons would be active again. The curse of the vengeful eyes had returned. The low-level snake demons kept showing up out of nowhere around them. "Damn it, the army has listed us as wanted. Every entrance is stationed with soldiers. If we try to go inside, we'll find ourselves surrounded in no time," Mentovoni exclaimed angrily. They were prevented from entering the city, and the snake demons were closing on them too. They were currently in a pinch. "This is absurd. We are clearly the victims, but we have somehow become bandits that attack the army for no reason." Heidi was infuriated. She never thought the army of a country could manipulate the truth to such an extent. "I already knew this was going to happen. We have to figure out a way to sneak through the soldiers and enter the city. We have to tell Fenner what happened," Mo Fan said. "There are guards everywhere. There's a war going on now. I doubt there's any way we can sneak into the city." Mubai shook his head. "There's always an opening. Cairo is so big. There must be some areas with a weaker defense. We might be able to break through with our strength, but the army is indeed a lot stronger than we thought. It looks like that Gangma wasn't lying to us, Fan said. The city must be guarded by many troops, but they all have listed us as wanted in just a day or two. It looks like the guy whose tail we stepped on isn't just a general. Bai observed. Chapter 1547. No room to advance or to Retrea. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Major General Gangma was leaning against the trunk of an old tree. He chuckled when he saw Fan and the others had nowhere to go. Seriously, you could have taken the easy way out in the first place. Do you have any idea who you are going against? Your only chance of survival is to treat me nicely, hand that little girl to me, and send me back to the army. Major General Gangma said. Fan could not enter Cairo, but it was difficult to leave now, too. The snake demons were watching them closely. As soon as they left the city's vicinity, the snake demons would surround them right away. First, kidnapping the young Medusa had infuriated them. Second, the curse of the vengeful eyes would keep attracting them, too. They were unable to leave and enter the city. If they continued to waste their time, the curse would only worsen. It would be easier for the snake demons to find them. Are your bones itching again? Fan asked Gangma. Gangma was quite scared of Fan. The torture he was experiencing when Fan injected the dark material into his body was absolutely unbearable. Even though Major General Gangma no longer had any secrets to offer, he did not want to be tortured again. Why don't we just give this guy back? I'm really worried about my students now, Mentor Vonnie said after a moment's hesitation. He was the mentor in charge of the students, and would be held responsible if anything happened to the students. Vonnie was already afraid when the army listed them as wanted. He might be a super mage, but he was only a teacher without any real authority. He was nothing compared to the generals and commanders. Vonnie knew what kind of people he could not afford to mess with, so he believed he was in deep trouble now. Send him back? Do you really think the Egyptian army will go easy on us? They can attack us without even asking who we are. It means they don't even care. Taking us out is going to save them a lot of trouble. Fan said. Compromise? If they decided to compromise, they would be placing their lives and dignity in the hands of others. It was something that Fan hated the most. But we are going to die too at this rate. It's fine if those big snakes show up, but if the red Medusa finds us, we are screwed. Vonnie countered. It seems like the teacher is the sensible one among you guys. Don't worry, you are from the European University Institute. Our army has no reason to provoke such a reputable school. Just forget what you saw and hand the girl to us. I can promise you that you will leave Egypt safely. I can even let the army settle the contribution seals for your students to complete the trial, so you can return to your school in glory. Major General Gangma spoke up again. Just keep your mouth shut. Fan kicked Gangma in the chest. The man almost vomited blood. What are you doing? Torturing him won't do us any good. I think it's not a bad idea to have a backup plan. Mentor Vonnie exclaimed. Fan ignored Vonnie and went to the higher ground. The sun was setting in the west. The snake demons were going to be active soon, which meant the curse would worsen too. It was going to be another tough fight. Apis knelt down beside Fan and stared at the setting sun. Her face was tender and beautiful. However, her clear, beautiful eyes did not have any energy in them. Big brother, am I causing you a lot of trouble? Apis asked softly. Gangma heard Apis' words. It was true that she was the cause of everything. The Egyptian army could spare Fan and the others, as after all, their strength and background were not that simple. But they could not afford to lose Apis, since they did not want anyone to know they were feeding the young Medusa. If it was disclosed to the public, it would stir up great chaos in Egypt, or even the entire world. I've met greater troubles than this. This is nothing. Fan patted Apis' disheveled hair. Apis slowly raised her head. She stared at Fan for a long time, so long that Fan was starting to feel a little awkward. Apis was indeed very good looking. Fan was astounded by her beauty when he laid his eyes on her the first time. It was the main reason why he assumed she was the young Medusa, her innocent yet alluring looks. She was supposed to be a pure little girl, yet her temperament was so attractive. Mo Fan moved his gaze away. Otherwise, the girl might notice that she had hooked his soul away. "Do you like me?" Apis said in a serious voice. "Ah? Why would you ask that?" Mo Fan was startled. "If you don't like me, why are you protecting me?" Apis asked. Mo Fan was slightly amused by the question. He explained, "It has nothing to do with liking a person or not. I'm a man with flesh and blood. Just like most people, I hate cruel and filthy things. However, the world is full of these things, and I can't eliminate them all like a hero of justice. But if I stumble into them, I can't just treat it like I didn't see it." Oh, so that means if it was someone else instead of me, you would do the same thing too, right?" Apis asked. "More or less, but it's a world that fancies the good-looking. Maybe I'd be more serious if the person is better looking, and I'd be more determined to save the person too," Mo Fan agreed. Heidi was not far away. She was quite touched when she heard the first sentence. Her impression of Mo Fan was about to change dramatically, but after hearing the second part of the sentence, she once again believed that Mo Fan was being his usual jerk self. "This one is the last bottle we have. It will help us survive the night." Mu Bai came over and gave them a bottle of some thin liquid. Mu Bai managed to produce a serum that could temporarily restrain the curse of the vengeful eyes. Unfortunately, the serum could only buy them some time. It could not get rid of the curse. "Let's rest up. I bet we'll be fighting a lot tomorrow, be ready for it," Mo Fan said. Mu Bai nodded. They had not gotten any rest for the past few days, and had even been injured by the soldiers. If they kept forcing themselves, their bodies and minds were going to break down soon. The group found a safe spot to rest for the night. The snake demons did not find them when evening came. Mu Bai's serum had worked as intended. They were all very tired. They had to stay focused at all times during their attempt to capture the young Medusa, not to mention the endless torture of the curse of vengeful eyes. They barely escaped from the army, yet the snake demons and the soldiers were still grabbing for their throats. Chapter 1548. Mo Fan Enraged. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan closed his eyes and set up a circle with the dark material as a defensive perimeter. If anything came close to the perimeter, the dark material would alert Mo Fan right away. Mo Fan needed to rest peacefully. Mu Bai and Heidi leaned against some rocks and soon fell asleep. Vonnie too was worn out, too. He lay on a pile of sand, snoring heavily. Apis leaned against Mo Fan and breathed softly, like a little stray cat. Their hostage Gangma no longer had any energy left, and was unable to pose any threat to the group. They did not have to worry too much about him. The reign of the Deathlight began as the evening came to an end. The serene light emitted by the Great Pyramid of Giza over 100 kilometers away shone down upon the Bargoland and the city. Eerie cries came out of the ground, which was surprisingly quieter than the demon creatures during the day. However, it was just the calm before the storm, a sign that the undead and the demon creatures were gathering their forces. A huge battle would erupt in less than 3 days. When the time came, Cairo and even the entire Bargoland would be trembling from the marching of the enemy troops. Mo Fan was able to fall into a deep sleep without the curse of vengeful eyes disturbing him. He sensed an emptiness in his heart while he was asleep. He had an urge to wake himself up a few times. However, he was just too tired. His instincts failed to wake his worn-out body. The temperature dropped significantly past midnight. Mo Fan realized that not everyone had sturdy flesh like him. Apis might die to the cold. He woke up and instinctively tugged the little stray cat closer to him to help her survive the icy night. He soon realized there was nothing on his arm. That immediately woke Mo Fan up. He took a closer look beside him and realized that Apis was no longer there. Apis had been sticking close to him for the past few days. She was constantly hiding in his arms, as if it was the only safe spot for her, even when she was sleeping. However, she was no longer there. Mo Fan immediately had a bad feeling. Mo Fan rose to his feet and looked around him. Strong anger burned in his chest. He had purposely set up a perimeter with a dark material to prevent any outsiders from coming closer when they were asleep, yet he had forgotten something very important. Someone on their team had been a coward since day one. Vonnie, if anything happens to Apers, I swear I'll seize you from the European University Institute and crush your skull by trampling on it. Mo Fan was furious. The dark material gathered around him like cunning soldiers, forming a terrifying shadow around him. Mu Bai and Heidi were awakened by Mo Fan's angry words. What's going on? What happened? Mu Bai was given a great fright by Mo Fan's icy appearance. Apers, Vonnie, and Gangma are missing, Heidi exclaimed. Mu Bai looked around him and finally saw the three were missing. He was utterly confused. Everyone might be asleep, but they never dropped their guard. Who was capable of kidnapping them without alerting anyone? Hang on, that wasn't it. If the guy was that capable, why didn't he take them out instead? Mu Bai did not believe that the army would be so nice as to spare their lives after they discovered what the soldiers were up to. It's Vonnie, he took the others. Mu Bai asked in astonishment. Why would he do that? Isn't he a mentor of the European University Institute? Heidi struggled to believe it. His identity doesn't stop him from being a jerk. Mo Fan's chest heaved with rage. Mo Fan knew Vonnie was not trustworthy, yet he did not expect the man to believe Gangma's words so easily. If the man did not want to stir up any trouble and provoke the army further, Mo Fan would not be so angry. Everyone had the right to make their own choices. However, Mo Fan could not tolerate his action of taking Apers away too. How could Vonnie not know that the army was more concerned about Apers than them? If Apers survived, their ugly doings would be exposed to the world. They would be condemned by their people and the world. If the truth was disclosed to the public, it did not matter how powerful the person responsible for it was, he would lose all his power and status in an instant, and would have nowhere to hide. The army could spare Vonnie and his student's life, as long as they did not mention a word about what they had done. The army could also let Mo Fan and his crew go, as long as they promised to forget what they saw. But there was one person they could not spare, even if it meant eliminating the people of the European University Institute, Mo Fan and his crew, regardless of their identity. They could not afford to let her live. Her being alive was the best evidence to prove them guilty. Without her, no matter how the European University Institute, Mo Fan, and the others accused them, no one would believe them, but if Apers told the world what she had gone through. The army was after Apers. She was even more important than the young Medusa. Cairo was currently at war with the Pyramid of Khafre. The army was the city and the country's only hope. If the military found out that one of their leaders was responsible for the despicable act, they would still consider making Apers disappear for their own sake. Therefore, Mo Fan would never have handed Apers over to the army. Even if Fenna personally asked him, Mo Fan would not agree to it. Even if Fenna was an honest person, it was part of her job to prevent Apers from influencing the morale of the army. The Vonnie had compromised by handing Apers over to the army. She was most likely as good as dead. It was the reason why Mo Fan was so furious. Mu Bai, Heidi, find a spot and hide, wait for Brianka, Mo Fan said. What do you mean? Heidi asked with a confused look. She might already be dead now, but I can't just let it go, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was not afraid of trouble, but he was not naive enough to go up against an entire army. If Apers was still alive, he might still have a chance to save her, but if Apers was dead, Mo Fan would never forgive the soldiers that were involved. Soldiers that committed any crime were usually tried in a military court. Other factions or people had no right to accuse them. Mo Fan would rather kill himself than be told not to kill anyone. There was no such thing as compromise in his beliefs. However, killing people like Gangma and Sax was surely going to infuriate the Egyptian army. The army would never forgive Mo Fan. Things were about to get serious. Mo Fan did not want to involve Mu Bai and Heidi. Mo Fan, you're not the only person with a pounding heart. I'm not Zhao Manyang, I'm not afraid of death. Mu Bai said. If I do nothing, I'll be living in guilt for the rest of my life. Heidi agreed firmly. Chapter 1549. Breaking Through with Force. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The security was tight. Even the simple openings guarded by sentries were protected by magic formations. If anyone came close to them, the sentries would be alerted immediately. It was why they had struggled to find a way into the city, but Mo Fan could not care less anymore. He could only hope that Abas was still alive. He had no choice but to break into the city by force. It was like a piercing note produced by string instruments. When Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Heidi crossed the formation, it immediately sounded the alarm. White rays of light shone down at Mo Fan and the others from different directions. The light was so bright that it was difficult to see their surroundings clearly. Intruders! Prepare to engage the enemy. Patrols came very quickly. Several mags rode huge birds assigned to them as mounts. They flew from the watchtowers with glaring eyes. Tell us who you are immediately, or we will cast destructive spells at you, a captain riding an enormous red bird in the air shouted at them. Tell you my ass. Mo Fan was completely driven by anger. He insisted on breaking through forcibly. He ignited his hand and tossed the flame into the sky. Mo Fan was extremely quick at casting basic spells. As soon as the first spell rose into the sky, the second, third, and fourth followed immediately. The fire bursts formed a long spray of fireballs. The fireballs exploded in the sky. The explosions knocked the patrols around and completely disrupted their formation. One of them even fell from the sky. The feathers of the enormous red birds were set aflame. The flames of the explosion scattered in the air, making it difficult for the patrols to cast their magic. Chaos Vortex. The blinding light severely limited their vision, and their location was completely exposed. Heidi used her chaos magic to absorb the white light. The white light was further enchanted by the chaos element. When the vortex spun in the opposite direction, it fired rays of light that were even brighter back at the sentries. They suddenly had no targets to cast their spells on after the light blinded them, or if they had moved. They might even accidentally cast the spells at their allies. This way. Mu Bai led the way. He had summoned a rapid-flowing tide under his feet. The tide was carrying him right toward the wall ahead. There were around 30 battle mages on the wall, but their cultivation was not very impressive. They did not stand a chance against the huge tide that Mu Bai had summoned. They quickly fled to the sides, and did not even dare to connect their star orbits. When the tide almost reached the wall, Mu Bai dropped down from it with a backflip. The enormous tide rammed into the wall like a fierce beast. The watchtowers were knocked to the ground by the ferocious tide. It even caught a few soldiers that were too slow. Attack! A commander among the soldiers yelled. Flames of different sizes appeared around Mu Bai before the tide completely dissipated. The flames mainly consisted of fire bursts, supplemented by quite a number of fiery fists. The trajectory of the flames was obvious since it was nighttime, and their numbers were overwhelming. Frost Mirror! Mu Bai uttered, slowly lifting his hands. Thick mirrors of ice formed in the air around him, spreading across the area. They did not look sturdy, but the mirrors at different distances and heights started spinning in a counterclockwise motion. They blocked the flames pouring down from different angles. Not even the slightest wisp managed to land on Mu Bai. Stay close to me, we shouldn't waste too much time fighting them. Mu Bai said. Mo Fan saw Mu Bai clearing the path after he took out the mags in the sky. He immediately turned into a shadow bird to catch up to him. There's a squad ahead. Mo Fan noticed another squad standing behind the fallen wall. It felt like they had been here all along, waiting for intruders. Wind mags. Heidi could sense a strong air pressure gathering ahead, indicating that they were casting wind spells simultaneously. The wind disc spells could stack up without relying on a magic formation. They could easily produce a terrifying storm when enough wind mags were casting the spell at the same time. We can't let them finish the spell. Mu Bai harumphed coldly, pointing his finger ahead. The mirrors of ice around him suddenly sped up significantly. They started flying at the squad of wind mags like enlarged icicles. A huge bunch of the wind mags fell to the ground, blood splattering across the ground. The squad was instantly taken out by the icicles. Mu Bai's control of the ice magic was very impressive. The ice only severed the limbs of the wind mags, without endangering their lives. He could have killed these low-level soldiers with ease. The sentries were incomparable to the elite soldiers. These soldiers had no chance of stopping Mo Fan and his crew. A louder alarm was sounded. Mo Fan glanced at the military fortress not far away and noticed a few figures with wings heading toward him. It seemed the sentries were well aware of their situation. They knew the enemy was too much for them to handle, so they immediately alerted the stronger troops nearby. "We'll reach the city after passing through here," Mo Fan said. The army's numbers were overwhelming. There was no way the three could just keep fighting. Their best option was to sneak into the city before the enemy's reinforcements came, and find a hiding spot there. The main army was currently focusing on fighting the demon creatures. It was unlikely they would allocate too many soldiers just to deal with 3 intruders. Therefore, the trio had to find a way to sneak into the city before any stronger troops or mags arrived. The wall was around 5 kilometers from the city. Those 5 kilometers used to be part of Cairo, but the people were all evacuated when the battle started. The streets, structures, and warehouses in the area were roughly built. Mo Fan and his crew did not have to worry about civilians when fighting the soldiers. However, there were still a lot of barracks nearby. They were worried that a strong troop would show up and stop them from advancing any further. Egypt's capital was certainly not the easiest place to break through. 1549 Breaking Through with Force. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The security was tight. Even the simple openings guarded by sentries were protected by magic formations. If anyone came close to them, the sentries would be alerted immediately. It was why they had struggled to find a way into the city, but Mo Fan could not care less anymore. He could only hope that Apis was still alive. He had no choice but to break into the city by force. It was like a piercing note produced by string instruments. When Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Heidi crossed the formation, it immediately sounded the alarm. White rays of light shone down at Mo Fan and the others from different directions. The light was so bright that it was difficult to see their surroundings clearly. Intruders. Prepare to engage the enemy. Patrols came very quickly. Several mags rode huge birds assigned to them as mounts. They flew from the watchtowers with glaring eyes. "Tell us who you are immediately, or we will cast destructive spells at you," a captain riding an enormous red bird in the air shouted at them. "Tell you my ass." Mo Fan was completely driven by anger. He insisted on breaking through forcibly. He ignited his hand and tossed the flame into the sky. Mo Fan was extremely quick at casting basic spells. As soon as the first spell rose into the sky, the second, third, and fourth followed immediately. The fire bursts formed a long spray of fireballs. The fireballs exploded in the sky. The explosions knocked the patrols around and completely disrupted their formation. One of them even fell from the sky. The feathers of the enormous red birds were set aflame. The flames of the explosion scattered in the air, making it difficult for the patrols to cast their magic. Chaos Vortex. The blinding light severely limited their vision, and their location was completely exposed. Heidi used her chaos magic to absorb the white light. The white light was further enchanted by the chaos element. When the vortex spun in the opposite direction, it fired rays of light that were even brighter back at the sentries. They suddenly had no targets to cast their spells on after the light blinded them, or if they had moved. They might even accidentally cast the spells at their allies. "This way." Mu Bai led the way. He had summoned a rapid-flowing tide under his feet. The tide was carrying him right toward the wall ahead. There were around 30 battle mages on the wall, but their cultivation was not very impressive. They did not stand a chance against the huge tide that Mu Bai had summoned. They quickly fled to the sides, and did not even dare to connect their star orbits. When the tide almost reached the wall, Mu Bai dropped down from it with a backflip. The enormous tide rammed into the wall like a fierce beast. The watchtowers were knocked to the ground by the ferocious tide. It even caught a few soldiers that were too slow. "Attack!" a commander among the soldiers yelled. Flames of different sizes appeared around Mu Bai before the tide completely dissipated. The flames mainly consisted of fire bursts, supplemented by quite a number of fiery fists. The trajectory of the flames was obvious since it was nighttime, and their numbers were overwhelming. "Frost mirror!" Mu Bai uttered, slowly lifting his hands. Thick mirrors of ice formed in the air around him, spreading across the area. They did not look sturdy, but the mirrors at different distances and heights started spinning in a counterclockwise motion. They blocked the flames pouring down from different angles. Not even the slightest wisp managed to land on Mu Bai. "Stay close to me, we shouldn't waste too much time fighting them," Mu Bai said. Mo Fan saw Mu Bai clearing the path after he took out the mags in the sky. He immediately turned into a shadow bird to catch up to him. "There's a squad ahead," Mo Fan noticed another squad standing behind the fallen wall. It felt like they had been here all along, waiting for intruders. Wind mags, Heidi could sense a strong air pressure gathering ahead, indicating that they were casting wind spells simultaneously. The wind disc spells could stack up without relying on a magic formation. They could easily produce a terrifying storm when enough wind mags were casting the spell at the same time. "We can't let them finish the spell," Mu Bai harumphed coldly, pointing his finger ahead. The mirrors of ice around him suddenly sped up significantly. They started flying at the squad of wind mags like enlarged icicles. A huge bunch of the wind mags fell to the ground, blood splattering across the ground. The squad was instantly taken out by the icicles. Mu Bai's control of the ice magic was very impressive. The ice only severed the limbs of the wind mags, without endangering their lives. He could have killed these low-level soldiers with ease. The sentries were incomparable to the elite soldiers. These soldiers had no chance of stopping Mo Fan and his crew. A louder alarm was sounded. Mo Fan glanced at the military fortress not far away and noticed a few figures with wings heading toward him. It seemed the sentries were well aware of their situation. They knew the enemy was too much for them to handle, so they immediately alerted the stronger troops nearby. "We'll reach the city after passing through here," Mo Fan said. The army's numbers were overwhelming. There was no way the three could just keep fighting. Their best option was to sneak into the city before the enemy's reinforcements came, and find a hiding spot there. The main army was currently focusing on fighting the demon creatures. It was unlikely they would allocate too many soldiers just to deal with 3 intruders. Therefore, the trio had to find a way to sneak into the city before any stronger troops or mags arrived. The wall was around 5 kilometers from the city. Those 5 kilometers used to be part of Cairo, but the people were all evacuated when the battle started. The streets, structures, and warehouses in the area were roughly built. Mo Fan and his crew did not have to worry about civilians when fighting the soldiers. However, there were still a lot of barracks nearby. They were worried that a strong troop would show up and stop them from advancing any further. Egypt's capital was certainly not the easiest place to break through. Chapter 1550. Khafre's Invasion. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The trio sprinted across a deserted spacious land. Suddenly, a white bolt of lightning with hints of purple came down from the sky and landed on a truck in front of them. The truck exploded instantly, bursting into flames. Its broken parts sprayed at Mo Fan, Heidi, and Mu Bai, forcing them to stop. "Humph, you imbeciles dare to invade when I, Charon, am in charge? I will give you a chance to turn yourself in, considering how young you are. Otherwise, when I start to attack, you shouldn't blame me for executing you right on the spot. As the chief guard here, I have the right to execute you right away." A middle-aged man, flickering with a mix of white and purple light, was shouting from atop on a tall warehouse built with metal sheets. 4 squads of battle mages showed up at the spacious junction while the man was speaking, each numbering around 30 people. Even though they were not necessarily elites, they were a lot stronger than the sentries. Chief Guard, a lot of our sentries are heavily injured. We shouldn't waste any time with them. They have broken the law and trespassed into a forbidden area with force. It's the greatest insult to our army, a soldier in grey casual clothes on the ground called out. Leave the woman to me. A woman with dishevelled hair beside the soldier in grey clothes spoke up, proud and disdainful. I thought I could go to bed early tonight, yet some disrespectful jerks had to challenge our troop. Is it because we haven't been on the front line for too long, so people have stopped treating us seriously? The rest of you, just hold your positions and don't let them run around like mice. Saudi, take out the ice mage, leave the guy beside him to me. Stormy, oh, you already found your opponent. Charon jumped down from the warehouse. He did not let the soldiers interfere, showing how confident he was. The 3 of them slowly moved up and stood opposite Mo Fan and his crew. The Mage with wet hair, Stormy, walked up to them boldly. She stared at Heidi and said mockingly, "Hey, you have my favorite blue eyes. I should consider including your beautiful eyes in my collection after you die. I'm in a hurry here, piss off, will you?" Mo Fan was enraged after seeing how the woman kept making a display of herself and wasting his time. Mo Fan summoned a bolt of lightning into his hand. The lightning crackled wildly and turned into a thick lightning spear when he tossed it into the air. The lightning surged fiercely and whipped at the ground and the buildings on both sides. The street lamps shattered in the strong electric field. The Mega Stormy chortled. She casually slid backward with earth magic to dodge the spear. The spear landed on where she had been standing on a second late. "I'm not interested in you, I said that my opponent is." Stormy looked at Mo Fan disdainfully. The lightning spear started releasing dense lightning arcs to form a giant web. It looked like countless enormous black eels weaving through the air rapidly. The lightning disaster reached her feet before she could finish her sentence. The huge explosion the wild lightning triggered under her knocked her flying. Stormy was sent tumbling from the junction all the way to the storage warehouse at the end of the road. The long hair she had delicately combed was now scorched black. She was stuck to a wall, twitching uncontrollably. The 4 squads of soldiers were stunned after watching one of their leaders get sent flying across the sky and falling unconscious. A single spell. Their leader was knocked out by a single spell. How did the guy do it? Damn it, such a dirty move. Captain Saudi was infuriated. He sprang forward like a fierce gust of wind. His movements were unpredictable. When someone saw him in front, he would instantly move to the side, looking for the perfect blind spot to attack his enemy. A piece of trash like you shouldn't bother embarrassing yourself. Mo Fan completely lost his temper. He had initially planned to go easy on them, since they were soldiers, but he had totally lost the patience for it. Mo Fan's eyes emitted a silver glitter as he suddenly glanced at the area Saudi was in. An invisible rhomboid encapsulated Saudi like a transparent cage. Saudi had outstanding speed when utilizing his wind magic, but when Mo Fan locked his gaze on him, his speed dropped dramatically. A moment later, the blowing wind that was carrying Saudi turned into a wind track, and Saudi had gone from riding the wind to running on his feet. When the light emitted by Mo Fan's eyes reached its peak, Saudi was shocked when he noticed he was actually walking quite slowly. "Space element, time stasis!" Chief Guard Charon blurted out in astonishment. Saudi was so slow in Mo Fan's space rhythm that he was barely moving. In the end, he was knocked into the air by Mo Fan's telekinesis. Saudi spat out a mouthful of blood like a red fountain as he flew into the air. The soldiers suddenly felt their view of the world toppling once again after witnessing Saudi's miserable defeat. "You're the only one left. Are you going to leave yourself, or do you want me to do it for you?" Mo Fan looked up at the chief guard. The pride and imperiousness that Charon had initially displayed had only lasted briefly. He finally realized that these 3 young mags that had dared to break through their defense by force were no ordinary people. "Humph, the space element isn't necessarily unbeatable. Have a taste of my eagle lightning. Charon had no excuse to back away as a soldier. I'll give you 3 attempts to attack me with your lightning. If you can hurt even a single strand of my hair, you can do anything to my friends, and otherwise, take your men and leave at once, so you won't waste any more of my time. Mo Fan returned. You're too full of yourself. Charon was enraged. Charon was an advanced mage. When he drew the 7 purple star patterns, a glowing purple eagle sprang into the sky as the star constellation was formed. The starry eagle dissipated in the sky and brought down a fierce bolt of lightning. The lightning eagle dove down at Mo Fan recklessly. Mo Fan remained motionless. He did not use any magic to defend himself. The powerful eagle lightning landed on him. The people nearby felt their ears buzzing and their eyes dazzled by the terrifying impact. The ground cracked apart. The steel gates and windows nearby were shattered into pieces, but Mo Fan, who was right in the middle of the impact, was perfectly unharmed. Instead, he seemed to be enjoying it, as if it was some soothing sunlight. Charon's eyes almost fell out. His lightning was ineffective against the kid? He really is unharmed. The soldiers that were standing further away struggled to believe their eyes. Their commander was an advanced lightning mage, yet he could not even harm a young man in his 20s. Again! Charon yelled angrily. He cast a silent deadly bolt at Mo Fan. The extremely penetrative lightning bolt struck Mo Fan with their full force. In response, a dark lightning barrier surrounded Mo Fan and nullified the bolts. He was unharmed once again. Charon was on the verge of losing his mind. He did not even bother with his 3rd attempt. His first 2 attacks were already his strongest lightning spells, so other spells were clearly not going to work. Charon was now convinced that the guy had a soul-grade lightning seed at least a few times stronger than his. However, he was still struggling to accept the fact that his soul-grade lightning seed could not even hurt a single strand of the guy's hair. Chief, are you all right? A few soldiers went over to support the demoralized Charon. It took Charon some time to collect his thoughts. He glanced at Mo Fan and the other 2, who had already headed into the distance. It was truly a great humiliation. It felt like his flesh had just been struck by a bolt of lightning. His dignity had dispersed like smoke. He never knew the difference between mags of the same level could be so huge. A loud crash came from the wall when Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Heidi were on their way to the city. Mo Fan turned around and saw half of the nearby fortress collapsing to the ground all of a sudden. He noticed an enormous silhouette revealed by the faint glow of magic. It had just slammed its tail into the fortress walls. Not long after, more enormous creatures showed up from the same direction. The mags with wings that were previously on their trail quickly turned around and headed back toward the fortress. What's going on? Heidi blurted out. It seems like they are being attacked by an enormous snake, Mo Fan said. Just in time, there won't be any resistance then, Mu Bai nodded without a shred of sympathy. The mags in the fortress were the true elites in the army. The sentries, patrols, and guards did not stand a chance against Mo Fan and his crew. Mo Fan might have considered lending a hand if the army had not manipulated the truth and inverted right and wrong. He had always been a fan of fighting demon creatures. However, not only did he pretend he did not see the fortress collapsing, he was even grateful for the demon creatures distracting the powerful mags. The Pyramid of Khafre is finally invading the city tonight. Mu Bai guessed.